Gotta call roll.
There we go.
All
Roll
right.
call first.
Roll call.
Oh, geez, here we go.
All right, present, we have Jack McLaughlin.
Here.
Greg Bilak.
Here.
Cassandra Starks.
Here.
Tom Tuzen
Here,
and David Hume,
present.
and audience members.
You all rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
All right, appreciate everybody being here for our December meeting, and especially that we had canceled our November one because we didn't have too much on the agenda. We seem to have overshot the mark and put too much on the agenda. We shall get through it here. The meeting agenda, the only one suggestion I was going to make here was consolidating items 9A and 9C. So we just roll C up into A. Let's strike C. Other than that, do anybody have any adjustments or amendments to the agenda?
Is Franklin here? Do you want to move that?
No, Franklin's on vacation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we want to move the landscape RFPs up to the front?
Well, so let's do first with Franklin. Should we just go ahead and do it now, or is he planning on coming to the next meeting?
We can have him at the next meeting if you'd like.
Why don't we, I mean, I know it's after hours, but if he's willing to come,
Sure.
let's hold off on that.
So
one.
we'll do that for January.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. And I'm sorry, what was the other?
If we want to move landscape RFPs up to the beginning so they don't sit through the rest of the meeting.
I think the rest of it should actually be pretty quick.
I think we should
We
move them up,
have a way of,
making it one.
yeah,
So
I don't know what happened.
I would move them up.
Okay. You want to do that then? We'll move 7D up to where are we suggesting? I'm sorry.
I would say right after public comment, but it doesn't look like if we have any public here besides vendors. Are there any residents here? Gary, the only one?
I have no comment.
No comments? Okay.
Okay. All right, then we'll do that. We'll move 7D up in front of 5. Any other adjustments? Have a motion?
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, public comment period. Anybody from the public for comments, you can just come to the mic and state your name and address.
Is anyone online?
Or if there's anybody online, Brenda?
No, sir, no one has raised their hand to speak.
Right.
Okay. Nobody in the room? All right, we'll do the consideration of landscape RFPs.
So before we get started, board, this will be kind of similar to the last time we did it. We have, I think 4 or 5 vendors here. I can't see everybody doesn't have their little shirts on. So what you can do, obviously we don't rank them. You discuss as a board and then choose probably your top 2. And then we go from there. You can ask each one to step out while you ask them questions, each individual landscape company. It's typical. They all know it as well. They step out. I would recommend either you go in alphabetical or the order of which I received their bids, which is up to you.
Do we have a preference? I think last time we had everybody step out, or if it wasn't 40 degrees outside either.
I would say alphabetical. That's what it is.
Alphabetical's fine.
All right, so ASI would be first. If everyone else would like to step out.
And just for the board's reminder, because I remember this came up last time, we don't ask staff for their recommendation on who they would pick. I know it was a lengthy discussion last time around. We've got what we've got in front of us, and we've got the proposals and the prices and all that, so we can certainly ask staff about the requirements and how they're responding to those requirements, but we shouldn't be asking for questions.
What page
Yeah.
is it in the agenda that had the summer?
The board,
173.
What,
73. So yes, we wouldn't make a recommendation on any of the companies. All we would do is you could ask us if we have them on other properties, if they're responsive, stuff like that, but not for our recommendation. That's all.
That's like the statutory.
No, it keeps us out of it. We don't get to vote. And again, we could say, I may have experience with them over here, but it's a different account manager. So it may be different than what they're proposing here. So just not to sway it and get involved in the middle of it.
All right, so we'll start with ASI first. You want to do a couple minutes, maybe just a minute or two intro, and anything you want to discuss in your proposal, and then we'll just go to the table on any questions.
One time that having ASI as our name didn't work out.
Get out of here quick.
Let's go last. We are ASI Landscape Management Services. We thank you so much for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Dominic Portugues. I'm Director of Business Development. I had the privilege of facilitating the proposal package and putting it together with the help of our operational team. With me here is Joe Cellini. He's founder, president, CEO of ASI. Very hands-on. He loves being at these meetings. Joe Amorosa is right behind me. Chief Operating Officer in charge of all operations for the company. Tim Keating, our Orlando branch manager. And Vincent Rosa, he's going to be the account manager for the job. Should be able to be fortunate working. So again, we are so pleased to be here. We enjoy this whole process. We don't get the opportunity, or we choose not to have the opportunity to bid too many large CDDs. It's not. It's certainly jobs we can perform. We just prefer to cherry pick them, and we were very, very excited when this opportunity came up, and we would love to work with you out here. We have the good fortune of having several key people in our company having had some experience on the job in years past. Great resource when we put our proposal together, both spending a lot of time on site looking at it, but that historical knowledge was instrumental in putting together what we feel is a very, very accurate, updated, fair market price for the job as it is. We all are familiar with what it used to be when it was first installed and first constructed, and we would absolutely love to help you get it back to its former glory. So with that, Joe, you want to give a little company information?
Sure. As Dominic mentioned, I'm the founder and CEO. I founded the company. Well, I was in the business over 25 years ago. ASI came to fruition in 2020, and in business all grand total of over 25 years. I was a Hillsborough County fireman. I retired 5 years ago this week. I did 30 years with Hillsborough County Fire, but in the meantime, I was building my business. We all had to work on our days off, and I was fortunate enough to have the vision, I believe, to surround myself with great people, and that's what I've done here today. You'll just meet a few of us, but we have over 200 team members that work for us now. And in that time of building, we've built it around our core values of passion, partnerships, and solutions. We believe in a site like this is where we want to take our business. 5 years ago, I decided that I was going to retire from the fire department because, quite frankly, I was having a lot more fun at ASI. I enjoyed it. The fire department, I had done my time there, but I really, really enjoyed being with the team and what we were creating day in and day out. And what you'll get with ASI is not only a great team that I was able to surround myself and build a company. We're open about our numbers. We're going to do $15 million this year. I'm proud of that, what we were able to accomplish. But more so, what you're going to get is somebody as a founder that is still involved day to day and still works with these guys every day. And I don't know that. Actually, I'm pretty excited that I came to this meeting, saw who was here. Nobody else can say that. God bless you. I can stand here and say that. Nobody else can. And there's not a lot of companies in Central Florida, West Central Florida, that can say that anymore. They're all being bought up, merged, whatever you want to call it, REITs, capital ventures, consolidated. They're all being bought up. And that's a great model. Good for them. That's not who we are. We're here to service you, and just our customer service piece is what we think makes us totally, totally different than else. And that's who we are. We have a great reputation. I feel, and check our references, you'll know who we are. That's kind of what I have to offer. We'd love to open up questions operationally. Joe is here. We wanted to bring our team. This is who you're getting on your site. That's what we wanted to show you tonight. We're ready to jump in.
Cool. We'll start here. Jack, you want to let's go around the table. Start.
Well, thank you for coming. That's first thing. I'm looking at some of the numbers, and one of the numbers that stands out for me that I have questions about is your irrigation system maintenance. It's quite a bit higher than most. Can you explain what's going on with that? And maybe Russ, you could help fill us in what they received as far as information on what to bid on.
Everybody received the same RFP package.
Okay.
So
Yeah, we have historical knowledge of what the RFP used to be in years
Mhm.
past and how much labor or how much irrigation tech time it would take just to do the inspections. So we had that information. We coupled it with the new section that's been added, Island Village. And the RFP states we are to provide the labor for all repairs. Based on a certain type of repair. So with that, we added all that together and decided that it requires 3 full-time irrigation techs. And that's what that price includes, 3 full-time irrigation techs. 52 weeks a year, full-time.
And I'll chime in here as well, because you mentioned the numbers. That's kind of where I come in. What we're having to pay people today, and if you want good people on this community and do it right, that that job's done and done well, you're paying them. That's the bottom line. I don't know if anybody here, maybe not had an irrigation tech at their house, but if you've had a plumber in your house lately, they're over $100 an hour. And that's where the world is going. So we felt like we based it on what it was going to take, get you the best possible people. Our director of irrigation makes a lot of money. We took him from Brightview after over 20 years there. Took a lot of money to get him to us, but he's got more initials after his name than most doctors about when it comes to managing water. That's who we have on our staff. Unfortunately, that comes at a cost.
Russ, how many irrigation techs do we have with our landscaper today?
Right now, we got 2.
And do you feel like you're keeping up, or is 3 seem like?
I would, myself, if you're asking, I would sure love to see 3 out there.
if not more,
Yeah. Especially with Island Village.
and we provide all of the parts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I-
No, that's all for now.
Let them off easy, I got a page. So first of all, just a couple opening comments. Joe, for you, appreciate your service as fire captain.
Thank you.
All the time.
Appreciate it.
I know it's not his first name that jumped out at me. I will also say out loud, you guys far and away wrote the best proposal, hands down. You clearly read the RFP. You clearly called out stuff that was questions, and I had to look back at our RFP and say, oh, I can understand with some lack of clarity there and all that. So, yeah. Sliding that $20 later after. But no, seriously, and why I call that out is it makes me listen. Your numbers are higher than the lowest. You guys are not the lowest bidder. But it does give me some level of comfort there that you guys are paying attention. If you guys pay the level of attention and execution that you did in the proposal, then that makes me feel a lot better. So, jumping into it, just a few things. I'll random fire a couple of these. First, I didn't see in your proposal. Do you guys intend to use the lay down yard here? Is that part of your
Yes.
pricing? Okay. I
I
figured that was the case.
Is it not in the stipulations page or the?
I may have missed it. I couldn't. Okay.
It's not required,
No, but.
but if you choose to, it's a $1,500 a month
Yeah, we talked about that.
rent fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, we plan on doing
After 7 hours of reading proposals. Okay, so number 2, safety. Do you guys use any off-road vehicles that are not state of Florida licensed to go on the roads? Do you use like ATVs or anything at all, or is everything on-road vehicles? How do you guys operate?
We do both. It depends on what the job calls for. What we do use gators. We have gators. We do have golf carts and some sites, and then typically try to stay trucks.
Okay, and then for those, then if you have them on site here, is the plan to trailer those to the different sites?
Yes.
Okay. I will foot stomp that one a little bit for some problems we've had in the past. The other one from a safety perspective, all of your hand tools, so your edgers and blowers and things like that, are all of those configured so that workers do not need to stand in the roadway to use them?
Yeah. Yes. So the edgers the blades are turned the right way. Trimmers, we use long edge trimmers so they can stay on the roadways.
Okay.
Trim from the backside of shrubs.
So we won't be having a conversation that you guys are.
Yeah, Greg, you mentioned a couple things with safety.
Mhm.
We're big in safety. We belong to I don't know if anybody is familiar with the captive insurance policy. Is anybody familiar with that? So we are basically, I don't want to say we're self-insured, it's not the right way, but captive insurance, we belong to a group insurance policy. And one of the things is they come and monitor not only our jobs, but our sites and our headquarters, twice a year. They come and they score us and everything else. We can be kicked out of that captive policy, out of that captive insurance policy. If any of that have nothing to do on Google, it's pretty amazing, but it's not, it saved us money from an owner standpoint, but from a company standpoint, it took our safety to another level 4 years ago. We had to pay into it. I mean, we are huge on safety. So everything we do is about safety. And we can be kicked out of it, which we don't want to be because it saves us some money.
Yeah, such a huge focus on safety now, because you know the potential liability that comes with it, so just no brainer.
Sorry to interrupt. I mean,
No, that's okay. What we're asking for, the next one's on pages 7, 8, that's your staff org chart. You had, I'm sorry, names here, Chris Diaz? Is that-
Yeah.
Okay, so Chris was listed as the main client point of contact, but then you had, Mr. Rosa listed as the on-site program manager. So from the RFP, the on-site person is supposed to be the main point of contact. So I want to make sure that that's, and the reason I say that is I want to make sure that if we're having major changes, of course, we're going to call leadership, but day-to-day stuff, I don't want staff to have to go making phone calls and visit them. I want to make sure somebody here can make some decisions to get stuff done.
Yeah, so the person that is gonna be in this area every day on site would be,
So yeah, that'll be me. I'll be the person on site every day with guys, making sure day-to-day operations get done.
this is very easy for us to walk out the back door. and
Yes.
just Go hunt you down.
I just want to make sure he's empowered to
Yes.
make magic
100%.
happen here. Yeah,
100%.
okay.
Okay.
And the job this size, it obviously needs a person that's here full time, so it
Yeah.
would be his only job.
Okay.
Would be this one.
And you hit my follow-up, so perfect. One thing that I didn't see in the RP, you guys listed all of your equipment that you've got in the company, and it specifically asked for what equipment you're bringing here. So do you, not a quiz question here, but you guys at the top of your head, I just want to make sure from Russ's perspective, I'm gonna get a sanity check from him. Numbers of blowers, numbers of mowers, well, can you guys talk a little bit about what you plan on bringing?
Sure, that was a miss on my part.
Yeah, so it would be, the way that we set the crews up is a certain size crew will carry 3 mowers on the trailer and 2 edgers, 2 weed eaters, 2 trimmers, and 4 blowers. So that's each truck. We plan on having 3 crew trucks here and then a detail truck.
Every day.
Yes. So then it's, Vinny obviously has a separate truck, that he cruising in by itself.
I think there was a question, board members, by them, so we'll need to go over this with each vendor that comes through. They asked if Saturdays were permissible, and I did check, they are, but not until after 7 AM.
Okay.
So,
And were you planning on Saturdays as your makeup day or?
So the way our, way we schedule is we actually focus on working Monday through Thursday, staffing up Monday through Thursday. Friday is our flex day.
Okay,
So working 10 hour days, Monday through Thursday, 40 hours, and then if there's a rain delay or extra needed work, Friday is our flex day. We try to avoid.
so what would
We put
Saturday
in
be?
there the.
Saturdays are no work.
We did that. We did that.
Oh, okay.
so,
You would
The-
rather not.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you said ask.
no, they didn't, another vendor, so I just wanted to go over with but the RFP states that somebody will be on site 5 days a week.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So even though you may not be out mowing and
Yeah.
all of that stuff on Fridays, but there will still be somebody here in case of an emergency.
The other communities we take care of this size, typically Friday, we work Monday through Thursday, but there's 3 or 4 guys that are out.
There's always
something on Fridays. There's always something to do, whether it be weather, something always happens.
Okay.
So we just try to do that. So we eliminated Saturdays probably 3 or 4 years ago. It just doesn't make sense for us to be on the roads on Saturdays. Residents, parks, kids, we don't, it's just a huge liability.
But you do understand somebody on site
Yeah,
Monday
absolutely.
through
5
Friday.
days, yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Russ, what they mentioned equipment wise, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
So, I'm sorry,
Yeah, go
I want to touch on the days of the week.
Mhm.
I personally have a concern Monday through Thursday,
Okay.
because anyone who lives here knows that after the high school gets out, right, starts at 7:15, school started. Once we start passing 4:00, 4:30, traffic is very heavy throughout Celebration Boulevard and Celebration Avenue.
Mhm.
School it's at 4:35, 4:40 or something like that. Right, so
No idea.
there's limited movement that happens after 4:00.
We can work around that. We can use sections of the property that
Okay.
require.
Well, and I guess just generally, because I did notice in all, I didn't want to proposal mentioned it per se. So my comment was gonna be, I'll put it out to everybody, as long as you guys are open, hey, if the Monday to Thursday isn't working, and I can understand why the Friday flex day, I get it. But as long as you guys are open, hey, after the first 180 days, if we're just not getting where we need to be, if we can talk about that.
Absolutely.
I think everybody's schedule was Monday through Thursday, which is pretty standard in the industry. However, we put that in the contract. We want someone on site, whether it's you, in case there's an issue, Russ has an issue, there's all kinds of stuff that happens. So we
Sure.
want someone here on Fridays, just in case something does happen. But Juniper, even our current landscaper, they're out of here usually by 4, aren't they? Russ? 3:30, 4?
3:30 now,
Yeah.
they're working 5 days.
3:30, 4 o'clock, but I've never seen them out here past 4 o'clock.
We
So-
have managers on call.
Okay.
Okay, and that was actually my next question, so it's perfect. Next one was on page 16. You made a comment in here, and I like the idea, you guys would be willing to trade off fewer mowings if, particularly in the colder seasons where we didn't need them, in return for, hey, if we needed some, I think crepe myrtle trimming was one of them, or other stuff like that.
Anything that would be billable outside the contract, we
Right.
can
Swap service.
swap service.
Okay, and that's why I wanted to make sure that was still within the cost, that it wasn't a cost change in there for the daily. And then separately, obviously, you guys would do that coordinating with Russ and his team, right? Okay, perfect.
Something that happened that brought all this to the forefront was during the hurricanes. Obviously, in the last few years, we've had a lot. We've actually traded out services for our clients because it's about the customer service piece. with
That
us.
works very good. We
And
had to
so-
do some of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't
It's
mow,
good
you can't
to
do
mow,
this,
you can't
we just- and we're not gonna, so many landscape companies went out there to get proposals on, it's funny, it's like snow cleanup up north, they can't wait for a snowstorm to come so they can bill their client. It's not who we are, we budget ourselves, we wanna earn your business. Our tenure with our clients is well over 7 years, 7.5, almost 8 years. That's our tenure because we do things like that, so when we get a hurricane, we'll trade some of those services.
Yeah, what we've done in the past is the landscape matter, they usually clean up for the week. You're still gonna pay a full amount.
Yeah.
You're not
Catch
gonna
my
mow,
next-
scuff all of the grass.
Yeah,
Right.
You know,
We'll
with
catch my
that,
way next-
yeah, and
yeah.
We'll provide the labor and you direct, we'll
Yeah.
get together and know where.
It's more value added to the client if we don't have to mow. It doesn't need mow, don't mow it. Let's focus on something that doesn't exist.
The next one I had on page 17 was you listed a sample ergonomic program, I don't butcher that word. Bug kill. we'll call it. Were you guys, and you put it in there for alternate consideration, are you suggesting that our RFP should change to that different standard? Or what were you getting at?
Your RFP was adequate.
Mhm.
It was just our way of letting you know, we are flexible. If you wanna, if something's not working,
Mhm.
we can adjust it to something else. We can work together and,
Okay.
work on the formulas, or in some areas, the soil conditions are different than other areas. There's a lot of flexibility there.
Okay.
Without adding costs to a point.
And that was my follow-up question to that
Yeah.
was the cost piece, so, okay. Next one, page 21, you talk about Snaglist Pro software, so we're actually in the middle of implementing, we've already got a community trouble ticketing system, so residents can go in and say, hey, a light pole's out, or whatever. We're in the middle of implementing a new one right now. Tell me how this software interfaces with that. Is that just an internally facing thing for you guys, or is that supposed to be a community interface? And if it's a community interface, how does your system talk to our system, or do we just not
Yeah,
use
we've got
users? How do we do that?
Couple options.
So, the snack list is more of an internal, punch list for our teams. That, if I'm on site, Tim's on site, or Vinny's on site, we'll create those punch lists. It's just photo documentation of issues. If it takes so long, completes it, and then reports back.
Is it like a site audit?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's the same is what we use, what Russ does to go do his community.
So my question then is, are you reliant on Russ as our field manager to be going into your system as you're putting things, or is he logging things in there and checking them there?
So
Or are you doing
not,
that in our system? How does that work?
not the snag list, but we use Aspire software. And Aspire does have a work order system that you can look into and create, what it's called, issues. And then once we get those, they get emailed to all the managers involved with the property. Then we respond, we'll take care of that this day. It gets a follow-up email to you, but it's a tracking system for work orders.
Okay.
So that's something that we've used on other properties. It's pretty successful.
It doesn't interface with
It
it's
wouldn't.
more he logs into our system and goes hit what we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure from a busyness perspective for Russ, now he's got two systems, he's swiveling
Well,
two of them and down.
I mean, how we currently do it, you're
We'll
right
just kinda
there.
stick with
We,
what we got at the
yeah, we
moment,
just
then we
kind of
can-
email or walk right there and say, hey, we've got this issue, and I mean, it's fine, you're right there. So I don't think logging into their system is something that we absolutely need to do, but if it gets overwhelming or something, we absolutely can. If the option is there.
We'll carry over to
Yeah.
that too. We'll work with.
We do a sign, I do a sign off once a month, so go out with you and.
Yep.
Hey, this looks great, this needs done, or whatever.
But it's good to know they have an option if it's,
Yeah,
if it's
no,
needed.
My
Just
biggest
to make
question
sure
is,
we
for-
track it and everybody gets copied.
That's the
Yeah.
basic, we wanted to create an accountability piece for us, right? Like, this is what we can do.
and we're all about it. We're trying to mature our accountability processes with the tools, and that's
Sure.
where all of a sudden I get concerned now you throw two tools in there, we're trying to figure out how
I
to.
understood.
So,
Absolutely.
okay. Page 22, and this was my favorite page out of the whole proposal. This is where he told us we were wrong about our PWSs.
What?
They were making some. Just going down the list here, you listed leaf drop collection. What's that? 22. Other than magnolia trees, so you guys are not doing leaf drop collection. I just want to clarify, make sure you guys aren't proposing these things.
Not heavy seasonal leaf drop. It was nowhere in the scope.
Hmm.
And that is quite an effort.
It-
We can certainly do it.
Not in
But that's not part of what you
But it's not
proposed.
part of what we did.
That's what I want to make sure.
And it's
did
not
mention
part of the RFP.
magnolias, so we, of course, will do that. But
And there's typical, like, if it's on the grass, we mulch it up with the mulching mowers, you know, that's gonna eradicate, but if it's heavy sycamore leaves that you have on. some of
We
the
do have
projects-
one street like that,
Yeah, one straight really
Water
was bad,
street.
exactly.
And that's a perfect
pretty dangerous.
item that we can, in lieu of mowing, if it's in the off, when the leaves drop in the off season,
Mm.
if we don't need a mow or mow that street, we can have those guys just pick up leaves. And
Especially
no
if the
extra
weather,
cost.
think about this weather's moving in right now, like, this is early for us. We don't have to mow, we can absolutely go do something.
The next one was on rye seed applications, and I have no idea what that is because it wasn't mentioned in the RFP, so.
It's the winter,
Good.
right?
I
Yeah.
was thinking bread, so I wasn't sure.
Think about the golf course.
Golf
In the
course.
winter, they put a.
Overseas.
Not sandwiches.
That could be an amazingly expensive thing to do, and the vagueness prohibited us from including it in the bid. We can certainly look at areas, measure them out, and come up with a more accurate.
And that's what it was for, is
Yeah.
do you have the capabilities to
Yes.
do that
Okay.
if the need arises?
So in lieu of that whole paragraph? Yes.
Yeah, well, just the biggest thing with Russ, that's not something we've ever done or you were expecting. Okay, just making sure.
I'm not an expert on it, but I believe dry grass needs irrigation and
And mowing.
anywhere we got like a hair or something that doesn't have irrigation.
Right,
Okay. The next one was the only sticky one for me, so hand watering. We had details on there and I realized you guys had taken an exception on that because there was a lack of detail, lack of clarification, whatever in the proposal. So my comment there is that's why we had the bid session. So how do we close that gap? Because there is an expectation if we're doing new trees that you guys are doing hand watering, that's not an extra service as you would put it. So how do we close that?
Well, we don't know in advance what projects or what trees are going in, so we couldn't quantify that with a number. All I can say is,
Not to interrupt, but I don't know really how that got interjected into there quite some time ago, but normally we'll do like 10 trees will be dead. We'll do like 10 at a time or 12 or maybe.
they have water bags.
We'll
and
go
we
get a
can
water
fill
bag, water
Go
truck.
rock,
That's it.
irrigation,
I mean,
wire,
the RFP could have
water
said
bag,
a cost for
flex
every 10 trees of hand water.
And
That gives us something to bid.
Yeah.
you know, you
So-
can add that if you need to the price of, you know, planting the tree.
Exactly,
Yeah,
Just-
yes.
Well,
But
that's,
that's
that's only
outside
hand
the
watering
contract
that's gonna be
per
done.
project.
I say hand watering.
there's
There's
no
water,
water truck or
plastic water.
anything, basically they have gator bags on them and you fill them.
Would you be opposed to a water trailer or water truck?
They used to have water.
Cause that's what
We use.
we use and they work great when we use them. I mean, there's a fee for it.
And that's great, when we got
Yes.
like a large project, but it's usually like I said, 8 or 10 trees
Yeah.
and they're gonna be scattered and.
All
That's
over.
I think it's a lot better just coming up,
It is.
irrigation right there, flex pipe.
Okay.
bag.
Yeah, absolutely, gotcha.
okay. All right, so it'll be a one-off thing and I'm gonna I'll make my counter assumption to you that if it's a limited amount, we're talking 2 or 3 trees here or there. which typically is what it is, that will
We're
be,
not
next
gonna
year.
nickel and
You're
dime.
talking if there's 200 or 300 trees.
Yes,
then we'll
that
have to
could
discuss.
potentially be a large number.
Okay,
We didn't know how.
got
If
it.
that was the case, we have another problem.
Yes.
Major hurricane hit and we've got other issues.
Yeah.
Well,
And a rye sandwich.
last but.
Yes.
The moss removal, again, that was not part of the scope, that was just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Moss removal. Okay.
I'd be very interested in learning that with that contract,
What's that?
moss removal.
Ooh.
Very large.
Yes, a lot of labor.
Let's worry about that after.
They no longer spray moss with.
I'll just buy you a ladder, Jack. Come on.
Yeah. The rest of those I was good at.
Although there's also annual flower installation. I thought that was part of the scope.
It is, so annuals and pine straw is basically, it's their not to exceed amount. We can bid that out. If we find a cheaper price, we can bid it out. So it's not part of their contract. They give you a not to exceed if they were to do it, which typically, yes, we
Yeah,
we
but I
would.
saw that they had a
do.
number under.
Yeah,
Mhm, yeah.
that was just acknowledging that we recognize that you have a number for it.
Yes,
Okay.
Generally, they're outside of the contract, annuals,
Mhm.
mulch, palm trees. It was not in this case, although it was lined out separate. So it's at your discretion whether you roll it in or not.
correct.
Got it.
And then the last thing I had, and I'm gonna tell you, I both appreciate it and it makes me a little bit nervous, was on your staffing. You made a comment that you don't guarantee the staffing levels. These are samples of what you think you're gonna need, but obviously you'll dial it up and down as you need to.
Mhm.
I'm all about that because from a board perspective, as long as grass is green and flowers are red, trees are tall and whatever else is going on, I don't care how many people that's used. However, I wanna make sure it's realistic and we're not undercutting ourselves right now in order to do that. So for us, what they had put in here was between mowing, they had 14 mowing detail workers during the summer months. And the winter months, they had 10 workers when mowing, 5 on non-mowing weeks. And then the bug killer word was 1 full-time person year round, and irrigation was 3 full-time people year round. Is that?
That's more than we have now.
You're getting weekly service with the detail, you're getting a detail crew on mowing weeks doing detail work.
Mhm.
And then in the off weeks or the non-mowing weeks in the off season, you're still getting a detail crew of 5 people to do all the other ancillary tasks that are contractual.
Yeah.
That those, so.
And as long as stuff's getting done, you're never gonna hear, I don't think anybody up here complaining about it.
Ultimately-
People are out there to make sure. it's done.
Yeah, ultimately, we're pricing it to satisfy the scope of work that you present to us.
Yep.
It's not a man-hour contract. The man-hour estimates or the labor estimates were a courtesy.
Yep.
That's what we.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure he's sanity checking those, so I think we're good. The last thing was just an observation, again, your proposal. I will tell you, I loved what you put in there about how you do your compensation for your manager.
Mhm.
And it was one of those things that should have been obvious to me, now I know it, that a lot of landscapers compensate their managers based on how much they upsell beyond the base contract, and you guys came right out and said, hey, you do that, you pay a little bit more, which obviously is reflective in the numbers, but that way we don't get caught later down the road, is kind of what I hear your story is. I appreciated that, and also your P&L statement. If you guys pick this up based on your price, you're gonna be will be about 10% of your annual revenue. It gives me a barometer check that, hey, you're not a tiny company that's, we're gonna be half a
Right.
company, but we're also not gonna be one of, 1/1,000,000 of 1% of your company.
Nothing is
You're-
easy. Yeah.
Right. It gives me that sanity check, so I appreciated you. That was very helpful.
We base their retention, a big part of what we do is retention. Like people who are just into flipping properties and moving on and growing as fast as they can. These
It's a
other
revenue
companies,
grab.
this is not a revenue grab for us. It's about retention. And I said earlier that we're closing on our tenure with our clients, 8 years. That's not common in this industry at all. Especially with what's going on right now. And we've had some clients for 15 years. Unfortunately, there's ones that we do work in multifamily. When you work in that, they buy those apartments and they flip them and everything else. So that kind of brings our tenure down. But our major clients, which you guys would be, we have those for 8, 9, 10 years. That's who we are, and that's the way I've built this company. The other piece I want to share is we understand that residents of this community are your clients. Like you guys have to come to these boards and everything else. We understand that piece. You're not. It's not about compensation for one of them selling more workers.
All right, that's all I had.
I don't have any questions. I do appreciate you coming though.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna be kind of going around the performance area. So the question I had, you guys did a tour celebration, I'm sure. You assessed everything. I'm interested in what your, I guess, feedback is in terms of what it is to maintain it. But in other areas, bring it back. Is that in the contract? Is that separate? Gotta understand what you guys did.
So I think the way we kind of, and Dominic brought it up, is the off weeks in the wintertime where you actually have a crew on site doing detail work, that is property improvement. You know, it's cleaning up the pathways, the bridgeways, it's cleaning up natural areas, it's limbing up trees, it's more above and beyond just the normal maintenance kind of contracts or just mowing of the grass. It's specifically designed.
The things that everybody else goes at.
Yeah.
We can say later this week and then send them. The other piece is, I think there's a proactive piece. We're gonna bring you proposals. I mean, the property's been here for many years. There's areas that need improvement. We're gonna bring those to you. It doesn't mean you're gonna approve them or whatever it might be, but we need to be proactive with you and say, hey, you know, these, you know, Indian Hawthorne have been here probably for 10 years. You know, what are we looking to do here? Here's another idea. That's the improvement piece. That's a partnership that we have to build, you know, that you guys are willing to invest and we're willing to, you know, do that stuff.
Was that what you were asking, or were you asking?
You answered the
Okay,
question. Yeah, because there are areas that have been here way too long.
I thought you were asking like when they did the drive-through, what it's gonna take to bring the property back.
Well, and that's part of it. So that was my follow-up
Oh,
question.
okay.
So there's some areas where there's maybe, you know, there's grass, but there's 7 blades grass, right?
It could be because of care, it could be because the, you know, plants condition, they have, you know, shelf lives as well. So we just need to work through those.
Maybe your trees need to be thinned out, if it's too shady, you know.
I think that's the majority.
Our horticultural program.
Very
with our
careful
agronomic program,
about trees.
No, I know, but there are some areas that can be thinned out, that have, they cut, they don't trim. There's 2 different things. So, okay.
And those are all the things we want to walk with us and go through and bring you proposals to say this is what these are our thoughts.
Okay, so, you know, one of the challenges we have here is that because it's a big plant, we get hit with 2 things. One, we have residents are complaining about this, that, whatever. There's that. But then there's our staff that was looking, going, ooh, I mean, because they're seeing more than what the residents are. Residents just see their area. Staff sees a lot more because they're all over the place. I guess from a monthly standpoint, how do you report to the board and give us updates on what has been done, areas of concern?
We asked in the RFP for a monthly report, that is to be given to us, plus when Russ or whomever does the landscape inspection of Celebration, we'll be doing it with them. But we asked for a monthly report in the RFP
And
package.
something that's working really well with some of our larger clients is that monthly we take now and we bring in, we sit and talk with whoever you guys deem necessary, whoever wants to join. Typically, we're buying lunch and say, let's sit down and talk through these and making sure that we're handling all the issues and then all the proposals, whatever there might be on that list that we create with Russ as we're walking. We do that once a month, regularly on all our very large sites we do. So yeah, I'll get you guys lunch. Does that help? Does that help at all?
Subway sandwich. No chips. There's rules.
We'll bring dinner to one of these.
I'll get carried away. Okay, those are the 2 areas that I was focused on because, again, we've got misses on both. I do know that, you know, the board is I'm very picky. Let's put it that way. I'm very
Yes, he is.
And he is the
I've been here-
maintenance liaison.
I've been here since 2002, and there definitely has been a declining of degrees in everything. There's nothing short of it. You know, I don't think any board has done a great job. You know, we're getting there. We're starting bits and pieces, but we're over here, and we've got to be over here. And so there is a mountain to climb. So I just kind of want you to be aware that the expectations are going to be very, very high.
So, and I'll say that with us, with ASI, you're getting an owner that's willing to climb that. I don't know that you'll be able to ask a company they'll do that. This is a partnership. And I'm telling you right now, as the owner, we're willing to climb it. Yeah, let's be a part
You'll
of it.
get tired of
Was that a challenge?
Yeah.
The challenge accepted.
We're looking at your address first, by the way.
Next question.
I'll believe that's.
Good. Quick question for staff. When we get a report about a bad tree, since you brought it up, are we engaging with our landscape maintenance company to get an arborist on board, or is that a separate scope of work or a separate?
No, when we have something like that, we discuss it with them and
Well, really, the trees that we're removing, they got fungus down at the bottom and it's just, they're gonna die. There's no such thing.
Yeah,
as an
are we
arbor.
getting that from our landscape company or a different, or you?
from both.
Well, it could be anybody. It could even be, Exquisite has sent me a picture. Got fungus down at the bottom of the tree and the tree's pretty much dead. I mean, it's,
Are you asking
Getting
for
replaced.
the arborist service?
Yeah, because eventually it comes down to we need an expert opinion.
well, we used to
Before-
have one.
Well, two, before you had Tom
Yeah, two.
McCubbins, which he's just a horticulture, he's not an arborist.
Agreed.
And the second part was we had someone on staff before that had that expertise. Now we do not. Carrie Satterwhite is horticulturist as well, but not an arborist, correct? So
So we're looking for an arborist. And that was
we are,
that was a scope ad, that was not your scope.
no,
Did you happen to notice the optional arbor care?
Yes, I
program?
did.
Yes.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
yeah. That is not a deal breaker in an RFP, but to know that you have because not all landscape companies have an arborist on site.
Yes.
So if you have one, it's an extra cost.
Right,
If
so
we
the
were,
question
yeah,
is, you get the call, we have a potentially bad tree, what happens?
We would assess it, yeah. We
You
would
got somebody else to have
Yes,
it, and we get a report on it.
We get a tree.
All right, good.
And we can look, even down the road is doing a complete property tree study. I mean, this might be a year after we're on site. and you have
Yeah, that
confidence
builds.
on what we have.
We have the ability to do a tree study where you can say, hey, this is what's gonna happen in the next 1 year, 1 year, 3 year, and 5 years.
Got it. And here's another dumb question, I think I know the answer to, but as your crews are going along the roadways and you see debris, trash, McDonald's bags or whatever. What's happening with that? You grabbing it, are you notifying somebody else?
Stopping traffic first.
You say you're moving that debris and.
Yeah, stopping traffic first.
I haven't seen something up the boulevard on the way up here.
That's all right.
Especially out of the turf or plant beds of which we're maintaining,
Very good.
but also in gutters and whatnot. We'll certainly use that.
I mean, there is a line item in the contract that they had pricing for debris. Now,
Yeah.
that was for the stuff that they're mowing.
I wasn't sure if that was day-to-day portering or if it was debris removal, but they see
The RFP intended it as they're mowing, if there's something there that
they're
they're
picking
moving.
it up.
But
Or-
it's not that they're scouring town looking for.
no,
It did not include
and it,
ordering services.
As you're
Yeah.
encountering that, you're
Clean.
grabbing.
Yeah, generally.
That's all I'm,
the general debris was if they're cutting stuff down or whatever, they're actually removing it too.
okay, right.
I should have put ordering on page 22.
There you go.
That's what I'm.
All right,
I'm good, thanks.
all right, thank you guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Really appreciate
I noticed you guys didn't respond about electric tools and stuff like that. And that's not a deal breaker for me. I was just wondering, you just don't want to go that direction?
Not that we don't want to, I recall I had in my notes from the previous meeting that was no longer a consideration. I could-
Yeah,
We could easily,
I wouldn't go there either.
I would go, no, that was, yeah.
We actually have a couple mowers that we're using at a couple of our properties, so it's not like we're ignorant to it and we know what it is. If somebody wanted to move along that path, I think that becomes a partnership and we need to talk about how we move. That's just what we did at the other property. We did that. They have an area that they wanted to use some robotic mowers.
And quiet machines, because they do a lot of training, so
We did,
we
yeah.
identified those areas, and those areas specifically, we use battery optical.
Yeah, we're using battery out edgers, weed eaters, mowers, blowers, everything in that area.
Just seems like it's at about $200,000.
Oh, it's not cheap.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
To go to full scale.
Yeah, to go full scale, but if you identify properties like, or areas that they did, it worked out, and I can't say it enough, that's the customer service piece you're gonna get. Let's partner, let's make that happen, and
Find solutions.
we can talk about solutions to different, issues that you guys have.
we're never the lowest bidder, and we certainly would not have been with the electric.
Yeah.
All right, perfect,
All right,
thank you so
appreciate guys
much.
coming in.
Thank you so
We're
much.
having-
Benchmark.
You ready to
or do
hang
you-
out?
You can wait or be free to go, or
I think they're free to go.
You're free to go.
when will we know or when will we?
Um, they're deciding that tonight.
Okay.
They're making a
Applebee's
decision
down the
tonight.
road, and figure there's 4 more after you at this pace. You can
So
probably get
we're
a better
welcome
word
to
and come
come
back.
back in.
You're welcome to come back in, or
Yep.
if the person they award it to is not here, obviously I will let you know. But they are awarding tonight.
Okay. Thank
Hey,
you.
guys,
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Yeah. You intend,
Before we get the next group in, can I ask a question of this?
yes, Carrie,
9:30?
before they come back in, hold on one second. Go ahead.
Okay.
Before the next group comes in, hold on one second.
Okay, so, I wanna go back to a question I had asked you,
Okay,
and it has to do with the numbers.
okay.
So the question I asked, and I wanted to clarify with everybody here, because, maybe I'm missing something. So we've got different prices, there's different, and they're all different prices all over the place,
Mhm.
some are higher, some are lower.
Lower. Mhm.
After a bid is awarded, because the bid process isn't based just on the dollars, it's on performance, and recommendations, and da, 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 da. Can individual pieces be renegotiated?
So what happens is, let's say you award, and Jay can chime in as well, you award company A, whoever that is. And you authorize staff, which is council and us, to enter into negotiations with that vendor. You would come and tell council and myself, look, we really like company A, but we really would like
2 irrigation techs instead of 3.
instead of 4, whatever it is, can you really work on your number on this section? Because we find that to be a little high, whatever the case is, we let council know, they negotiate. The reason I asked you to talk as a board when we're done, to kind of lay out your top 2 at a bare minimum, because if company 1 does not want to enter into the negotiations that the board wants, then, okay, great, thank you, have a nice day, we can go to company B.
Okay, I just wanted, I
Yep.
just wanted everyone to understand that.
Yeah.
Because
It's a
little vague,
negotiation.
and- Okay, all right.
Mhm.
I had that same question.
Doesn't mean they're gonna agree to it, but there is that negotiation period where council will say, okay, the board wants this, this, and this. Are you willing to do that? Yes or no? If they are, great. If they're not, we let the board know, and you have the option to go to company 2.
Thank you.
Who's next up?
I think they went
It's-
alphabetical, so it's actually Brightview,
Yes.
because it's United. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they changed their name.
He asked the question he already knew the answer to. All right.
Hey, appreciate y'all coming in tonight.
Absolutely.
If you want to take just a couple minutes, maybe just 2 minutes, and sort of introduce yourselves and just maybe a quick overview of the proposal and the company, doesn't need to be 20 minutes long, and then we'll just go around Robin, just asking the questions.
Sure. Good afternoon, good evening, actually, it's Mike Trinidad, obviously Brightview Landscape, we appreciate the opportunity to be here. Yeah. My name's Kurt Knotts, I'm the branch manager for Brightview that would be responsible for this particular location.
And I'm Jason Guillen, and we're gonna be in charge of customer service, and I'm also in charge of the business development, department.
So, and then, with our proposal, we have spent a lot of time looking at this since it came out. We had, not only the tour that we took, with Russ, but we had a lot of other people come back out. We even went back before we submitted our numbers, and we talked to people at all of our branches and said, anybody have any experience at the location? What about this? How long did this take? How long do you think it would take? So we found some people that work for other companies that have been out here in the past, remembered things, and said, did you look behind that lake, and all that sort of stuff. So we try to be as exhaustive as possible, learning the community, going around, driving around before we put the numbers together. So with that said, we know that you have a lot of questions and a pretty full agenda. So we are ready to take whatever questions you might have.
Check what you got.
I'm gonna let you go first. I got some other questions after that.
Okay. I have about 3 or 4 here. On page 6 and 7, you mentioned a monthly rotational maintenance fund. Can you explain what that was?
Page 6 and 7.
Yeah. For example, what was your page numbers? Up in your 1 week before start, you've got 4 blue bullets. There's a The third one says monthly rotational maintenance plan.
So what's gonna happen during any kind of transition thing is every week as we start to come back and look even more, we're going to look and see what our rotation, what our schedules and plans are. I think that might be what you're
So you're talking staff rotation?
Well, just how many we would need, or make evaluation, so we could go into this thinking we need, just throwing a number out, 12 people. As we go through the startup process, we determine we need 16, whatever that is. That's what we're looking at doing, that is finding out what our rotation would be, what our actual schedule is another word that people will use. This area we're doing Monday mornings, this area we're doing Monday afternoon, Tuesday morning, Tuesday afternoon, et cetera. So we will continue to look at that through the startup process until we get to something that both us and the CDD kind of go, okay, this works from from you guys' history. It won't work to go there on Tuesday morning, or you need to do that on Wednesday mornings. So we want to make sure that all those things are finally kind of, we dig into that and get the right schedule, the right rotation before we get started, instead of trying to figure that out after the fact. I think that's what you're about.
You have a question or?
I was just curious if when you bid it, are you talking about how many people?
No, we know how many people we think
Okay.
it's gonna take to do it, but we could actually say, you know what, we're gonna have to have another person on that day.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Page 7, and I have all mine by page number, so you may want to leave the book out. You got in week 1, you've got a WO request system from site. Is that a work order system?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Page 8, you talk about the Brightview HOA Connect tool. Is that a so it's clearly an internal work order system for you guys as far as keeping track? Is that external? Is that intended to be used with residents and staff as well? Or is that for you guys?
Yes, so it can be used for residents and staff.
Okay.
It's a work order system that time and date stamp all of the items that come up.
Okay.
There's management teams that look after that. We have internal guidelines that say they need to be responded to within a certain period of time. And the reports are extractable, so at any moment, you guys can extract it. We can provide that for you and let you know, these are the amount of work orders we have in place, these are the ones that are completed, and these are the ones we're working on.
We've already got in a system that we use in the town, not just between our board, we're actually implementing it with the homeowners board as well, that we'll be working on the same thing. So that will be the intended resident facing system. So I want to make sure, I know there may not be an interface, but I want to make sure it doesn't overburden staff if they're having to swivel back and forth. So if you guys have it internally, that Russ can take whatever he's getting fed from our system, and whether it's email or however it's working best for him, and then you guys will work that in the background with yours. And then okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Got it.
We can always customize it depending on the preferences of the customer.
Okay. And then on page 9, it says you'll work on Friday because in case of inclement weather.
So we've made an adjustment since we submitted this. We've looked at a few other properties that we do that are larger like this. Our normal rotation for smaller properties is Monday through Thursday. The guys work 10-hour days, but we looked throughout our market at our larger properties at this size, realized that the majority of those we're doing Monday through Friday, but a shorter day. And finding that that's actually more efficient there. So the 4-hour day, the kind of standard gets into our proposals, is based off of reducing excess travel time when we have smaller properties. So in this case, we would do a 5-day, and our makeup day would be Saturday, Sunday, depending on which part of that was for weather. And
you would just want to clear, you would be doing a full 5. You wouldn't be doing still the 4-10s, and then your 5th day is kind of the makeup. You'd be doing a full 5.
We'll be here Monday to Friday.
We'd be here Monday through Friday. Now we made that adjustment after we looked back and said, let's keep looking at this.
Okay.
Standard, most properties were Monday through Thursday, 10-hour days. For our larger ones, we've decided, sort of both Tampa, Orlando markets, we've said it really works better in the larger place to have the 8-hour day, because if you have a small thing you need to correct, you can correct it in the next 2 hours before it gets too late. And we don't really have that many rain delay days that push things back in. So
I do have a concern with it being a makeup day in the weekend, just because you get so many activities of kids playing sports and people running around and all that. So I want to make sure that the target of having a 4x10, I get that, and the 5th is a makeup day. when you're saying your target is 5 and now your 6 days your makeup day, that causes some concern for me.
And that's part of that, when you ask that first question about that week before, we talk about this now, and we look at those different areas, and we say, you know what, a portion of this community could be a 4-day community. And it could be a portion that's 5, so we might have, say, 16 people Monday through Thursday and 8 that work on Friday to do a section. We really want to be as flexible as possible, because this community is not the same as it was 8 years ago. It's grown, there's different places, some of the plant material is older, it takes different amounts of time. So we envisioned that even after the first year, we would possibly have to make an adjustment because something else has been built somewhere that's changed the flow of traffic, or the road has changed, or whatever happens. All those things can impact how we would do our schedule, how we operate on those elements. So looking at it, the bulk of this property, Monday through Friday, we believe 8-hour day is probably better, but there are sections that we would have with the other, which give us a small group of people to make up in an area quickly before you also look at the schedule of events. If it's not basketball, but softball games or whatever, obviously we can't do that.
But it's only if it's needed. Yeah, I mean, it's just if needed, you have that flexibility, just to complete the job. And at the end of the day, our contracts are performance based, right? So we have to complete the job.
Honestly, I don't have the same concern about Saturday because school's not out, so I don't have to navigate around school times, multiple
That's a
school
good
times.
point.
It's only gonna start too early and hangovers is paying attention.
But another thing, but like Kurt mentioned, you know, in a community like Celebration Force, we'd rather be present from Monday to Friday or every day. So I think it's more, I mean, it's more productive for the company when we actually move that.
There's models where we've used prune crews to do mowing Monday through Thursday and change to the detail crews with more than just say one crew. You can adjust all of that depending on the portion of the community. I mean, boulevards, around ponds, those types of things, it's not as, you're not going to interfere with as much as maybe with fields or near the school. Correct.
Does you have a question?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And I will add to that, the way that we approach this proposal is to like I mentioned, you know, contract performance pay is no matter what, we have to complete our job. We're not looking at, we got to cut hours, actually, we're going to be too expensive here. We want to find a way exactly to get the job done. You know, it's a beautiful property and we know the history of all this property. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we deliver the product that we're saying. So.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Well, I might have missed this. So are you the key person that would be working here?
JC is customer service. My name is Mike Trinidad. I'm the director of operations.
Okay.
Yeah, so my job, the responsibility of my job.
Yeah.
Make sure we deliver what you guys are asking us for.
Yeah. All right, I just want to clarify, we don't have the on-site
No, I
manager
didn't.
here.
Right, I didn't bring the account manager or the production manager.
Right, oh, the production manager, that was it. That was
Yeah,
about that.
I know who I've identified that's going to do it.
Okay.
They don't know that yet, so I don't want to get them too excited, so.
Surprise.
But
They'll
Yeah,
be
we
good.
asked
They've
them to
done
be
a very similar property.
Okay.
In size, let's go with the group numbers. So I'm regarding Peck, but he's on vacation, so I didn't say come in.
Right, no, I get it.
But going back to the question, I mean, like the main person would be me or Kurt who work
Okay,
together on
okay,
operations.
right.
Yeah, so.
So,
If you don't get a good response from me, then you're calling JC, and then JC's immediately telling Mike, who has the ear of our regional president, who
But
is
we-
involved with, his big thing is retention.
We
So-
work with the person who's on site, though. That would be our point
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
contact,
You will
right?
have-
no, I understand.
It's a whole army of people that are gonna be
Sure.
working here, so it's just
Okay.
that, of course, you know, you have the three kind of like decision makers.
Also, to be honest, I made a decision. We've been in this room before. I didn't want any more than 3 of us here.
Yeah.
I knew it was gonna be-
That was a penthouse.
Yeah.
The gentleman who's gonna be the on-site person, does he have decision-making power?
Of course.
Okay,
Yes. It's gonna be an account manager. Title is management. He was directly with Kurt, who's the branch manager.
okay.
Yes.
So one of the fun things, Russ, I'm sure you can attest to this, is we don't put out fires. We don't have one fire to put out. We have usually 3 or 4 fires a day that happen. How do you prioritize those types of things? Whether it be like, oh, we just identified a major area that needs to be addressed, you know, branches down or trees. How do you like prioritize?
Life and safety first, economic impact to the community would be second, aesthetics third. Okay, so life and safety branches down, hanging over a tree, widowmakers that we've noticed, need to report that immediately, get it taken care of. A major irrigation issue that's causing a flood into people's houses could be life and safety too, plus its economic impact to obviously those residents. That would be there, but we see a dead shrub that needs to be replaced. That's down the line from a priority list of the other things. And that's how everybody's trained to look at those things. Doesn't mean they always report them, but we're constantly telling people to report it and look at it. Part of the responsibility I have at the branch level is I look at all of our properties over a certain dollar amount. I'm on them every week myself, and I'm looking as a separate set of eyes, and then so is my boss at a certain frequency. So are these guys continuing to go out there, but the account manager, the production manager that would be for here, they will have no other jobs that they're assigned to. Yeah. So they're here 100% of the time. They can still miss things, but as they're reported to us, that's the sort of priority list that we want to nail down, even the details of those in those three broad categories, to make sure that we know that this is life and safety as the community considers it. But that is first and foremost what we have to prioritize, which leads to storm cleanup and those types of things. That's a huge priority for us to look at the weather in advance. I live in Oviedo, but I have Oviedo and I have here, both of them programmed in just in case it's different. So I know what's happening. This past weekend, I was up till 3 o'clock in the morning, making sure that the winds or the storms didn't go through, because we want to deploy all of our people, because that's life and safety. For sure, if there's trees that are down, that you guys need help cleaning out, or floods or whatever the case is. So that's a big part of ours. We have weekly calls in our region about safety, where we're talking about issues like this. It's a small anecdote, but last week, the high winds in South Florida, one of the properties that a branch there does has the porter for landscape goes to the end of the docks to empty the trash cans. And the winds were 50 miles an hour. And someone from a different division of Brightview saw Brightview employees at the end of the dock and made a phone call and said, hey, wouldn't it be a good idea for those guys to wear life jackets in bad weather if they have to go out to empty the trash? And so it's been implemented. So you work on a dock anywhere in this country now, you wear a life jacket when you go out there to do your work. So it's just a huge infrastructure for safety and looking at the weather to make sure we do it. And that rolls all the way down. You all would be a larger customer of mine, my branch. And so all those resources get allocated basically by the size of the customer. And so we would definitely get that allocation.
Okay.
I'm good. So tell us, post-storm, post-hurricane, when every account you got is calling the phone, what's the expectation for what happens here?
This one right here, first off, would be, like I said, it would be a top 5 for what I have. So all of our resources are going to be deployed. If you want us, they're deployed to you first. So other people are down the line, kind of have to sign up for that service. The smaller jobs have to sign up to say we want it. And then if we're paying for it, then we have other branches throughout Florida, elsewhere that can come and help us. The after fact, I'm not really sure what you're looking at. If we've cleaned it all up and we've done what you want, we go right back to servicing like always, as soon as you're able to do
Nope, just that initial, the winds are done, the rain's over.
We're here.
If the crew that are you planning on working out of this laydown yard?
We're allowed to. Yes.
Well, it was in the RFP. If you
Yes,
choose
yes.
to, it's $1,500.
Yes, yeah.
So that crew would be here right after the storm, correct?
And on top
And
of that, our main office, servicing Celebration is only 5 minutes away, 7 minutes, 7 minutes away. Well, going back to Tom's and David questions, keep in mind with Brightview, I mean, we are 45 to 5,000 employees right now, 40, right? And about 10 branches are spread out through Central Florida. So in case of an emergency, I mean, I don't know if this answers your question, but I mean, we have a lot of resources to help you. And in the past, we got hit by 3 hurricanes. It was back in, what was it? 2005. So
a real specific example of that, I started with Brightview as the branch manager in Memphis.
Yeah.
I've sent employees to Florida.
Yeah.
For storm cleanup.
That's what I was about to say.
I've had people from Florida come to me for storm. So I had 80 people in hotels for a week before storm cleanup.
So let's say for the first week, we need to clean up some stuff. Just get your mow crews out here and do that. Don't worry about the mowing. You don't have a problem with that?
No, we don't have a problem
and
with
not
that.
charging?
And not charging, because we're gonna pay.
Well, we wouldn't charge for the cleanup.
Correct.
Yeah.
You gotta mow and you help
Right.
clean up.
No, yeah, I just have a question, Ross.
Yeah, it's a great question. If the cleanup only requires the number of people that we
Yeah,
You don't
have,
have to bring crews.
we're not bringing up. If it's a major thing, tornado, for instance, that comes through here and there's a lot of damage, then that would be more than what we would normally do. So that's what we're talking about, having resources. But no, we wouldn't charge you extra for cleanup if the guys we already have here could do it. There's a few exceptions, chainsaw work.
We
don't-
have staff too, and usually they work in conjunction right after a storm
Yeah.
and get everything cleaned up. And last year when we had those back-to-back ones, they didn't mow for a week or two. Instead, they helped staff clean up.
Yeah, we're basically, except for those detailed jobs with use of a chainsaw, because we require special certifications for that. Using rakes, blowers, moving bags of small debris around, that's all in what you're paying for us to be here. If you don't want us to mow and do that, that's what we're.
I mean, sometimes in case of emergency, one of the concerns for customers is equipment. I mean, we have, I don't know if you know, but we have an entire tree care unit too. So, you know, we work all together in sync. So we have bucket trucks. Yeah, so in case of emergency, case of a storm,
We have our
hurricane, I
tree
mean, the
contract
first thing
is
that you
with
need
You
is
just want
bucket
to know us
trucks.
first.
Our tree contract is with.
We don't have to be like, hey, Ross, give me
Yeah.
3 days, give me 3 days, I'll buy a bucket truck.
I'm assuming that'd be a great question. I mean, if you're considering.
Our guys, if you guys want us to be redirected to do something totally different.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, we're here for the community.
To me, that would be double
Jeez.
dipping.
Okay, so you have an arborist on staff then?
We have a certified arborist, Michael Providence.
Okay, and you mentioned that you would bring an army of people in here. How many trucks, mowers and stuff like that as part of your crew here? How many would you have?
Or it depends on the size of the storm. I don't.
No, I'm talking about daily.
Now it's totally
Oh, the normal, yeah, we're looking at right now 3 full mow crews minimum, and then at least 1 full detail crew of up to 5 people. Plus irrigation people, and a mow crew typically has 4. So we're looking at 16 as our minimum number in the mow season, plus irrigation with that number to go up as we look at the frequencies in the scope, not to go down. This time of year, you'd still have 16 people outside.
And I found it curious that you, we're gonna charge the same price the second year as the first year,
Yes.
and we're not gonna increase until the third year, it'd be a 5% increase.
No,
Then no increase the fourth year, and then 5% the fifth year. Okay. All right, and I also noticed that you had Stony Brook West CDD. Is that the golf course as well, or is it just the CDD itself?
That is not the golf course.
Okay,
It's not the golf,
It's not the golf.
all right,
Actually, the golf course just got acquired, right? It has a new ownership. It just reopened.
okay.
we do
And
for
they're-
golf
It
courses.
just
We
reopened,
do the
yeah. I
honor.
live in that area.
Yeah, it's been open for
Stony
about,
Brook West, they just
It-
reopened.
it's been open about 6 months.
They just reopened, yeah. New investor came to town and I live in the area. I live in Winter Garden, so that's why I heard.
Okay.
Any other, just looking at the clock,
No.
we've got 3 more to go. So any other questions? All right,
All right.
gentlemen, appreciate you
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you guys, really, definitely. for that.
Or can we take 30 seconds? Captain Wilkinson's here and he had come in. I know he's probably got other stuff he needs to do. Can we entertain him for 30 seconds? before we
That's
bring
fine.
I thought he was anticipating a brawl.
And I was
Thank you.
leaving
Let's
early,
talk about
so,
what you got, Rick.
y'all have Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Before we,
Yeah, okay.
if you're leaving early, did you review any of the proposals? Do you have any input on who the top 2 companies you would go with?
I don't really know. It's just listening to them and
Okay.
seeing, you know, since you didn't have a recommendation, I thought y'all would have.
We
a
don't really
recommendation.
recommend
Mhm.
anyone to you guys, just because we work with so many that it would not be beneficial for us to go, oh yeah, you should definitely, you know.
So 4 things I had, and I think this should cover most of what Captain Wilkinson's saying. Number 1, I had asked Angel to do certificates. So for the response at the shooting that was at the school, about 2 months ago, and we missed our last meeting.
Not at
Well,
school.
At the water.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, Todd just came over Publix. I will, and we haven't had a chance to talk in a board meeting since then. I looked at my watch, I think it's within 12 minutes of seeing the first posts of people talking about it, that Captain Wilkinson had given me a call and said, here's what's going on. I don't think there's any threat. I mean, but it was as much as he could give, as quickly as he could give. Called Angel called Lauren. I mean, it was, I really appreciated the fact that I know we weren't at the top of the list, but we were pretty close to it. And you know how responsive our community is and eager for information. So I appreciated you calling so we could get that out. I did ask Angel, this is every deputy who responded here. I think it's 80 something pages.
82.
Of certificates. I did not get a chance to sign these tonight, so I will get with you. So they're actually signed copies and bring them to you. But I want to make sure we were recognizing you guys for what you did in the community. So, and that's recognizing, but I also know that's par for the course for you guys. That's how good you are. So we appreciate it. The motorized scooter laws, I know has been a conversation here. I think your attorney isn't online, or
He
are
is
they?
online, actually, yes.
Okay.
I don't see him, but I've been texting him. He said he's in, so.
Okay.
Let's see.
Alex, are you on?
Participants,
Yep, Alex.
Alexander Card.
Yes.
Okay.
So Alex, we'll make it quick for you just because we got packed meeting. I know you guys have been here late. But I talked with Captain Wilkinson and the desire from the board was with these motorized scooters and e-bikes and hoverboards and whatever else. There's a lack of clarity in the community as to what is and is not allowed. And really, I got the data dump from Captain Wilkinson on what's in Florida state law, but that's not an easily digestible thing because there are gaps and seams and everything else. So really the two asks from the board were, number one, can you guys put that in a nice, pretty one-page cheat sheet that you can distribute out to the community? We'd help do that as well to help answer some of those questions that we get questions about. And number two, if there's a thought that from your all's perspective and ours, that there was a ordinance or something else that we would ask for from the county to help close the gap to get tackle some safety issues. I know it's coming to schools as well. Some of the SROs have had concerns. I'd like to, not tonight, but I would definitely like to open that conversation between you and our legal counsel to make some recommendations to both your staff and ours as well as what we may go to the county with.
Sure, understandable, and I am here. Thank you for having me. So to the first point about a cheat sheet and the information on the statutes, I agree with you that it's hard to digest. There's a lot of different statutes that cover a lot of different type of motorized devices or motorized vehicles. It's hard to put it in a way that is simple, and a lot of times it depends on what the individual might be driving. And I, as you guys are well aware, there's a lot of different types of devices out there these days. I'd also start with a brief lawyer disclaimer here that I can't provide legal advice because I can only provide legal advice to the sheriff's office, but I can definitely tell you about some of the rules that we come into contact with when we deal with these issues and how we typically handle them. So I guess maybe the simplest way I could try to put it is that for most statutes, there is a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, so to say. And that if a vehicle is under 20 miles per hour, it's typically seen as a vehicle that would not have to be registered and have a license plate. And therefore, it would be a type of vehicle that could probably be driven on a sidewalk and not a roadway. If it's over 20 miles per hour, then a lot of times the statutes start to require registration, license plates, and it would have to be driven on a roadway. There are some exceptions to that, and there are some rules that kind of contradict that, but that's the blanket rule is that. And there are the closest thing I could find to a cheat sheet that would help you out is that the DMV did make there's a link to it that I could send Captain Wilkinson so that he could forward to all of you, but they made a pretty digestible breakdown of the vehicles that would require registration, the vehicles that would not require registration, and some of the statutes that are associated with those vehicles. And the breakdown that they have is very well organized. It has statutes listed in each section that they reference, and it also has pictures of the types of vehicles that they're talking about. So I found it to be very helpful. It's probably the best cheat sheet that I've looked at that I think helps figure out in a quick way what is what and what rules apply to what vehicle. So that's something that I think might be the best sheet or kind of reference to use, because it's something that's from the DMV and it's something that already exists, and it's something that even some of our deputies have used in the past.
Okay. So I guess, and I'll paraphrase maybe on behalf of the board, but clearly traffic enforcement is not our thing. We pay for extra details to get additional enforcement. So my comment would be, if you can get additional clarity to your deputies, because there is an issue, there's a perceived issue, and making sure the deputies are clear on what they can and can't do, and what kids and residents can and can't do on them.
I'm actually gonna
And
tell her.
a reasonable level of enforcement. We're not dictating what that is. Obviously, that's up to you guys, but recognizing the feedback we get from the community is there is a problem, or at least a perception of one. However you guys choose to tackle that, we're here to help with that messaging. And like I said, from an ordinance perspective, if you think that's something that would need to happen, we're here to entertain that conversation, but I think we're just really raising it for you guys, not being the traffic experts. You know,
Gotcha. And
Sure,
yeah,
details.
I have had some of these questions come up before with deputies, especially about what law might apply to what type of vehicle, and then what kind of citation we can write. So that's definitely something that I've looked at before, and I can continue to train some of the deputies that we have that are in patrol. I can work with Captain Wilkinson, who I know has been involved in these issues as they come up. So we can get the word out for the deputies to make sure that we're doing the most that we can when these issues come up. We can definitely work on that. And as far as the ordinance goes, I don't know if you guys are aware of the ordinance that I think comes closest to this issue. It does have some relevant enforcement for motorized vehicles, but it's ordinance 2020-70. And so that is an ordinance that is in effect right now. There's some issues I have with it where I think we could maybe, I don't know, if there's a discussion later about making an ordinance to better tackle this issue, it might be one where this ordinance could be amended maybe. Because I
if
think
that's the ordinance, sorry to interrupt, that talks specifically about for commercial use, like Bird and Lime and those that came out of this board. I mean, we were the kind of the genesis for that, getting with the county, if that's what you're talking about.
yeah, it does talk about it talks about motorized scooters, which is a little bit more broad, and then it does talk about the micro mobility devices, which would be rented. So yeah, I'm sure that's the same one. So I wonder if that's one where we could add to language of that existing ordinance, or make a new one. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
What I'd say, just in the interest of time, is if we can get maybe Captain Wilkinson and you and Jane Carpenter, our legal counsel, or Jay and myself on a line, if the board's okay with that, and maybe hash through some ideas that we can bring back in the next month. That's, you know, and if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. But I'd like to hear from your perspective what you guys might edit into that.
Yeah, if I can add one thing, it's primarily electric bikes, scooters, and skateboarders. Those are the three that are, that seems to be it. And I think the one thing that was addressed is 20 miles per hour. 35, 40 miles an hour is what.
Yeah, the ones that are in the ordinance now are easy to tackle because those are commercial. That's easily discernible. The ones now, whether you're pedaling or not at any given time, lots of good areas. So if the board's okay, that Alex, if you're okay, that we maybe set something up right after the first of the year, we'll try to find a time to do a quick telecon on it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth talking about.
Okay.
What are some of the major complaints you're seeing from the communities? The speed of these vehicles on the sidewalk?
Well, not just the sidewalk, but also in the roads. I mean, the first person I talked to would be Deputy Clausen. I mean, he about got to the point in two months ago, SAC meeting, where he was getting ready to tell the principal, I'm going to tell every single kid in the school, you're not riding this to school, because it was getting so bad of people just running people off the sidewalk. And there are other kids that are riding fine, but there's a perception that kids aren't riding fine. So I think a lot of it's just lack of clarity on the rules, which you can and can't do.
Well, there are also kids not riding fine.
Absolutely, there are absolutely kids that will go downtown and
but also we have laws when you're in the road. You're riding a motorized vehicle at 40 miles an hour. I would expect that person to have a license.
Yeah.
And they don't. They're too young to have one. And they're going through intersections. And we've all heard this. Somebody's gonna get killed. Well, eventually they will, right? I mean, that's just what happens with things like this. But it's the innocents that would get injured in a situation like this. And it is out of control. It's all over the place. So it's a danger thing. We need clarification. That's just at the end of the day, we need that.
The third thing, Jack, I brought up the water for the monthly report. So we talked about that, and I think you got a solution. You were talking to one of the deputies, and even if we need to, I don't know, use one of the community service guys, or even if we had to use one of our detail guys for an hour to pull some somebody
Okay.
easily pull that down for us. And then the last thing, we've been talking about the office space piece for upstairs. I guess that's still being considered because we're looking at possibly some other communities. I'll get a commission because it was my idea first that I brought to you guys. So if you go anywhere else, I get 10%. But just let us know.
Cassandra and I get 80% of what we get.
There you go. I think there's still a lot of interest in that, so I know we had not given you a formal thing yet because you guys were still evaluating, but I think there's absolutely still a lot of interest in here to have you guys do that. How we may, I know you and I talked about who you may put up there and lining some of that up, so that can progress.
But does that mean we get more rounds through the community just because you have an office here? Because that's what it's being billed as, you know, having police presence in celebration. But if you're not going to do, you know, extra rounds throughout the community, what is your answer to that? Would you go out and be more visible within celebration just because you have an office here?
It would depend on the scope of the use for that office. So if I had my not undercover, but my plainclothes detectives working out of that office, then you're not gonna see these patrol presence.
And that was the intent to get those folks, was to get the patrol cars, so you get a visible presence.
But they'll be parked here, just right.
Correct. Well, but I mean, they would be driving through town as they're getting here.
Oh, I was just thinking, because I live in North Village, I would never know. You know, or out there where you are, we would never see any cars, you know, whether they're here or have offices anywhere else, we wouldn't see. Okay.
Since he's here, do we actually have a patrol plan or a schedule that kind of says when they'll plan on being and where they plan on being?
Yeah, we'll pick up the phone, call 911, they plan on being.
So that's the extent of the planning. In case we.
Well, I mean, you got a certain amount of zone.
I like the response to that, package that, redistribution. That we have deputies assigned in this neighborhood. So you have deputies that are assigned here that patrol this area all the time. But they do have additional responsibilities where they have to go outside the neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm not saying the day to day, I'm talking about like the detail that we had budgeted corresponds with a certain scope, does it not?
Correct. Yeah, that scope is set by Greg or whoever's coordinating that detail.
So Angel will assign them. I don't get into the business of, hey, gotta go to golf park today, but
Yeah.
Angel will work that based on what we're getting from the cameras and everything else.
And we typically don't release that. Obviously, we don't want people to know where they're at. But the board, absolutely, you could see the details.
That's what I'm at, and I'm wondering if that needs to be part of it's looking backwards in retrospect, just, do we have a report, or is there a report that shows where they were and when?
There's about 80 pages in this last packet.
Yeah, we put the detail reports in there. We just don't put the schedule in there because we typically don't want that out there. But if the board would like to see that, you can absolutely see it.
I'd like to see it.
As long as you don't share.
As long as you don't share.
Because I want to make sure me
That's
and Sandra and I get our fair share.
Well, because it just serves no purpose if it gets out into the community.
Well, that's when people say, hey, there's a speed trap in Celebration Place. Why do they keep posting that?
Right.
Totally defeats the purpose.
Kevin Wilkinson, I'd like to highlight some of your deputies. They've done outstanding work with the tickets. I got Deputy Blackman. Deputy Blackman, for example, 25 citations in one shift.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
They've been active.
They're very active, and I appreciate it.
They pulled a guy over behind me that was like riding me the whole time, and I'm like, finally, I was so excited.
Can I ask that moment? If you guys have any more questions for Alex?
We're good.
No.
Alex, I appreciate it. And thank you for helping me out.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you for having me, everybody. Nice to speak with you, and I'll talk to you later on.
Thanks, Alex.
Oh, I have.
You got one. Okay.
It was just nice to have two screens.
Any other questions for Captain Wilkinson? Or anything for us, sir?
No, sir.
Once you get those done, Greg, we can have someone on Russ this side, go drop those off
Oh, please, yes.
if you need us to.
And I'm out here all the time, so
Okay,
you want to contact me, I'll come and pick them up.
okay, perfect.
Thank you for coming.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm Jamie, thank you for being here, I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot to talk about, so, thank you.
All right.
I
who's
think
next
we're
on
up
deck?
to
Rotolo.
Rotolo. And by the way, they had someone from Rotolo on the thing listening to all of the proposals until I mentioned it to Jack and then he dropped off. So,
It is.
yeah, just letting you know.
He did, Angel, he did come on later. I don't know how much he may have heard.
Okay,
My
it's fine.
apologies for that. But he did not hear the first one. I don't know what
Okay.
heard of the second
Actually,
one. He may have just come on during the sheriff thing.
Gary sent me the text.
Yeah,
A good catch, Gary.
All right.
good catch.
Who's next on deck?
Rotolo. RCI, Rotolo, one of the two. I think Carrie's getting them. They're probably outside. Mm-hmm.
Not yet. I'm ready, boy.
Why is it cold in here?
I don't know, I'm drinking coffee, Jack.
You wanna take that, Mike? Let's check the punch here.
There we go.
Thank you, sure.
Come on in, gents, room for everybody.
Excellent, everybody come in.
So, appreciate you coming in, especially, obviously, it's a longer meeting for us, but we got between the 5 bids and want to make sure we're spending time with each one of you to kind of go through a detailed list of questions. So, if you want to take maybe a minute or two up front, just kind of briefly introduce yourselves. Obviously, we read your proposals, so if you just want to give a quick overview, and then we'll go around the table here just with any questions we have.
Excellent. I will start. I'm Scott Brewer, with Rotolo Consultants, RCI, corporate strategy, account manager, working on my 24th year. Ezekiel Davis, regional manager here in Orlando. Jeremy Carter, he is our division manager here in Orlando. On the far end is Willie Sims. He's our area manager, would be the project manager here for this project. In the middle is Brian Rotolo, CFO, owner of RCI.
Willie's the guy we want to talk to, so.
Well, I know, I told you, it's a great thing, Willie. I'm so glad you're here. A little bit about our company. I know you've had a chance to read through our proposal and kind of who we are and what we are. 45-year family-owned business, third generation ownership group. Who we are today is 30 years ago, same continuity, same opportunities. It built the business from a small 2-office operation to now 18 locations across the Southeast, running about 1,300 people, about 120 million in revenue. Very much set up with the operational integrity, starting with our owner, Uncle Keith, Keith Rotolo. The operational integrity plans that he put together for us, kind of go back to his time in the military as military police. We're very thankful for the Rotolo family and obviously what they've done for us and giving us the opportunity to be here. We have Carrie sitting back here and Russ. You guys provided us some maps, which were great. We've actually taken the time, energy, and effort to digitize the entire property by section, all of the beds included. In doing so, because everything we do is time and motion. Everything we do from maintenance standpoint. Couple of statistics, which nod your head if I'm accurate with these, that we came up with as we're doing our complete digitization of the property is 14 miles. That's the amount of soft edging that you have on this project, including bed edges and tree rings. 49 miles of hard edging within the CDD. 8 acres of beds, 9 acres of weed eating, but if you take that as doing 18 inches of weed eating, 6.75 miles of weed eating per service visit. 60 acres of bahia, it's actually about 60.35, and 49.8 acres of St. Augustine. We've taken time and effort to go through the property, with the hopes of being positioned to care for you in the future. We've taken the detail aspect of every inch of this property associated with the CDD. As we went through the mapping exercises, a couple of other things that were very interesting to us that came through were how the scheduling would be put together. I know in our proposal, we discussed 4-day work weeks, whether those are good opportunities. We looked at the general integrity of the property and how we could best serve the property with coverage. And again, circling back to our operational integrity and what it means to actually operate a facility like this. You're going to be speaking with a lot of other companies that are here, obviously that are here today. But one thing specifically with our company that I want to make sure that stands out is we're a family-owned business. We're not a holding company that has 9 subsidiaries with multiple of them that may be looking at this project. We're not a public company that's being traded on the stock exchange. We are truly a private entity that started out with one grandfather, then 2 brothers, and now in the 3rd generation of growth and opportunity here in these regions. I would open this up to questions, however you guys would like to handle it. You've read through our proposal, you understand a little bit about our history and a little bit about our company. Understanding that we're not just a landscape company. We have full service architects, different than a lot of companies that have designers. Actually, our head of architecture used to work for one of your old companies, David. Now he's our director of architecture for the company. From pressure washing to construction to water features that we're currently doing for Universal. Anything outside your building, we can design, engineer, construct, and maintain. So it's not just about the landscaping, obviously, that we're providing here with our pricing proposal, but you also get the complete organization to choose from, to pick from, to ask questions from. All of our subject matter experts across the company become part of this family as they are part of our corporate family.
Okay, we'll start with Jack for any questions.
You go ahead and start. So
There you go.
Every
Still
time.
thinking.
Every time.
Nice.
Hunt.
So I'm just gonna go through and I wrote page numbers here just as I was going through your proposal. So on page 11, you had your org chart, just the color coding. I just want to make sure I understand it. So you had blue boxes and green boxes. The blue ones are the on-site people. Was that the intent of that?
I think the colors were just a differentiation. Let me. Oh, sorry, grab the wrong one. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm looking at the same thing. Yep. Identified together. Yeah, starting with Willie.
So the top person in the blue box was Russell Flynn.
So actually move one step over from that.
So Willie on down will be on site.
Correct.
Okay, that was my next question was with Willie, so that answers that one. And then also you had an arborist and a mechanic that were at the bottom. Are they on site or are they just kind of as needed, but they come under that finishing?
So depending on the complete workload, more than likely, we're going to look to have at a minimum a part-time mechanic here with the amount of equipment and the expense of the equipment to keep it up to snuff, keep it sharpened, keep it turned around. We would have here on site.
Okay.
And it's some of that, to be honest with you, we've never been inside the building because what space we have in there to be able to put the proper equipment in for the mechanic to operate. If not, then we would actually utilize a mobile mechanic here for us.
Okay.
What about arborist?
And then the arborist as well?
No, he would be here as needed based on the work that we're doing on site.
And is that arborist price, is that baked into your number that we have
Yes.
access to the
Yes.
arborist whenever we need it?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Okay, so Russell Flynn is not on site. That was my next question.
No.
Okay, got it.
Excuse me. I want to refresh that. You said page 11, correct? So
Yeah.
Willie, and then it goes to Russell. So from Willie over.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm flipping to the correct page to make sure I'm looking at the.
So you're our contact here on site every day, Monday through
Yes,
Friday.
yes, correct.
The reason I had the question on Russell was when I looked at his bio, it said he's in charge of the Memphis, Tennessee, and Jackson market. So is he moving here?
That is still on discussion depending on what transpires here, but Willie
Okay.
is actually here.
Okay,
And this would be essentially, you guys, I think, call it a project manager. For us, we call it an area manager.
okay,
And then under him would be a Russell level supervisor. And then the rest of the team, you know, after that detail
Okay.
crews and the
but
organization.
Willie's the top guy, so we know he's here, so.
That's
okay,
right.
Perfect. And then everybody else you're saying here that's on this org chart is based out of your Apopka office, or? Like your regional
So-
manager, your division manager?
Yes, these
Okay.
guys, I am not, and
Okay.
obviously Brian is not. He's based out of our corporate office.
Okay,
I'm actually based out of our corporate office as well. Kind of work between all 18 of our locations.
okay.
Will we have the same crew every day here,
Yes.
or do you rotate them?
No, they will be based here. The dedicated crew that we have set aside for here will be dedicated 100% daily to this site. They will start and stop at the end of that building.
Scott, going down to that same page, the organization page. Your irrigation crew, is that one senior and one technician? Is it
Correct.
total two?
And then Stephen Pugh, who is our director of corporate irrigation. Obviously you guys have Maxicom. He's a Rainbird guy, 25 years in the industry. Actually would be in and out probably on a monthly basis, help supporting the team as well.
Okay. My next question is another organizational question. It's actually on page 19. You have mentioned that, the division manager is I'm quoting your proposal here, is the primary point of contact for receiving customer complaints and resolving issues. I want to make sure the person here needs to be the primary point of contact
Yeah.
for resolving stuff. And I realize that things may escalate, but I want to make sure the person here is enabled to deal with
That is
98% of the stuff that comes up.
Now, that also is the beauty of who we are and what we are, is that Willie is here.
Mhm.
He has a complete support team all the way up to, if he needs to call Brian or Keith Rotolo, our CEO of the company, that's our open door access to make decisions, make things happen. But yes, Willie is here. Willie will be the decision maker. Generally speaking, when we don't have a full on-site setup like this is set up, then
They'll
things,
roll up.
correct.
Okay.
Correct, but in this scenario, it will stop there, and then, you have, your.
Escalate as needed.
So he has the authority, decision-making authority.
Yeah, and I think it's important to know too, though, that like Willie, this is just different layers, right? So Willie's gonna be your main guy. You'll see Willie more than you will anyone else. Ezekiel's what we call our regional manager here.
Mhm.
So really, a lot of your communications, and we can do it different ways, but typically, a lot of your communication will go through our and when it goes to Willie, it's going to go to Zeke. Zeke's kind of the man behind the curtain. It's going to be full.
And that's fine, but we just want one point of
Right,
contact.
Willie will be your point.
Yeah.
And then me as the division manager, I cover other areas, but I'm here as well, right? So usually when what you just read, usually if it gets to my level, unfortunately, it's a 911. Here I come, be a
Yep.
fireman for the day, right?
Well, the
But
reality is you don't know what's going on day to day here. He
Correct.
does, so I want to make sure he's able
Right.
to fix things.
He
Yeah.
will be definitely, I'm fixing it with another layer of Ezekiel.
Yeah.
No, like I said, myself. And as I come and tour and look at the property, like these guys we all keep each other informed, we all communicate. So chances are I'll know if there's an issue here before it ever really becomes an issue.
Yeah.
And if it's something where I gotta get involved in, I always try to get involved on the front, right? I don't like fighting fires, let's put it out when it's small. But Willie will be your main go-to on the job.
Okay, perfect. That gets my next question. There's something good there. Page 21, and this was kind of a question for staff as well. You guys talk about one of your key aspects of your staffing approach. Industry leading retention. I mean, retention's a big thing, and especially in an industry where landscaping, I got it, you're gonna have turnover. So I guess for you guys and for us, what's normal retention? What's industry leading retention? What does that mean to us?
You want me to go with that?
Yes.
21, bullet 4.
So
our retention is about 90%.
That's year over year,
That's every year.
annual, okay.
So we're retaining 9 out of 10. Majority of our workers have been with us 5 to 10. And so that's from Willie on down. So not only do you have consistency with Willie here that would, be here for year, but everybody under it also be here.
Okay. And Russ, for you, is that, or Angel, is that above norm, about norm?
I mean, every company
probably.
says, yeah, I mean, every company has some retention that have been there, your core people, and the rest is kind of a revolving door. With landscaping. How long have you been in Florida? How many properties do you have in Florida? Well, I mean, your company doing work, because I know you're mainly based out of state.
Correct.
Okay.
So we were here in Central Florida through the 90s.
Okay.
We did work for Disney. They brought us here as part of why I grew up here. And then we moved, the center of the company moved to the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And there's just a huge explosion of economic activity back in like the early 2000s. We've come back. We have a presence in the Panhandle, I guess, since 2017. We've been hot and heavy there. So we're probably, I believe, we're the largest provider now in Destin, PCB area, Navarre, Pensacola. Here in Central Florida, we just picked up, the K through 12 system here in town, Orange County.
Universal 18 months ago.
Yeah, and Universal, that's the other side of our business, the installs. We're doing $45 million install for Universal Studios.
Was that the one that was awarded today?
No, we started it 18 months ago.
Okay.
We're still out there.
Okay.
It's 25 million of aquatics, and then it's 20 million of landscape irrigation.
Wow.
Installation and maintenance, or just?
Just installation.
Installation right now. I mean, it's like a whole new park they're building. Brightview's out there too. They're doing some of the hardscape, but us and Brightview are out there. So we've been in Florida for quite a while. But seriously, back in the market, I'd say for 6 years.
In this market, Central?
Central last 18 months.
Oh, so here in this area, 18 months.
Correct.
Okay.
Currently servicing 96 locations.
In Central Florida?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we picked up Orange County Schools, their whole K through 12 system.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the bulk of your work here in the Central.
That's a section that we picked up. We have some new projects coming online with what used to be Reedy Creek. Now it's Sea Tourism.
Mhm.
We have some projects with them coming in the next couple months.
I actually reached out to Orange County Schools and got some feedback from them on you guys, so.
Mhm.
Hopefully it was positive, because when I asked them if I could list them as a reference, they were like, we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
If you noticed, I didn't put their name and number on the sheet. It just had,
I used the interwebs and found them.
Oh, okay.
No, it was largely positive, but part of it too was, I
It's
mean,
new.
some of it was kind of too early to tell, but so far.
Yeah.
Well, that was a massive, obviously even this multi-million-dollar.
Yep.
It's only part of the system. We were awarded on, I think we got the official award on September the 19th, and we started October 1st.
Yep. So, okay. Page 22, you talk about your work max reports. Are those for customer review? Can you talk a little bit about the system? Is that intended to be something to interact with our staff, or is that just internally for you guys? What's the purpose of that system?
Like to take that one, Jeremy? Or?
Yeah. So basically the WorkMax system is primarily internally for us. Now, however, we have used it and we'll always use it. It comes in handy where if we get a call one day, hey, you guys didn't show up on the property. A large property like this, we even don't have that type of issue. It's a single one-off. We're there for a few hours. A lot of times we're able to pull those reports because the way it works also is some what we call a geosphere. So we can clock in. It basically shows where we're clocking in now, right? GPS coordinates.
Yep.
So it comes in handy a lot of times to prove, hey, we're there. That you not only you can see when we got there, you can see when we left, but it is primarily our internal way that we record time,
Track personnel.
hourly time,
Yep.
and generate a lot of hour-based reports.
And that's why I was asking the question. It seemed like a purely internal personnel management. That's why I was just curious in the proposal, because you mentioned, I wasn't sure if there was something.
Yeah, I think there are, and we'd have to check with our internal HR, but I think there are some reports that are more of activity, like quantity of logins, etc.
Yep. And I mean, honestly, we're not gonna really care. I mean, we're looking at the end result, whether it takes more.
No, understood. I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna be at the end of the building with, your 15, 18 people.
The other reports listed in the proposal will be more what you guys would normally see, like our monthly reports on all through quality inspections, those type of deals is what typically you would see. I think they list the work max a lot of times, just so there again, it's another layer, like we ever had to get to that point, but that's just some other thing. But our day-to-day operations, that'll be part of it.
Okay. And that one, I appreciate it. And when I read your proposal 23, you talk a lot about hiring veterans, and I noticed your leadership team is all prior military, so I appreciate their service being in here, but also the fact that you guys focus on that. Being an Army brat, that means a little bit to me, so I appreciate you guys mentioning stuff. Page 25 talks about the transition. So bullet 2, we were talking about coordinating with the current contractor and all that as part of your transition plan. I don't think, and it'd be up to the board here as well, but I don't think any more discussions, we were planning on doing an overlapping period of 30, 60, 90 days between the two. And I think it's going to be one guy disappears on Friday, the next guy shows up on Monday. And understanding that ramp up time is going to take a little bit of time, but
we understand there'll be challenges.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because you guys had sort of assumed an overlap there. I want to make sure that doesn't.
And from our perspective is like in our ownership, because Angel said, hey, be prepared to answer the question, when can you start? Right? We have assets available. We have people available. We could start as early as January the 2nd, if necessary.
We would need you the first. I'm just kidding.
Well, I knew I was going to get something like that.
We're just gonna stop the grass from growing for a day.
Yeah, stop.
But no, that we're positioned to do that. As obviously, if you spoke to Orange County, we keep ourselves positioned to ramp up for projects and be available. The coordination, let's say we're fortunate and you're saying, hey, we don't need to start till 2/1. I have it on good record that there is at least one person within the current group that has very positive favor with a lot of the people that are in this room and people that are associated with the CDD. Wealth of information. It may not be engaging their entire company, it may be engaging conversation with him, as far as transitioning, anything. If necessary, or if, oftentimes we just take them over, just like, hey, goodbye Friday, hello Monday morning. Hopefully all their stuff's gone and out of the way, and we're able to roll in here with all of our new equipment, assets, and then be able to push forward.
Yeah, and we have not, and again, that'd be a discussion for the board. We have not budgeted for any sort of contract overlap, so guessing more than likely would probably be a goodbye Friday, hello Monday.
And we're good with that. We're a customer.
Okay. The org chart, again, Russ, for you, I we talked about some of the other ones. They budgeted for 24 personnel. It's 22 their field workers, 1 supervisor, 1 manager. That seems at or above where we're at. Above. Okay.
Yeah. And the other thing, to your point, Mr. Greg, you were talking about our retention and our staffing. As Brian mentioned, our retention is, we're in the 90+ percentile. Some of that is we're a family business. Questions, concerns, issues, you can reach out to an owner and actually have a conversation with them. But part of that retention as well is the services we provide to our clients and our client retention, which is over 97%. So as your clients are retaining your business, it's because you have good people that are out here working for you. And so they kind of go hand in hand, as well as our H-2B program, which we discussed in there as well.
Yep, I saw that in there. Page 26, I did just comment, I liked a lot of the added things you did with some of the propane initiatives and organic chemicals and all that kind of stuff. So I thought that was interesting that you added that in there for some environmental stuff. The last question I had was, and this is a loaded one. You guys have won a lot of work here, just looking at what you've done over the past 6, 12, 18, 24 months. My concern is focus, right? I mean, you guys, when you win a lot in a short period, can you really scale to meet? Because you're going to be telling every one of your other customers the same thing you're telling us. Hey, you guys are number 1. There can only be one number 1, and that's got to be Falcon. No, I'm not kidding, but I want to make sure to talk to me a little bit on the confidence that the scalability piece here, because you picked up so much more in Central Florida, and I see you're doing a lot that's not in Central Florida. How do we know you guys will be able to jump in?
I'm gonna kick that off and I'm gonna let Scott pick, because this is a very similar question. It seemed like yesterday we were sitting in front of Orange County. They were basically saying.
I told you, I emailed them last week.
It's funny how now we're hearing.
It's not your question.
focus.
We're the other side.
Right, but the first time it's like, if you don't even be here, we're like, here's the deal, this is what you get. This is what I told them, and it still rings true. Yeah, RCI has been in business 40-something years, but in Central Florida, it's still a fairly new market for us, to answer your question. So the good thing is we're hungry. We're hungry. We want to grow this market. We're excited about this market. We're excited about this opportunity. Celebrations. It looks amazing. And so, as I sit there with Orange County, you know, rolling the dice, but we'll win you over. Trust, we will win your loyalty. And I can sit here based upon feedback that we're receiving what every other day just about. But we've done that. We're going to continue. And if we take this property over, we'll have the same goal. So yes, so we're focused. Luckily, because of what Scott's talked about, family-owned business, it is easy for us to pick up the phone, call Brian, or pick up the phone and call Keith and say, "Need this, this, and this," and we get it, right? If we need it for operations, we get it. The same way we are blessed with our H2B program. We need additional manpower, we get it. But Mr. Jack's talking about irrigation earlier. We'll have one senior tech, one labor. Yeah, but you know, if we have a big something happen, we need 3 more, they're a phone call away. You know, we can get whatever resources we need into this market. So to answer your question, Greg, and I'll let Scott finish, but yes, we will be focused and we will drive forward every day.
To reiterate that, as Brian had mentioned, they lived here. He grew up here, played AAU basketball here. He is our CFO, his brother is our president, our CEO, Keith, are very committed to Orlando. And you're talking about, yes, it is a volume. There's 3 clients, right? You're talking CF Tourism, Orange County Schools, Celebration. Right? Although it's from
3 very low maintenance clients.
But if you read it through our story, we cut our teeth in the gaming industry. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365. So calls at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, irrigation related issues. I need somebody here in 20 minutes. That's what we cut our teeth on. I mean, that's who we are as a company. We're used to that type of environment to, hey, I need, you know, XYZ designed before the next board meeting, which is in 2 weeks. We're going to put a couple different architects on it, put it together, and get it over to you. Whether we're having to pull them out of a Panama City office, a New Orleans office, or where we're having to pull them. As noted, you get the team. We're not a siloed business because of our family nature as a company. You know, there's not each little market trying to make their own little bitty budget because it all is one, you know, ownership. It makes a huge difference.
Okay. That was all I had.
Oh, we're going back to Jack. You wanted.
Oh,
I'm watching him.
He jumped in, but I don't have anything more for him. Just keep reading. I'm still reading the proposal.
So question, emergency cleanup, is that included in the overall thing? Is that additional?
So there are some basic aspects of emergency cleanup as far as to the specifications, but we have an environmental emergency division. Actually our COO ran emergency operations and stuff for the Coast Guard for years. So hurricanes, natural disasters, as you know, last year when a hurricane came through here, you can only imagine we had just finished digging a massive fountain and had it ready to pour concrete, and then it all washed out. But we move our teams around specifically when events happen to be able to support our clients.
So in essence, our emergency here is hurricanes. We normally don't get any.
Right. It was a very odd year.
So it was, but usually when we get hurricanes, it is a lot of chainsaws. It is a lot of clearing of the roads. and then hauling stuff away. Is that included in the proposal or is that separate?
No, those services are not an embedded service.
Okay.
Those were, I think we had to give some line item pricing on some. of those.
Okay.
But
I think you're also going to is, let's say hurricane hits Saturday or Sunday.
right,
Monday, can we have your entire mow crew help us clean up
Yes.
the roadways?
Yes.
instead of
So
mowing,
not only will your,
For the week,
not only will your
you're still
people,
gonna get paid.
yeah, not only will your people be committed here, Russ, but if you needed additional support outside of the,
then, yeah. I
you know,
get
18,
that.
20 people, then we would pull those people in. Cause I mean,
Yeah, at that point, you're horse trading. I mean, you're paying for the
Yeah.
people to be
Tit
here.
for tat on that for the week, yeah. It's obviously, if we got 1,000 trees blocking roadways and burn trucks and that.
Typically, if it's something our
It's like
maintenance guys can
Send the
handle.
cavalry or whatever.
Right.
And of course, you're gonna charge.
but no, you're right, you're swapping, you know,
Swapping.
we're only gonna mow half the month, and we're gonna use the monies associated with the other half to put towards the cleanup efforts.
I know you don't wanna
Billy,
give
I'm
up
gonna
your
put you
pen,
on the
Jack.
spot because I haven't said anything yet, and I heard your name a lot. What do you think your biggest challenge would be in this contract?
This is a new contract, this related to learning knowledge. I have all the support I need. So,
Okay, I'm just, I was curious, I hadn't heard from you, so I just heard your name, so.
A
I
man
just
of
wanted
few
to-
words.
Huh?
He's a man of few words like Jack.
Part of the reason, Mr. Tom, that we put together these very specific maps, that this said I am gonna leave for you guys,
We have them. We have digital maps.
of all your landscape beds and everything.
You can leave that.
Wait a second. You can put them in the package.
I'll take it.
We don't do that.
I'll take it. I'll use it too.
Yeah, so anyway, so it's. Man, I felt like cool about these things.
Scott, how
Right.
many veterans do you have employed with you?
Ooh, I have to look at the EOE report that.
Everyone we can, everyone.
Yeah, we have. I can tell you, I can think off the top of my head of 6 that I deal with personally on a daily basis.
Okay.
At our main office, but we have EOE reports that actually break down our complete diverse nature of our company and all of our veterans. That is something that, you know, if you'd like to get more information on, we can provide.
Tom, do you have anything else?
No, I'm good.
No, great, hit all my big ones like that.
But Jack hit all.
Yeah, good.
I appreciate it.
Angel, Russ, you guys have anything else?
No, just, I think we answered, you plan on utilizing this facility
Yes, that
here
is correct.
for the 1,500 a month.
Plan on working
Right.
out here 5 days a week.
Yes, 5 days a week, somebody will be here on site.
That's correct.
Okay,
And we provided a kind of a schedule that reflects that where, you know, some of them are 4 days and then you have a float day and then, but there is team members here 5 days.
yeah, as long as we have somebody on site 5 days a week
Right.
that we can.
By somebody, she means you.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
it
is our contact person, because when we have to go through 5 different people to contact, it's hard to get things done. And things get lost in communication, where it's very simple for us to walk out the door and go, hey, we've got this, this, and this. So it's very important that we have that one point of contact. Internally, we don't
However you
care
do it.
what you do.
Yep.
But externally, we just need that one person.
Well, I appreciate y'all coming in.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you all for the time and energy. Look, Russ is getting up. I better hurry to him. I'm getting up that.
I know,
He is gonna take a run.
He is gonna take
I am gonna leave them. Maybe they're prettier than what you have.
They're more than what Mark
There's
provided. Come on.
There's an office there. And then, yeah, those are all the.
Hey, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate you coming in. Next is United.
Jack goes first. Okay.
You're going first.
Please.
Thanks again, appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Scott.
Good to see you, all right? Yeah.
Look at this. The man, the myth, the legend.
No, no, no.
Oh, who is this guy?
He didn't shake.
I did shave last night.
No.
It's cold now. Yeah.
The air came on.
You notice that?
I felt
That's
the air
crazy.
come on. I'm like,
Why is the air coming?
Cold there or warm?
Cold.
There.
Take his jacket off.
All right.
Want us here where you
Probably in front of the mic, just so we can.
Yeah, whoever's gonna talk.
Especially since Sandra left, I'm sure she'll run the video. All right. If you just want to take a minute or two, just kind of introduce yourself, and then we'll just wait till the table. Oh, yeah. Russ will catch up. He's busy looking.
He's using the restroom.
There he is.
Hey.
All right. Floor's yours. You want to do a minute or two intro and then
Sure, yeah.
answer the questions?
Awesome, I appreciate it. My name is Brett Perez. I'm Regional Vice President for United Land Services. And we're excited to be here and be able to present to you all, our landscape package for Celebration CBD. Tonight I brought with me Thomas Hughes. He's more than an account manager, and we'll talk about that later. He would be assigned to Celebration, but his extensive background and knowledge on the install, the construction, the maintenance side, the irrigation troubleshooting, MaxiCom background. I know we have a resident expert, but it's great when you have that more than account manager feel and knowledge that we're going to be able to bring to Celebration. A little bit about ULS. We're pretty regionally based, southeast from North Carolina down to Fort Lauderdale, and then west to Montgomery, Alabama. We have a real small. We specialize. We do have some of our branches are actually like sod farms. Okay, so we have sod farms in Jacksonville. We have a nursery in Jacksonville. We have a sod farm in Tampa area that we can pull from, and then we have some specialty stuff like our Montgomery area. They do a lot of artificial installation. Down south, there's some sports field installation and artificial turf installation. So we bring more than just commercial landscape to the table here tonight. So that was a real brief. You said 2-3 minutes. I'm trying to stick to your time frame. You guys know me well enough. I could talk for hours if you wanted me to, but we don't need to. So
cool.
We're here to answer any questions you may have, and obviously I know there is some. So.
You would be here on site
Yes, ma'am.
Monday through Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can go into that staffing piece if you want. I don't know if
That was one of my questions, one of my first ones. So are you gonna be the production manager or account manager?
Account manager.
Account
Yeah.
manager, okay.
Yeah, Tom would be the account manager. We'd have a production manager as well. Obviously there is a branch of ours 5 minutes down the road, right down 192. We would use a storage facility here because we do want to have that direct on-site feel. We don't want to have to necessarily truck and trailer and equipment.
Shortens our response.
Yeah. The thought behind how we would operate out here, because again, 5 days a week is needed. Doesn't need to be everybody, but it's needed, right? And what we're thinking of is we got a little more creative. We're looking at rotating crews. So we would have the crew work Tuesday through Friday and a crew work Monday through Thursday. So that covers our 5-day work cycle to having presence on site. Again, all that is subject, I don't say subject to change, but if we realize as we're going to the community, okay, this isn't working, we're gonna come to you guys and say, okay, here's the adjustment. Doesn't mean it's a manpower change. It's just how we're gonna go through the community change. Because anytime we come out and we look at any new job, obviously we've never performed it. We've never ran mow crews through certain parts of any job. We're gonna put our best guess together on how we're gonna put it together. But if it's not working, we're not gonna come back and tell you, hey, it's not working, we need more money. We're gonna come back and say it's not working. We're gonna figure out how to make it. And again, that may mean, we work Monday through Thursday with a mow crew, so that way we have that buffer day on a Friday. We don't want to be out here as much on a weekend. You know how busy this area gets at certain times of the year. We have to fight the traffic to get back to our office every once in a while. We know. Mow crew Monday through Thursday if needed, and the detail crew, the trimming crew would be Monday through Friday. So we have a lot of different, almost like a playbook, game plans, like different options that we can come to Celebration to be able to attack it with if needed to.
But you would be here Monday through Friday. Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Staffing level wise, Definitely 2 full-time irrigation techs is needed. Obviously, we have the ability to supplement if we need an additional third, or if we're doing, if we run into some major wiring issues or an install, or, whatever it is. If we just are out here in the middle of the spring when it's hot and dry and we're not getting rain, and we need to go after it and make sure we're taking care of hot spots, we'll bring them out. I mean, that is not our concern. Our concern is contractually, we gotta get through the irrigation inspections 24 times, which is twice a month. We're gonna make sure that happens. We're gonna give the detailed reports to us, as stated in the contract. Mow and detail crew wise, in our RFP, in our package, you'll see where it says wintertime 10 guys, summertime 14. We don't look at it as like just a set number of guys, because we seasonalize and bell curve our labor. Every company does. So what we're looking at is obviously the lowest you would see is 10 in the wintertime. And that's gonna be like when it's cold right now. Like, I don't need 15 guys out here staring. Now, if I need them to go make sure our weeds are under control, or we're behind on something that we gotta get caught up on, bet the bottom dollar, we're gonna come back out and make sure it's taken care of. But when we kind of bell curve up, it may be, okay, we go from 10 to 12 to 13 to 16 by the peak of the summer, because that's what we need to get to the job. We have that built into our price, okay? But head counts are always very difficult. It's my 10 guys may be better than another company's 10 guys, maybe more efficient than the other 10 guys. So I don't like bidding everything off of like specific head counts, if that makes sense.
No, and at the end of the day, it's performance. I mean, we want to know there's a reality check. If you say, hey, you're gonna do this with 2 guys, or
Correct, correct.
But at the end of the day, grass is green and trees are tall, then we're good.
Correct. Yeah, well, I mean, trees are trimmed, yeah. They're tall, we have trimmed, right?
Never mind.
But the point to it is again, the maintenance side of it, the buck stops with me, like the operational side of it. Like I'm putting all my faith in Tom. I have 110% confidence in everything this guy's gonna do, because I've watched him do it at a very high level. I mean, I can give examples, but it's not needed right now. So he would be the guy. And again, I'm here. If he's like, Brett, I need 2 more guys today, the answer is yes. I mean, this adds to our area maintenance that we have around here. We do the Delta Hotel right across the street. We do Enterprise, obviously. Swan and Dolphin Resort, the Swan Reserve Hotel, Swan Dolphin Hotel, I apologize, the Swan Reserve Hotel, which are right across the street from each other. We're very close and very into this area. We run next to the branch 10 minutes down the road. This is another cornerstone piece to kind of our I-4 or celebration corridor that we have in here. So.
Check.
I noticed that you didn't give us a price for the 4th and 5th years. No increase at all. So I assume that you're only planning on being here 3 years?
No, sir.
Okay.
If we can get to that point, negotiate, we get a whole price, we'll hold price. But yeah, it's.
Okay, and how many people are you gonna have in your mow crews here? You said 14 in summertime.
Yeah, it could go up all the way up to 16. We would definitely want to have 2 mow crews. We are looking at having more of a Bahia.
2 mow crews and 1 detail crew?
Yeah, I mean, it could be up to 2 detail crews, again, depending on the time of the year. When we get to that 16-person time frame, kind of peak summer, we're probably gonna have a crew that's really just going out and eating all the Bahia grass, all your pond banks and stuff like that, because you don't want those to fall behind, right? Everybody's walking over there. That's where you have most of your animal activity from ponds and stuff. We wanna make sure that's maintained and always on point. So we may split mow crews off and then have a St. Augustine only for those. Their mowers are really touching St. Augustine and kind of limiting that ability to spread turf weeds. So,
Yeah,
through mowers.
and you mentioned 2 irrigation technicians and more if necessary. What about arborists?
Arborists, we partner with one right now to work with arborists. Obviously, I have some background. I'm not a certified arborist.
You're not going to be here.
I will if I need to be, but we do partner with arborists right now. We do not have one currently on staff locally. We have one in Jacksonville, but not locally.
Excellent.
Just going down through your proposals on page 10, you're talking about your hurricane response protocols and preparedness. Number one, just making sure what you outlined here is just part of your baseline services, right? This is not an extra thing. Okay.
Yeah, and we would run that, Greg, too. If hurricane hits, we're not mowing grass.
No, for sure. You guys are
So we're gonna
switch.
We've got 2 loaders right down the street.
Yep.
10 minutes away, they'd be dropped off out here to assist the field team and going after cleaning up.
And that was my next question, is just kind of high level of the equipment. You obviously know what we had to pull in a year ago, so that's all included in the base price?
Yeah.
Is bringing that, okay.
Yeah, I mean, because if we're not mowing, then I shouldn't be charging.
Yep.
Right? If I'm not mowing, I gotta be doing something, whether that's helping clean up, whether that's going to help straighten trees, you know, we've got 2 loaders in the Central Florida area. We have skid steers in the Central Florida area that we can easily bring in. 2 of them are here locally, like I said, 10 minutes down the road, but I have 4 more within 30 minutes. So, dump trailers as well.
Page 12, you talk about your safety officer. It doesn't talk about how they interact with the teams. I mean, it talks about general functions and stuff.
Yeah.
Are there random inspections? Is that somebody who's vetted with the staff? How does that work?
Yeah, it's a very good question. We have quarterly inspections that are random. They show up and they're checking more like an OSHA inspection, because we want to make sure, like, anytime OSHA shows up, they're not necessarily knocking on your door. They can be random if they want to. So that's how we perform, and we're looking at, you know, again, our guys should be in PPE. They should have steel toe boots on, working gloves, eye protection, ear protection, vest, you know, DOT certified vests. We are looking at the more built-in vest to the uniform tops, but that's a whole other conversation. But truck and trailer safety, make sure, you know, we're tied down, we're not over, you know, exceeding loads, that our drivers have driver's licenses that are legal. Like, that is a huge, believe it or not, like, uh-oh.
Oh, we believe it.
Yeah.
We've done that.
We I don't know if you've noticed, we're doing an install right now, and today there's this, it's called a Scorpion, okay, is what it's called, but on the 417 overpass on Celebration Ave, there's a truck with a directional arrow sign trailer. It's called a Scorpion. It's got these, basically, if you rear-end it, it's gonna collapse that trailer like you see on I-4 and stuff. Those guys, it's not as nice.
That one's rated for 65 miles an hour, so.
The one we're planning on using that out here when we're having to take care of Celebration Boulevard. That means we're going to buy a truck mounted blower, a front hitch, that when we're blowing Celebration Boulevard, it's towing that directional arrow Scorpion with the front blower on it and blowing just units. And then we won't have gentlemen or ladies on the backpack blower in Celebration Boulevard.
Okay, and that was one of my future questions on 27 in your equipment. So
It's
all your edge mowers, blowers are all configured for nobody standing in the road and.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And if we do catch them, it's like, it's progressive discipline. Like, we're gonna, first it's the coaching, then it goes to like automatic written warning. If it puts themselves in immediate jeopardy or danger of substantial injury or loss, like, it is a fireable offense in our office, our company. So we take it pretty seriously. I've told these guys in meetings and my teams, like, I don't want to be the one that's picking up the phone call, calling a loved one saying they're not coming home. That is not, nobody in here wants to, right? But we face that daily. We do. You know, because guys don't think, they don't use their brains, they just turn into robots sometimes. But the safety piece to that topic, quarterly inspections that are random, we're graded on them. They do impact branch performance, which then impacts how our teams are incentivized. That's makes sense. Not that we're holding that carry over because OSHA wouldn't allow that. But if they do not pass inspections, there is a ding to how we're graded as a branch. Metal gas cans should be used. Shouldn't be using any plastic gas cans. Water, first aid kits, CPR training, fire extinguishers. All of our boilers and our parts have strobe lights, like flashing strobe lights. So when they're mowing, they're on. If the mower's off, the lights are off. But our gators that we would use and the trucks that we bring on site, they all are gonna have built-in flashers. They're strobing, so like it's visible. It's not the little cheap, you know, spinner one that you see on
70s Wi-Fi.
And you mentioned gators. Are they street legal?
Somebody's next question.
Are they street legal?
The gators,
Yeah.
they have mirrors on them, they have seatbelts.
Do they have licenses on them?
Pardon?
Are they licensed?
License plates? Yeah, we need to put them on there, they absolutely will.
You can't get them. We just went through this. If they go under 40 miles an hour, you can't get them registered.
So if you can't make them street legal, you guys trailer them around the community? Is that part of the?
We would, we would then stay in the grass to transport as much as where we need to. We do have trucks and trailers, but I don't know where you're gonna park trucks and trailers in this community when you get to certain parts. Like, there's areas you can park on Celebration Boulevard, but when you get into downtown, try to know areas, there's nowhere to put them.
Yeah.
You know, we can go to Dovetails, but again, those are big, funky Isuzu tailgates that drop. I don't think that, again, we don't have parking. But I don't know if there's a lot of solutions aside from, you know, we have to designate some CBD parking spots, but that's not gonna be fun. But the way we see it working is you gotta use some form of smaller UTV that's got the towing capability to pull mowers. Again, from point A to point B.
So I know that's been a major issue that we've had to deal with.
I mean, if we need to commit parking,
we need to commit
we've got
parking.
a lot back there, so we can do that.
Right, yeah, that's what we need to go do.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's ways around it, but I do know we're trying to get out of the gator business. Because there's been a
compliant gator business.
Exactly. You are correct. There are areas that are unreachable unless you had a gator, but there's not a lot of them. I mean, there's some areas where trucks can go ahead and park. There are areas, there's useless left turn lanes on the boulevard, which is perfect parking spots. For some of that. So that's why I think a lot of it has to be towed by a truck. So, okay.
On page 27, so you, Tom's gonna be your account manager, your production manager, still TBD. So we use the nomenclature, the project manager, so that's gonna be in our, okay, I just wanna make sure. Page 30, you talked about areas of concern in your fifth bullet. I think that's talking about transitional type of stuff. As you guys are coming in, your phase development, phase one. So your areas of concern, those are priced in. Obviously, we've got some deficiencies here in the community, so that's all part of your baseline price to get those up to par.
Yeah, I mean, we aside from like coming in and re-landscaping a bed, you know, that's material. I mean, but if it's like, hey, we've got an area of turf that's heavily weed infested or just being neglected, yeah, we're gonna do everything we can to get that right. And then come talk to you and present like, hey, here's the issue. You know, if it's you know, a shaded area that's just not allowing plants to thrive, we're gonna try to bring those solutions to you. But yeah, I mean, our pricing is based off of what was in the scope of services.
But from your walkthrough, you guys did not incorporate any of the obvious deficiencies into your base price. Those would be add-on what you guys get going. Okay.
No, like if it's a fertility issue, yeah, I'm not gonna come back and say, hey, here's a proposal for, you know, $4,000 for additional fertility. No, my job is to try to get that going. I'm gonna come to you and say, hey, we have an area, or Tom's gonna come to a session. I'm saying, Tom's gonna be the guy. I'll be supporting him, but we're gonna come to you and say, like, this area doesn't make sense. You can't continue to maintain this type of plant or turf in this area because whether the oak trees have gotten larger or the lake bank's kind of eroded or the cypress knees have gotten in the way. Like, we're gonna come with those ideas, but there's gonna be anything in the contract or in our pricing that isn't, it's an additional service, if that makes sense.
So if you see areas, basically, I think we've asked the other ones this, you see areas out there right now that are deficient, right? They're not where they should be. Are you gonna hit us with a $20,000 proposal and say, hey, this is what we walked into, here's what we need? Or are you going to come and say, hey, this area is declining, obviously, give us X amount of time to get it up to speed? Or are you just gonna come in and start hammering proposals?
No. I mean, we can't do that, right? I mean, that's not fair, but not, you know, if it's, like, again, like I said, if it's plants, like if it's a whole bed of plants that's missing, I can only fix it to put plants in, right? But if it's trees that need to be lifted or bed weeds that are out of control, like, I'm not gonna be like, hey, here's an initial cleanup proposal to get this to where you want it to be. Like, we're gonna come in and give you a game plan, like, and give us till the next meeting to get this more presentable and work with you all more on a partnership versus you know, we don't want to be button heads with, here, we're nickel and diming this, we're nickel and diming that. Like, that's not, we're not gonna succeed that way. Like, long term, we want it.
No, my question was just how far in your base pricing will you go? So really the dividing line is if you need to buy materials, plant materials and all that, that would be an added cost. But anything as far as treatment and labor and all that, you guys are already understanding we're behind in areas.
Yeah.
That you guys are catching up. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the fertility side, especially in the turf weed control side is sticking point. Yeah,
Okay.
big issue.
But
if it is too, I don't know.
Yeah, no,
like,
absolutely.
we also know too, like, we're getting into the season right now where we had that, almost 35-degree night last night, 42, whatever it was, I was in Jacksonville, so it was colder there, but if it's not growing, we're gonna communicate with district staff and say, hey, listen, the Bahia is shut down. I'm not gonna mow that, but I'm not taking those 3 or 4 guys and saying, well, they're not gonna come to celebration anymore. We're gonna go move them to make sure detailing's tighter, lifting trees or making sure the bed edges are good. Pushbacks, we have the cantilever cutbacks on Water Street that gotta take place in March. Like, there are things that we have to stay busy doing. We should never say, well, aside from a deluge where we can't do anything, all right, this staff's not needed here today, go to another job. Like, they are dedicated 52 weeks a year to celebration. Barring brainstorms that we can't do, right? We're gonna clean our yard.
What about a hurricane? If we have hurricanes, and we have staff here that goes out and cleans up and say you don't need to mow that week, will you help us do cleanup as a trade-off?
Yeah,
essentially, not additional costs.
Yeah, because the labor force is still here, whether we're going or picking up trees.
And we're not gonna take this labor force and say, okay, you go to Swan and Dolphin. They already have a labor force. Like, we have different labor force pockets that we pull from, but Celebration is a dedicated labor force.
Okay. Issue track on page 37. Obviously you're familiar with what we've already been using the cell service, and then we're moving over to GoGov. Is your issue track software, is that solely internally facing for you guys, or is that intended to be? Okay, so tell me a little bit, because you obviously know the systems we use. How does Russ sitting in the middle of that? How does he swivel between the two, or how
No, so well, yeah, I don't know if it would tie to GoGov necessarily or cell service now. And it's more it's not even proprietary. Something like you guys could go get GoGov.
It's your
right?
thing.
It's our thing.
Yeah.
It's our issue track. But it's more like, here's a link, and it's more of an email that the customer would fill out. So any resident, if it's a CD related issue, they can send it in. It then creates more of a tracking, and then we can close that loop in that track. And then once we close, like Tom would get that email, he goes out and takes a picture, says, oh yeah, this work was done, and responds to that email. It actually closes it in the system and then emails back the person who sent it. So they know it was complete. So it's kind of like cell service, but it's solely for what we're doing on the CG side. So
I mean,
we'll be internally.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be focused, as you know, getting everybody to get. I don't want to throw another thing at residents. The reds are going to explode.
Yeah, no, it can be used solely in here. Like if Russ and Angel wanted to, send, or any of the office staff or board members wanted to have it where they said, here's the issue we had. Like, can you send it directly to us? We're able to then close that loop. And once we close it in our phone, it emails you directly back.
We're just gonna use him. We're gonna walk out the back door and go straight looking for him. Yes.
Yeah, don't miss. Don't get him in a bad spot.
The last question, obviously, you've been here, you know us. How much time do you plan on being on site? Obviously, Tom will be here full time.
I'm in
What do you think?
Orlando 70% of my week. I've stopped in at the Swan and Dolphin. I'm just giving you an example once a week. That's 10 minutes down the road. It really, if I have to be here weekly, I can absolutely be here weekly. My goal as a regional is I want to employ people.
You want to enable him.
Right. I want to enable. I want to make sure that the people that I employ get the job done that we need done, that Celebration needs done. But if he can't or needs my help, or you all have a question,
We want him enabled as well.
Sure.
I also recognize you've been here, and especially in the transition period, I want to make sure we're getting.
100%.
We're gonna need more FaceTime from you, so he's getting the data done quicker rather than us having to give it.
The other thing that we would do with the transition period is it wouldn't just be Thomas. Like myself would be here, Jason Ackman would be here, other managers would be here. Like we want to make sure this thing takes off, more like a smooth plane versus Jack flying a fan, right? I mean, we want this thing nice.
Jeez. Didn't know we went back that many years.
But no, we definitely intend to. It's not like, okay, we got Celebration, Tom, it's yours. Hey, we'll see you guys later around the door. Like I'll be here for sure because we want to make sure that it takes off and you get the needs are handled. They're handled professionally and promptly. And the issues are identified timely and not reactively. That's I mean that's a big thing that be very long-term successful for any landscape vendor that's out here if they can do it. And then the communication is because communication is key. You need to be able to tell your story. We use a very similar auditing system monthly that,
So you saw that in the RP, we want a monthly report.
yes. Pretty good at doing
That was all I had. Thank you.
it. You're welcome.
Jack, have any questions? I just wanna make sure.
I passed.
He punted again.
Jeez.
I didn't find it. I asked for a question.
So I'm gonna go back to. I guess it's not, I think, Greg brought up in terms of, there are a lot of areas that need more help than just in trimming any of that. There's just this flat out replacements. Yeah, you always mention North Village because that's what you do. I always mention East Village because that's what I do. Greg, Artisan Park, and your house. But right? Am I wrong? Sorry, I'm simple.
And
But there's areas where there's just, it's the holidays. But there's just something where you know. Shade or whatever, it just needs replacement. So does this proposal take that into account? Because it goes back to what Greg was saying, that does it take into account this? There's either grass replacements or some replacements.
If the issues are handled through the scope of services, then yes, that absolutely it incorporates that. But if there's a material cost associated with it,
Well, there's definitely gonna be a material cost.
Yeah.
so that
There's almost no grass left. right?
Here, yeah, I mean, here's what I mean, when we get to those issues, if we get the opportunity, to get to those issues, I think it can be treated on a case. If I'm gonna come to you and say, hey, listen, there's 30 square feet of sod, I'm not like, hey, Tom Board, here's a proposal for 30 square feet of sod. Like that doesn't make any sense, like for us, or for you, right? That's again goes back to nickel and dime. We will work with you all on whatever it is. We will be honest with you too. We'll get to a point where like, hey, listen, let us try to work on our pricing. Let us try to, maybe we can get as close to cost. We've done it in the past too, where, hey, why don't we just do it at cost and you cover labor? You know, so yes, you're still paying for the material, but you would have to pay for the material regardless. Did I capture any material costs outside of irrigation repairs in this contract? Not necessarily, because nowhere in the scope is to say you're supposed to come in and just start giving free stuff away. And we will work with you, but I can't, like it's a hard number to pin down in a maintenance proposal.
No, I get it. I don't think anybody expecting it's free. Just always there's a cost, but I'm just trying to figure some of that stuff out in some of these areas.
I mean, there's a reality we're getting in the first 6 months and Tom's gonna be on your ass.
oh, yeah.
And you know,
I'll be calling.
Yeah,
I'll be
well,
calling.
and there's
Yep.
we're trying to figure out, hey, is that a $50,000 number? Is that a $500,000 number that we're starting to plan on of how much stuff we're gonna get based on you guys kind of walk the community?
And we do this, we're doing it right now in another property. We're working with more of a CapEx mind, like we're laying out a 5-year plan. And it doesn't have to be 5 years here.
Right, no, I get it.
But
Yeah,
like,
Tom,
hey,
you almost made it.
identify areas of need ASAP. Let's work those. How big are they? We break it off into different sections. So maybe it's a year 1A, 1B, year 2A, 2B, and really try to make it palatable so it fits a budget too, right? I mean,
Right.
we
This sounds familiar. That was my plan initially. That's what we're doing. 'Cause you
But we
can't-
are doing that.
with the existing manpower, you can't do it all at once. I mean, it's impossible for any company to do that. Nor would you want to, right? You want to go ahead and phase it in and see is it working. So I get that.
But the other flip side of that is if we come out and say again, the Bahia is not growing, we have a small install job. Maybe all it is you're paying for the material because the labor's already here. We can use that mow crew to go put that material in, and now there's less labor costs. That's all the details that we can work out when we get to those issues. Does that make sense? Like you're paying for labor on site, so maybe it's like, hey, cover the cost of the material. Labor's here. We'll put it in with that labor that day. Now, if it's a big, you know, hey, we're redeveloping downtown. I'm not going to pull your labor off of doing their maintenance to go replace all of downtown, right? That doesn't make sense. Then everything else is going to fail. So we have that ability to think outside the box. It's not just, hey, here's an install crew. You're going to pay for their labor, their material, maintenance crew stays. We can maneuver and bottom those situations.
Yeah, I wanna drill down a little bit more into the hurricane, because obviously when we all see it coming, you're gonna get 100 phone calls from 100 different people asking, what do we do? What are you doing? What's the expectation? You know, what you do in a bigger prep, or is it, hey, your crew is your crew, they'll get there when they get there?
No.
Pull up from other areas?
Yeah, your crew is here. Yeah, your crew is.
Yeah, I
absolutely
get
here.
that. We got it.
If it's safe for our staff members to be on the road and to get to where they need to go to facilitate the job, then absolutely we're gonna be here. So it's not like that crew's gonna go to Swan and Dolphin or Harmony or wherever else.
Yeah, but I'm looking globally, because you're not just a tanker forward.
Right, we have, so I was getting, yeah, we have that ability. And like, if the storm hits the East Coast and our Tampa market's wide open, we can pull resources from Tampa. They have a skid steer, they have a dump there. We can say, hey, we're bringing over 3 guys, and they're gonna help our 15 guys. We're gonna supplement off that labor to assist. Absolutely, we have that capability. Down south, we have guys in the Fort Lauderdale, like Fort Pierce, Fort Market, Jacksonville, we have like 4 branches in Jacksonville, install division in Jacksonville. So again, it all depends on where the storm's at. Storm hits the west coast, and we get a little bit, we need to pull from the east coast for labor, we can do that. Pre-storm, even prior to other jobs that I've held, I was very big on the communication side. Like, I want my account managers, I typically will type up like, hey, here's the storm track update today. And I'll send it to them, like, share with your entire, all your boards and all your property managers. We will track that and say, hey, here's what our game plan is now. We're still on, status quo. We're still working with it. And as we get closer, the updates will start changing. We want to make sure that gets out, because we understand y'all's concern as well. Once that storm hits, okay, how soon can we get back out? And it's always like Tom said, once it's deemed safe enough for us to be on the road, same thing with field staff, we're going to be here. We got to start painting out. So that's important.
Can I add to this statement, because this is one of the concerns I've had since I moved here. I saw how it was. I saw how it was last time. It's a little different because, like you said, how it can access roads. That's one of the major problems, is for us to down the branches.
For you all to be able to access roads.
Yeah, people need to, especially emergency vehicles, need to get out. Some property that was damaged, or trees leaning on homes and stuff. So that's my biggest thing, is how long does that take for something like that? That's
it shouldn't take long. Again, as long as it's safe enough
For us to get here.
To get here.
And-
If EMS or fire has to get through, they're gonna come and go through.
Right.
They'll do that.
Your
Like-
crews are local, so it's not like you're shipping them in.
Absolutely, yeah, we're not bringing them, trucking them in from any city.
Well, like for Infomark, if winds are below 40 miles an hour, we can deploy, is it 40 or 30? For Infomark,
Russ is out there at 80
You're
miles an
asking
hour
me?
winds.
yeah.
I thought it was 60.
It's,
Angel, don't tell me anything different.
it's like 40. I think it's 40 miles an hour winds. Once they're below 40, we're deemed safe to be able to be on the road, to be able to get back out
But
here.
we do have managers that are very close by. There are managers that are very close by. We do stock, like when we see these things coming, and even going into the summer, you're upping your purchases of chainsaw blades, bars, chains, not blades, but that kind of stuff. So you have it, and as as a storm comes or gets closer, you'll see everybody riding around, and we're all doing the same thing. We're all, oh wait, we gotta go get more blades, we gotta go or more chains, we gotta go more bars. But we have already in stock, chainsaws, pole saws, again, loaders, skid steers, dump trailers. Like, we use it on a daily basis. So we're pretty comfortable with that as well.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Anything else with that? All right, gents, appreciate you coming in. I know it's been late long.
Thanks, guys.
Coming in.
Thank you.
Good to see you again, Brett.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you spiffed up, man.
Try to.
Are we gonna talk to Juniper too?
no, that's not a word.
They didn't apply.
They didn't submit.
No, they didn't.
So their assumption is we can always consider them, but they.
Okay, so there's no reason to go through this spiel with them.
No.
Yellowstone should be the last one.
Correct. That's
All right.
my understanding.
Yellowstone, and then we are,
Are they still up there?
Oh, yeah, I can hear them.
yep. So once we talk to Yellowstone, then they can all stay out and you guys can discuss, and then we can call them all back in.
5D,
Yeah, but there's nothing there. What was it for?
This is the day we wish AAA landscape, isn't it?
Right?
We held
Gents-
out, but we're good.
No, I appreciate you staying. I know it's been a while here and thank you because we obviously had a lot of questions for all the different bidders we had. So I appreciate you
No
sticking
worries,
around
absolutely.
and taking the time. If you want to take a few minutes, just kind of briefly introduce yourself. Obviously, we've read your proposal.
Okay.
And then we'll just go around and do questions.
Yeah, Kyle Nursey, Business Development Manager. I've been with Yellowstone for about 3 years now.
My name is Eli Samuel Flores. I'm working with Yellowstone around 7 years ago. My current position is account manager. I got one portfolio. I'm happy to stay here.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Obviously, Forrest would be our account manager for this property.
On site here.
Yes, this would be his only, obviously, it would be his only property that he would oversee.
Okay. Jack, did you have any questions to start? Or do you want to punt to Tom? Or punt to me?
I'm gonna punt to Dave.
Punt to Dave. We have a reverse order this time.
What? Yeah.
Dave, you fire first.
Well, I'll start off with my favorite question, which is the same one I asked all the other ones. So we're gonna get a hurricane at some point.
Correct.
Tell me what happens when everybody's calling you and saying, what are you doing? When are you gonna be here? What's our expectation?
Obviously, our number one priority is once all of our families, everyone's safe with the crew and stuff like that. We will send out, we have dedicated teams that will go out to each property, they'll split up. Unfortunately with, which again, most of the companies you guys have talked to, all the larger size companies and have the bandwidth and have the resources to do it. I will tell you, we have a branch in Fort Myers. When the hurricanes came to Fort Myers, we brought trucks and crews from Texas, I mean, completely out of the state and stuff like that to help out with. So we do always make sure, first thing we're gonna do is come in, assess the property, get anything out of the roadways that are blocking it, to perform safety parts of it first, and then we will discuss obviously next steps of, with the board, with the on-site manager, I mean, everybody.
So you have that capability, you're not just showing up with a, weed whacker saying, all right, we're ready.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And our board, if you wanna, any of the stuff that you've had or. You know,
Definitely, like exactly you said, after all the families they say they'll come. Like if I'm the manager in the property, I come in myself first, I check everything, definitely clean up the first thing, the main roads and make sure so that something happen, everybody got the ability coming out, coming out, coming in, so. And definitely we got the personnel to clean everything.
And that's obviously Daytona, I mean, and we have 4 branches just here in Orlando, and the greater Orlando area, so. You have plenty of labor and resources to make sure that it's out there very timely manner.
I also didn't see any mention of like an arborist that you have. Is that if we have a tree problem, which we have tree problems, we have people call up and say, "I like my tree isn't sick." We don't have that capability.
We have certified arborists on staff.
There you go. Yeah, that should be one of his questions. That's probably. I did. Well, the other one I have is that based on our location and the history of this town, there's different level of service. I think maybe you can appreciate other of your normal HOA area. You have like people on staff or people that are familiar with not only celebration but like that level of service, that higher end, even like Disney experience, because obviously there's a lot of.
Yes, we do. I mean, honestly, we were at the Swan and Dolphin for many years. Just obviously here, we also have boards actually managed, which the Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Yes, we are familiar with it. The high end stuff. We have 4 branches throughout Orlando and AAA, the Verizon headquarters. I mean, we also have obviously large HOAs, Palm Serenella. We do stuff and we understand the level of service here, understand what you guys expect. Obviously, no surprise, you guys have all seen the numbers. Our number is much higher than.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, why is that?
We know what you guys expect, and we know what Celebration wants, and we know what it takes to provide that service for this community.
Because you're like $200,000 or $300,000 higher.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's, again, I don't know how these other, I mean, you know, how they bid, if it's, you know, the manpower wise.
Yeah.
I can be very transparent with the man, I don't know if you guys have asked other companies, you know, how many guys they
Yep.
plan on staffing it with.
Everyone.
I can-
It's one of my questions. If somebody
One of it,
steal from-
Go for it.
I can go ahead and run through it. I mean, obviously, we have Flores, who's our dedicated account manager. He also will have an on-site superintendent. We'll have 8 guys on the mow crew. 4 guys on the detail crew. We'll have 1 guy that's always doing weed control. We also have 1 porter that's assisting wherever he needs to be with those things. 2 full-time irrigation techs and a full-time spray tech. So you're looking at 19 people out here.
Every week, every day.
Yep, obviously, in the wintertime, you will drop some of it. But I mean, for the majority of the time, 3 months out of the year, you're gonna have 19 guys out here full time. And again, I have no idea what those other ones or, you know, for example, but that's how we get, you know, to our number, and we're very confident that that is enough staff and to provide that service.
So I'm sure you've driven around Celebration and seen the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
What does your plan look like to bring that back to a certain standard?
Well, we do have basically what we put together, and it wasn't, I mean, I can kind of go through it for us and talk a little about when he takes over a community, but we have a 30, 60, 90-day game plan, obviously, to, one of the biggest things, obviously, of property of this size is right out the gate. Like, you can't get behind, you've got to start early. And obviously, it takes time to do it, but if you don't have that plan in place, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And so we do the 30, 60, 90-day plan, which we have in the proposal. Again, I can sit there and go through each one of the things on there, but yeah, if you have it, page 5, 6, and 7 is in there. That's obviously one of our biggest things. I mean, I will say, and actually when I came in today, it looks like they've done some stuff over the past month. Anytime I've been out here, I've been on this community times, one with the previous company, but I would say the fertilization chemical treatments is one of the things that we drive through, and you know, the turf weeds in the meetings and stuff are first thing, and the last time was extremely noticeable. Not sure we're there, obviously that's one of the first things we always do. And if we need to apply extra applications, we will, but that's gonna be the first thing, the soil testing and irrigation, checking that, make sure where those things are, if there's deficiencies in those too.
Are those gonna be by a proposal to bring the property up to standard, or?
No, that's all in there. Again, when we come in, the first thing we're gonna do when we come in here is have our irrigation. I mean, we're gonna go through that whole entire irrigation system. See where the issues are, give us a full irrigation audit, that's all included in our proposal. And then stuff that needs to be repaired and stuff like that, then yes, that stuff would be in the proposal.
So dovetailing on that though, obviously you did the site walk and there's dead things and dying things and things need to be replaced. How much of that material is included in your base price?
Material wise is not, like any plant replacement is not included in there. Basically going through and doing, you know, the audits of the systems and going through and there and, you know, what's their actual replacement of it. In our price. And obviously that's just because of, we wouldn't want to put that in there for that X amount of years when it's a one time.
Sure. So,
Are you planning on using gators for moving things around?
We know you guys know gators on the main boulevards and stuff like that. We do have some. We would like to use some Kubotas in some of the areas, especially in the building.
Same thing.
Same thing. Okay, same thing as the gators, but we do know that now gators, Kubotas, any of those down the main boulevards. Sometimes to get to some areas on the fourth quarter to be efficient, it is beneficial sometimes for us to use them in certain areas, but understand the restrictions of where you would like them and not like,
I mean, it's really the street legal piece is just.
yeah,
When you have the sheriff's captain tell you a month and a half ago, hey, by the way, stuff isn't street legal.
correct.
And we're dealing with the same thing in-house with our own staff, so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So. Good meeting.
No, the answer that size crew, that was interested in that.
Okay. A couple things I had, page 4. And it talks about pest control. Can you just confirm the frequency that you're doing your pest control treatment? If it said you were inspecting monthly, the header says you're doing it 24 times a year. The PWS says it's supposed to be 24 times a year. I just want to make sure because there's some conflict there with some monthly.
That's irrigation sprinkler.
Irrigation is 24
Pest
times a
control's
year.
Pest control 4 times.
4 times a year.
Okay.
Now, but we're always observing and looking for pest control. And again, I mean, the fertilization is, you know, the pest controls, I mean, that's obviously an ongoing thing. We're always, every month, we are looking for that stuff. If there's things that need to be treated, where we see pest issues, we're going to treat, you know, on an as-needed basis.
Well, the irrigation piece on DI, it says you'll inspect them monthly, but the requirement of the contract is to inspect them twice a month.
Twice a month, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure.
Irrigation.
Yeah.
So irrigation, yes, it's twice a month.
Twice a month.
Going
Okay.
through the whole entire system 2 times per month.
That's what I want to make sure. Okay. Page 24, you talk about your equipment, and this kind of goes back to somewhat the Gator question. You list your equipment that you've got in the entire region. Can you talk specifically about what equipment you're bringing here?
Yes. I actually have. Had it in notes, I knew that one was probably gonna come up because I did see in our proposal. So for our equipment here, basically I'll run very transparent, 3 trucks, 3 trailers, 2 Kubotas, an irrigation van, 3 72-inch mowers, 3 52-inch mowers, and then our 2-cycle equipment.
Russ, I'm gonna look at you and ask you for a sanity check on that.
Good start. I'm sure if they need a little bit more, they'll get it, so.
Yeah,
I mean, they gotta get the job done.
Mm-hmm.
and again, the way we come up with our equipment list is obviously how we break up our crews, you know, the 2 mow crews and then having a detail crew and making sure that, you know, obviously we'll have 2 trucks, you know, for the mow crew, some of that irrigation, that kind of how we map out the flow, you know, throughout the property, the, you know, mow days and stuff like that is kind of how we come up with the equipment of how, you know, how many sections we're gonna get done each day.
Yeah. No, and ultimately, we've said this to the other bidders. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care how many people and how many mowers you have. I just want to make sure the job's getting done.
Correct.
But I also want to make sure it's realistic,
Correct.
being accommodated for your pricing, that you're not going to have one dude out here with a weed whacker and expect to get it done. So,
Correct.
that was all I had.
Do you guys plan on using this facility?
Yes.
And then you noticed it was $1,500 a
Yes.
month, okay.
Yep.
And you'll be on site Monday through Friday, you're our direct contact. No one, you know, we only deal with you.
That's
Okay,
it. And then obviously, if he ever needs, you know, Pete Whitman is the branch manager.
I need support at that people. And my plan is if we take the contract, take 4 of my best guy I got in my shop and bring to here to make sure we do the job and good quality. So,
And just so I understand his level of authority and get it, because it's been a
Yeah.
problem.
oh yeah.
I want to make sure, like, I mean, up to the point of if he needs to terminate somebody, he doesn't need to make 7 phone calls to do that, right? I mean, okay.
he's got all the decision-making power here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anything that goes on here, Lord owns it, he's got the decision to do it. Our branch manager is always going to support him, obviously Forrest is the veteran here, has been with us for a long time.
and
Very
the guys
trustworthy.
that you have here are dedicated to celebration, they're not gonna be pulled
Correct.
off, they're here
We're here 5 days
working.
a week, this is it.
Okay,
And I will, you know, mention again, obviously we know West Side and I've gone into a little bit about it, giving you guys a man hour. You know, one of the other things is obviously keeping guys.
I will say that I know that we probably definitely pay our laborers, our frontline workers, probably a little bit more than our competitors. We've been told that. Our average frontline worker tenure is 6 years, and we're talking guys that are on a mower, entering degree. That's pretty impressive. One of the things that our company had rolled out about 4 years ago is our frontline incentive program. And Forrest is familiar with it as well. It's basically all of our guys, no safety violations, no unexcused absences throughout the growing season. They receive a $2,000 bonus at the end of the growing season. And we're talking again, our frontline workers. We're not talking here, we're not talking account. Those guys are incentivized as well. Right? You know, we do get asked the question quite a bit of the pricing. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys.
Yeah, you are usually the highest.
We
in the
are
room.
always the highest. And again, but we want to make sure that when we take over property like this, I mean, the biggest issue you're going to have is if you're turning over guys every month, every however long, guys leaving because they're at the gas station and the competitor comes up and says, I'll give you 50 more cents an hour. And they jump ship and now you get to replace that guy. Generally, when one guy leaves, his whole crew is going with him. We do things here to prevent that from happening.
So how's he gonna be incentivized? So you mentioned the frontline.
All of our account managers are on, basically anyone in our company is on some sort of incentive plan. Okay, to be honest with you.
And how is that structured with?
I'm Forrest.
All right, each every worker, we give one check in November, $1,500, and the 4 months take $2,500.
No, how are you incentivized? What's your incentive plan?
Oh no,
with the enhancement and stuff like that is basically.
Oh yeah.
I don't need to know numbers. I'm curious. What are
Yeah.
you guys hanging in front of him as far as incentive?
Safety, enhancement, revenue, obviously hitting the goals of the company when we.
So providing enhancements and getting additional
And
work.
safe, and again, everyone on the operation side is incentivized off of safety if the branch and, if your book of business has no safety violations, he's getting incentivized.
Oh,
Okay.
I did not have any other questions. We're good. Appreciate
Thank
your time.
you.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Carrie, just have them all wait.
Whoever might be left.
Huh?
Whoever might be left.
Yeah. I don't know.
Everyone's
Everybody's there, okay.
Everyone's gone.
Oh, everyone's
okay.
gone? Okay.
Okay.
They might just be outside in their trucks.
Yep. Checking them out.
Yeah, they're not gonna miss who you awarded to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me why are they here? Were they invited?
We have them on the agenda for a third party.
Yeah, I don't know why necessarily they're on the agenda.
Let's get it to the third party piece when we're done with this.
Yeah.
We're not gonna bring him in now. So.
No, they didn't.
Yep.
They chose not to bid because they were the incumbent.
The last statement they made was, hey, we know you're going to bid,
Yeah.
but you've done a good job deciding.
Yep. Then
That was the last communication.
you'll
that
stick
was-
with us for the same price.
So to drive the conversation, so my first question would be, do we feel like we want to stay where we're at or somehow delay this based on what we've seen from Cooper since I noticed 60 days ago?
So I'll start. So, again, it's been a year-long struggle, that. I mean, the last meeting we had with everybody on here, this is what we're gonna do. Didn't see anything for 3 weeks. Yes, and it got so bad that as we approached beginning of November, middle of November,
Mid-November.
the flowers in front of World Drive sucked. There's nothing short of that. Well, the water side was just it was falling apart. And so all that was done within, I think, by the time all the flowers were ordered and everything else, it's probably about 2.5 weeks. They got all I have another company to go ahead and do it. It was all done.
Yep.
That's something that Juniper should have done.
Can you give me the quick summary, because I have noticed a lot of stuff. What did we bring in? Was it Breakview?
United.
United, I'm sorry.
United did all
What
of the
specifically did they-
poinsettias around Market Market Square.
Market Square.
They
World
did
Drive,
World
Celebration
Drive
Site.
celebration, and then right here out in front, and they're also currently working on
And
sod.
417 golf.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was, I saw somebody out there the other day, I wanted to.
They do Waterside also?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's United is doing the median then in Celebration Avenue.
Yeah, but
Yes,
Okay.
not the boulevard.
the Boulevard.
What about the Boulevard in North Village?
We have, okay.
Yeah.
I don't wanna get into that.
I'm just saying this goes back to Brightview. Not gonna,
Stuff's broken, I'm just
understand.
trying to differentiate who's doing things right now and trying to figure out, is that going
Yeah.
back to Juniper, or is that going to
No.
somebody
No,
else?
Juniper, so anything new
Both
that you've seen outside of the grass replacement on Celebration
Boulevard.
Is,
not North Village,
is, you know,
is, no. All the grass replacements on Celebration Boulevard is
Is
done by Juniper
Juniper.
for the contract, which they said that that's what they were gonna go ahead and do.
everything else though is United, that's.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And the reason that happened was it was coming into the holidays. Juniper wasn't able to get some stuff done and wanted some stuff to look halfway decent for going into the holidays, that's the only reason that when we had our meeting, that Juniper just couldn't get there fast enough to do it.
Couldn't get there.
At this point, I'm not even
This is
worried about it.
the-
It
Yeah.
is what it is.
But that's just what happened.
And let me throw something else into this, and this is the thing that just, bashed my head. Is the request we asked for Juniper to do Waterside and everything else. United was able to do, and they're gonna actually complete it within 4 weeks' time of when they started. All this was asked of them to go ahead and do back in February.
So
That's when it
So
started.
you're
Yeah.
saying Juniper's a failure and we.
I would say, based on the fact we've got, my count is 3 very competitive proposals tonight. I would like to move this conversation ahead and say.
I don't have a problem with that, because I see 9 day. That doesn't mean I'm choosing United, I'm just saying.
Yep.
Geez, we've asked for this, we couldn't get it, and we picked up the phone, and another company came in and did it that way, why don't you do it? Cause I don't think they can.
So before we start picking Dave or Jack, do you guys, either one of you feel that we need to bring Juniper back in the room, or do you?
Well, that's what I was getting at. There's always there's another option here that's not reflected on all of this roll up, which is keeping Juniper at their current price.
That's what I'm asking
Right.
right now,
Yeah.
whether or not anybody thinks they want to.
And that's the question.
And what's the price differential between Juniper and the? the
So
lowest bid?
your current budget excluding mulch and annuals, because those can be bid out, right? And that's the same as what all these companies bid. Your current budget is $1,059,272. If you add in mulch and annuals, the not to exceed numbers, you're at $1,193,290.
So we've got 2 bidders that are under that tonight and 3 that are over. So
Correct.
RCI United are both, for everything, including the mulch and the annuals, are both coming in under that by about 100 and change.
Yeah, so mulch and annuals, say we get. Company A says we're gonna charge you $100,000 for the pine straw. We have the ability to go and ask another company to bid that and annuals. So even though they bid those numbers in the RFP,
They're
those are
optional.
not to exceed numbers. So if we choose them to do it, those are numbers they're not gonna exceed. But we can also price those out.
We can just go and buy it ourselves and give it to their labor force and say, go.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, but just on those two things, the pine straw and the mulch.
So my suggestion, just in the interest of time, I think I'm hearing, Dave, unless you're disagreeing. I'd like to move, I don't think staying with Juniper in the current contract, I realize that's an option, that's not one. Okay. Well, and again, I'm 1 out of 4 here. What's your?
I'm not interested, just because.
I think there's better options.
I think
Yeah.
past performance has dictated what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
So I think what you all need to do is maybe start off with going around and narrow it down to your top 2, everybody, and see who those are. If the majority is the same 2, then you kind of narrow it down from there.
I mean,
I'm not gonna narrow it down to.
Or 3,
I would,
yeah, whatever you want to do.
I was, at a minimum, my minimum would be 3.
Yeah, that's fine.
And if somebody wants to add a 4th one, that's fine, I think it'll be break that.
What's
down.
your, what's your 3?
Oh, start, no, why don't you start? You
I-
always ask
I'm
everything,
going-
everybody. Why don't
I'm
you
going
start?
Rotolo, United and ASI.
Tolo, United, and then ASI. Okay, that's Jack.
And I'd agree exactly with that, and I'd say it's easy for me because both of the price and also Yellowstone and Brightview, I mean, I didn't even call it out, both of them had at least 8 to 10 deviations, like significant deviations from the RP. They didn't even, one of them didn't even respond to half of the questions that were the required ones in here that I didn't bother asking because they just weren't there. So I think those are, for me, those are easy drops.
Tom?
Yeah, I would, those are my three.
Okay.
If I could do so.
Dave?
United, ASI, but I would add Brightview. I just know them from their experience in and around the level of service. And their attention to detail for later to celebrate.
So United, ASI, Brightview. Okay.
No, wait, no, that's, you didn't say SI, did you?
Yeah.
I did.
All right.
Not Rotolo and not.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So the two consistent ones that all of us hit on were ASI
And United.
United.
Correct.
So my suggestion is, do we want to start with those two and kind of work our way down the list and see where we want to go from there? Those are the two that have unanimous consensus.
Yeah, well, I have reservations with United because of their size, and I'm at this point naturally skeptical of the low bidder. And I will invoke if you're the low bidder and you're trying to buy.
Well, they're not really the low
business,
bidder.
They're in the.
Yeah, Rotolo's the low
$5,000.
bidder, but $1,000 within. Yeah.
That's free buying the job for me, which is just gonna set us up back in the same spot.
So where are we? I'm sorry, I don't disagree with all that. I mean, because all these perspectives has to be taken into account. I'm looking at, so the one thing I'm kind of looking at too, besides who's better and who's not, is I go to the section in the, it's the landscape RP board summary. That 3-year grand total.
Yep.
Okay, and that's very important because there is a difference between 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. That is something to consider because you know where our budgets are and everything else.
So here, and if I could, let me jump in because one of the things I did was I took our budget and I was trying to strip out how much can we really afford under our current budget, regardless of the level of service and the technical parts of the proposal. So Dave, I agree with you. I mean, Total and United, I mean, looked at our budget and they're within $2,000 of our budget. So to me, that I appreciate the fact that they looked at our budget. I don't know if that necessarily translates to that means we're getting what we. That means they're gonna read our budget.
Yeah, and I will tell you, 90%, and I'm sure you know as well, 90% of vendors, that's exactly what they do.
Right.
And that's why I specifically put in your RFP, will not take the lowest bidder, or does not have to take the lowest bidder, because that's what they do. They look online, it's public. They look and see what the budget is, and then they try and come in, you know.
They come in and they take their margin out of it, and they're like, how much can we buy with the rest of this? And that's the service you get.
And again, I'm not saying you won't get the service, but I'm just saying that is standard with most.
And then where are you in 3 years?
So here's one thing I'll throw out because I'm just doing an overview when I
can't.
Yellowstone was too much and boy, their pictures were not great. I found a lot. But anyways, you know what I like? I actually, so there's two companies that I really like. Okay, and they're for different reasons. If I had to go ahead and make a decision and it was within our budget area, it doesn't have to be like flat, like we're, you know, it's zero cost, but I liked ASI. That they're for me, they were one, I don't know, they seem to understand certain things. I liked United because of, you know, again, something I've been asking for since the beginning of this year, they were able to do in 4 weeks. Was it because of the bid process? I don't know. That's up for discussion.
Right.
Right? But they did do it, and they are gonna finish before Christmas for that one area, they will be off road. We know they can do it, whereas I know I could try anything I wanted to and ask my grandmother to go ahead and help, but you know, Juniper can never do. Right after.
Well, can I interject just a
No.
slight little bit or no?
Yes.
Celebration Avenue, Juniper was never asked to do what Benchmark is doing.
I understand
Never
that,
asked.
but for one little median and some flowers,
Now-
they were.
I don't even know about the flowers. Now, the grass, I will mention, the median, we were asked to get that replaced, and they were gonna do that under what they're doing now.
Well, and the honest piece is, I hate to come back,
But-
but if we're not going with Juniper, then I'm really not
Yeah,
worried about it.
doesn't
I'm-
matter.
Yeah, I'm looking at,
I know that, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying that obviously they can start and complete a project
for sure,
fairly quickly.
United.
Right,
Yeah.
so those those are two. Rotolo, the only issue I had is I should have had a drinking game. How many times I said family, it was driving me crazy.
Yeah.
I'm like, I get it, but you know,
So couple observations I made. So on a budget perspective, if we do choose to go over our current budget, we do have 200,000 for R&M other landscape, which is typically the correct. I'm gonna call it Tom slush fund for whatever
Yeah, but
you're coming
We've
up,
got 100,000 now.
yeah,
already allocated. And that was my next question, was how much
we
of that's
did,
already spent?
and I will tell you, as much dead vegetation that is throughout Celebration, you're gonna eat that up. So if you go over budget,
Right,
it's coming from your reserves.
that was my next question, is how much of that is.
The only place you got it to
Because,
come from.
well, because none of them, and I appreciate they want to play a level playing field.
Yeah.
None of them came in and said, hey, in the walkthrough, I identified the 50 things that need to get fixed. And
Right.
although I'm the highest price, it's because I included the 50 things. None of them said that. They all just went and said, I'm starting at the bottom and then I'm gonna start working my way in.
And that's why I asked the question, because typically you get a new landscaper in here, and again, you've seen it numerous times, Carrie, I'm sure you've seen it, Russ knows, they come in and they go, whew, this is a mess, here's 30 grand. After our 30-day audit, here's 30 grand to get it up to speed, and that was why I asked the question, are we getting a proposal? You know, because that is typical after they do their 30-day inspection.
Free. Either that.
No.
That's part of their.
No, it's not.
And I wasn't counting on it being free. I was counting on whether or not somebody was actually including that in the price. We went through a walkthrough, and somebody looks at, hey, it's clearly dead.
And bake
Are
it
they
in.
including that in their
Yeah.
one price? That's why I just want to get, and luckily they all said the same answer. No, they didn't do that, so at least we got another point. So.
I tried looking at some of the outliers for some of these numbers, like the ASI had $374,000 in irrigation. I said, let's throw some of this outlier out and normalize it to what's the other ones are close to. And
That
so
does
I
seem
came up
like a
with a
lot for
3-year grand total for them was 4.15 million. Brought it down like 450,000. Didn't do anything with Brightview. I looked at Rotolo and I said, they're a little bit low. I'm gonna add 300,000 to them. That brought them up to about 3.5 million. And then I looked at United and I said, they're way low. Would add 450,000 them. They're about 3.73 million. So that's what I was kind of looking at, is trying to normalize their numbers with the other, looking for outliers.
Well, I mean, ASI was the only one that came in and said, hey, they were doing three irrigation wells. Everybody else said two. So that-
How much
that's-
does it cost?
Their irrigation, ASIs,
374,000.
300 something
And,
thousand.
well,
How much are they paying the damn tax?
That's what I'm
why are you
curious.
gonna get a new job?
Well, because
I
we
think I
provide
might want
all of
to.
the
Well, but see,
materials.
That's why I said that, to me, that's an outlier. That's a negotiable thing that we can do with
Yeah,
that.
And that was
you gotta
gonna be
bring
my,
like apples to apples.
and that was gonna be my comment, since ASI is in one of the top two. If we were to go with them, that would be one of my comments for negotiation. I say, guys, it's 374. We work with them, because I mean, if you take the average of the other four on the irrigation price,
Listen
the
to
average four is $168,000. That's 222% price difference. So.
I think, sound like all the other ones were only going with two techs.
Correct.
I
Well,
do
some were two and
appreciate
one.
saying you need three, because I personally think you need three.
It's sort of why I just,
And
the
so
cost
then-
of this, even when you put three, you're still not getting.
That's a
$120,000
lot.
in Texas.
No, actually, it's more than that.
Mhm.
It's 208,000, 206,000 more.
So
168,000 was the average.
I was saying a tech times three,
Well, that's about 100 and
300 and something thousand, and they wrote down.
what,
right?
110,
So if
120
we
a
go
tech.
that way, I think that's an item. Negotiation discussion.
Yeah.
Can we get
Can
that?
Knock it
definitely
down to like 30 or
ask.
something like that.
So another thing that I was, when I was watching everybody doing the presentation, was the person that's gonna sit in that office.
Yeah.
And that was very important to me. There was 9 days for everybody, right? It was
Yes.
a very big 9 day. Trying to envision that this person is working with our staff here, and can they or can't they? For some, there's no way they can, right? And for some, there is. I don't know if you guys.
One didn't even bring him.
What?
Right.
That was a
Right.
telltale sign for me.
No, that was Brightview though.
Yeah.
Without us saying a word, who did you envision meshing with our, being able to work with our team. And I'm not gonna give you my opinion, but
I
I
don't give you my
have
opinion
one.
either. I know, I'm not gonna give you my opinion either. I wanna hear everyone else's. Jack, you go first.
I think United would be there in that case. I really like ASI though. I really
I
did
do
like
too.
them.
But who do you think? I mean, that's a good question.
I'm
Just
just
curious.
curious because I have my own opinion.
Well, United, the challenge for me, right, I mean, let's call it what it is, guys. We have Brett standing here, but also recognize Brett is very clearly telling us we're gonna get him 1 day a week, which maybe we don't need him 1 day a week, but let's, in my mind, I'm trying to separate Brett because Brett's not really part of the solution, right? I mean, it's his.
No, it's
Yeah.
the guy standing next to
It's
him.
Tom, correct. And I'll be honest with you, notwithstanding Brett, the value proposition for United goes in half. If you take him out, and what happens with Brett, I don't want to do it based on one person.
No,
Right.
In none of these contracts would I do that. I want to do it based on the company, the infrastructure around him, because that one person can always leave.
absolutely.
But to Tom's point, doesn't Juniper have a superstar? Was it Jose? Who's the guy that's here all the time currently?
Jose.
Yeah, well, so, I mean, I think he's great, but.
He's
obviously it didn't translate.
great, but he's great, but the problem is he doesn't have any decision-making power.
That's a
He has
different, I don't think
zero
you can
power.
equate that to what it is, because the question that I think that we asked every single, okay, so does this person have the ultimate power to go and say who's to stay, make decisions or whatever?
Mhm.
Because that's something Jose doesn't have, so it's
Yeah.
not an apples to apples.
And it's
He does
unfortunate.
now, but it was only
It's
about a
too
month
late.
ago.
About a
Yeah,
month
but
ago.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
damaged.
And that's the sad reality
Years
because Jose is great. He tried to get things done, but his hands were tied and he didn't have the support above him. And we told everyone at that meeting and they all agreed, you're right.
And again, I mean, I did just in the interest of time, I don't want to.
Let's cut to the chase. It's
Yeah.
9:10. We got a lot more meetings to
Yeah.
go.
I mean,
What are you talking about?
guys, I'm wrapped around ASI, like I said, her proposal blew me away compared to some of the other ones. And I got from them that there's actually some commitment of their execution being anywhere close to their proposal. My second, I think would be Rotolo, but I'm really struggling because Rotolo, they've had so much growth recently. That was the biggest concern I had, and I think it's still the biggest open-ended question is, can they really accommodate for their success, or are we gonna be here in a year and have the same problem?
So there's the one thing, which I wanna call it, a celebration plan, call it all celebration, right? It's gonna take additional resources to bring this up to a certain spot where it's humming. It's like starting a new job. The first 6 to 9 months, you're gonna work your ass off and you're gonna have to work late nights and do everything, right? We've all done that, right? That's what this, whoever wins this contract is gonna have to do.
There's only one I disqualified in Rotolo.
Based on what?
Their answers, they're spread too thin, they're new to the market, at red flag after red flag after red flag.
Yeah, there were a lot of.
All right, so we got 3 and 5. So now you're down to 1, 2, and
Yeah, ASI, Brightview, Yellowstone, they just disqualified themselves.
I said this 1, 2, and 4 is your choice, right?
Brightview, I don't, there's so many deviations from they didn't even bring their on-site manager to here for us to talk to.
So now you're telling me 1
Their
and
crew,
4.
their crew numbers were guesses, and now all of them were saying, hey, they're estimates, but he was sitting here trying to figure out the number of crews that he was having as he was talking, he was thinking of what he had.
All right, so now you're talking about 1 and 4. In which order?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still on board with Brightview. I think they hit their numbers. I don't see a whole lot of outliers there. They didn't have anything else really wacky on their numbers. They're kind of middle of the road. And I know
But
the reputation in the industry.
they didn't bring their manager here.
I don't know why they didn't do that. They did, like you said, he was on vacation. That's not disqualified for me, because that's something we can get to later on at the next month.
I mean, guys, I'm gonna say right now, my top one is this.
Okay, so let's do this. Jack, who's your number 1?
I like the ASI.
ASI. Greg? Tom?
I'm gonna plug David.
Okay,
I have 2. I can't decide between ASI and Brightview because I think we need to get more the details.
So give a half point to ASI and a half point to Brightview.
okay, Tom, you're the deciding factor.
Maybe.
Or you can really screw everything up.
Go
And I
Yellowstone.
totally do.
Yeah,
Good. No, I I like ASI for what I think we need. The only problem I have with is this, I think we're all gonna have this problem. Okay, because my number one is ASI, my number two is United. I don't think ASI can get to that dollar amount.
Getting down.
Yeah.
And
Oh, well, I don't think we're getting there.
So
Well, is the direction then, in what Angel and I talked about before the meeting, is we can decide as a board, so we can go with ASI, get into negotiations with them. And that's why we're picking an alternate. If ASI, and you guys say what the number is, how much do we, what's the minimum threshold of what we think we need to get down to? And if they can't get there, then we don't get there.
I want to get the job done. I'm not interested in meeting an arbitrary budget.
yeah, I guess I want to go ahead and get the job done. But I don't want to pay that big an increase because listen, we've gone through 2 years of large increases.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, okay, well, we're at this point where we can start, we're not going down, right? We're gonna, we're doing that.
going up.
Well, but
This is gonna bring it really up.
So guys,
So
I mean,
so I got two decisions.
Well, you bring up a valid point, and based on economics, then United's got the vote.
Mm-hmm.
well, and I'll say this too, guys, is we can do, so Angel's initial comment to me was, you pick a 1 and a 2, and if you don't get there with 1, then you start negotiating with 2. The alternative to that is, let's go negotiate with number 1 if we think ASI is the pick. And if whatever that number is they come off of next meeting, we bring that back here and we wait 30 days. We stick with Juniper for another 30 days. And then we come back and enter negotiations and say that it's contingent on whatever number we think. Because if Dave's okay with the numbers it is, but Tom still wants to see how much he can squeeze out of it, and Tom, I'm kind of in your camp. I think there's room to come out of the irrigation number. Something's not right with that number that they put in there. But even when I do you look at their irrigation price for an a la carte service, they're the second lowest per hour to bring in an extra 10. They're 65 an hour. Everybody else is 75, 85, and even 90 an hour. So how did they all of a sudden turn up
Well,
220%
I think,
higher than
and you asked them that question in here and they answered it, but I want to ask this before, so no one wastes time. You've done these before. How many have you been able to go back and get them to lower their price from what they bid on?
I haven't actually had to negotiate on the price with it. A lot of mine are more developers, so
They've been careful.
And let me just say one thing about ASI again. We already said that the $200,000 difference between the average.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that only brings them down over a 3-year period of 4.0 million. There's still 200.
It gets them a little over halfway from our budget.
There's still over 200,000 above Brightview. 300,000.
And their price might go up in some areas.
I mean, not
because they have a low,
Brightview, but United.
yeah, their pine straw number or their mulch number is low. Everybody else is thinking they're gonna do.
But
Brightview thinks they're gonna do 3 times as much mulch.
Well, ASI's had the highest
but we
per
also
mulch year.
we also talked
Yeah.
about that's the contract we can do up ourselves. The
Yeah.
mulch.
Yeah.
So that number
It's
you
not
can,
really
They
part
have
of
the highest per
contract.
unit price.
Yeah, so it could go up is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Well, more to the point than by themselves.
I think I'm gonna go with United then. That's my
so
final
Jack,
choice.
final answer, United.
Yeah.
Greg,
I'm with ASI.
you're up.
I'm not punting. I'm not like Jack.
Liaison.
I didn't punt this time. I chose.
This is a really difficult scene.
Well,
Because I'm the one.
Because
who
my
leads.
only thing is, yes, we can obviously try and negotiate, but I don't know, like any of us do, if they're going to come off of their price. I mean, you asked them, you're talking about irrigation, right?
Sure.
And they answered you in here, so that just gave me the impression, okay, they're pretty set on their price, which is fine, because like I said, you have it in reserves to cover
But I'm also,
the offset.
guys, I'm gonna throw this out there. Crowa runs about the same price on their landscaper. How many times have they flipped their landscaper? My overarching thing, Tom, was a comment you made earlier. Is our budget just too low and in fact too low of a number for a landscaper? I hate to say that because we're going through 2 years of increases. But if our expectation is to be up here, are we just too low of a number?
I understand that. And usually that's around, me, it's a question we asked during budget time, but didn't brought up. The other. All right, so here's the thing. You're going United, you're going ASI, right? You're going ASI.
I might go Brightview.
Okay.
All right. Let's see, what do you got, Tom?
Well, if we had,
If we don't have a majority,
but if we have let's say we had an equal split, a 2-2 split, right?
Where's Cassandra at in here?
I asked her before she left and she goes, I didn't look at any of them.
Okay, so I really am torn. I'm torn between the two. I think ASI could deliver it, but the problem is I've seen United deliver it. That's my thing. That's where I'm at. I've seen United deliver it. If they botched everything I asked them to do the last month, they botched it.
that's a huge positive for me. I mean, they've come through.
Well, and my only, and again, I'm not trying to, yeah, I'm trying to advocate for it. If we had thrown the same bone to ASI and said, hey guys, I need you to fix this stuff, would they have come up with the same result? Anybody who's going into this, knowing that we're going out for RFP, is gonna come back.
I get it. I'm not disagreeing with that.
And I come at it from the perspective that I've worked with Brightview several times before at Disney, and they have performed. In fact, they took over other ones that couldn't perform because they understand the level of service, and they usually charge more. I actually looked at this and I'm like, I can't believe they're not charging the same as Yellowstone.
Well, I will say, Brightview, it depends on the account manager. They were terminated from Enterprise, but again,
I couldn't believe they brought that up because of that.
Well, but again, it goes to the point. Juniper, I'll use Juniper as a prime example. We had Jose, what's his last name? Or Juan Vega. I forget his name.
That's what it was capital.
Yeah, amazing. He was amazing. I had him in a few in Hillsborough too. As soon as he was pulled off that account, that property has been out to bid 5 times now.
What scared me about the Brightview answer was when the manager said, the first thing he's gonna do is go pull 4 other guys from another job, and I'm thinking.
That I did hear.
That's great for the first 6 months. What happens on month 7?
What happens to those
But
other
it
jobs where
just-
they're pulling them
to
off?
I don't know what happens when they work the next job, and all of a sudden those 4 guys disappear.
To Dave's point, like Brightview, again, Enterprise let them go, but it all comes down to the account manager. They could be horrible over here and be phenomenal over here. We've seen it happen.
And that's part
It's
of the other
the
thing with
account
Brightview is
manager.
that- because so much of this is based on your ability day to day to go praise them or beat the crap out of them as they need to. That's 70-80% of the job here is how you're dealing with that management piece. He's gonna go down to the staff and do what he needs to do.
You made a funny face when we tried to punt this for a month.
Because I feel like we're gonna get further down the rabbit hole. And we already are. Yes, Juniper has been getting some stuff done, 100% they have, but I think if you're gonna switch, you need to get it done now while the growing season is
Are you
this.
suggesting 30 days where we don't
Because
think about this and come back?
Yeah,
I just don't know what we're gonna
because
think about over the next 30 days.
they can get a lot of stuff done because it's the non-growing season. You punt this again till January and February, we're losing a month and we're getting into growing season again, and that's where everything picks up again. That was my only funny face.
Yeah, well, because we have a couple big questions, like if the account manager is that big, we demand Brightview tell us who it is and what their background is. If ASI is in the running, like
We already did though. We did demand it. That was a requirement of the proposal.
Yeah, it was,
I
and
hate to be like that, but that was very explicitly written as you must provide who this person is, and they didn't do it.
And in the pre-bid meeting, when they all came and picked up not the pre-bid, the RFP, when they picked up the manual, it was, and in my email, please bring your account manager who will be on site. Again, the man was on vacation. I get it. And it happens.
Well, okay, well, they didn't. Well, ASI then probably tips the scale on their favor for me.
You just say Tom, he doesn't have to make it.
So now it's 2-2.
Tom never said who he picked.
No, I didn't. Thank you. You're the only one that noticed that.
Well, you did, and then you changed it just like that.
Because I'm looking at everything in consideration. I mean.
I'm looking at dollars, okay? I just
Well,
can't
I'm
justify
looking at-
$700,000, $800,000 more.
And I think if that's your sticking point, you call that whatever company back in here and you say, look, you bid it within our budget. Did you do that deliberately to get the work, or can you do it?
Just to be clear, I mean, the difference between United and ASI is about 700,000 is 4. We're going from 1063 to 149.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm looking at 3-year.
Oh, the 3-year.
Okay, the 3-year price. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
I mean, it's 3 years is just outrageously different.
I'm not confident they can get the job.
You talk about 1.4 million.
Is it? For United.
I am worried about this growth. I'm worried about all the jobs they did. And the mergers. The fact that they go into a merger and then another merger and that's how we got here with Juniper was all of a sudden they got bought up by Capital or Capital got bought up by Juniper. And that's why we're here.
Yeah, there's very few companies out there that are not.
When
merging.
Capital was doing well before Capital, as far as I know, was doing well.
They were.
And then they got bought. And
I agree.
They lost.
All right, we got 2 votes.
We got 3 votes.
For what?
No, we got a total of 3 votes. I haven't voted.
We're trying to keep talking so you can vote here. So
Well, if you be quiet, maybe I got to think a little bit.
Should I get the tents out?
What's the Jeopardy theme?
You know, there's just a lot of responsibility on this one because the ASI number is just too high.
Well, then I go back to
It's too
I think
high.
we can knock it down.
Then guys, I go back to my comment before, let's take the 30 days, let's try to negotiate it. And if we need to bring it back, I don't like the answer because I agree with you, we need to have an answer, but if we really think it's too high, then let's try to take an opportunity to negotiate.
Can I ask them?
In all fairness.
Can
I'm
they-
just asking,
You can, I would ask
do we
them
need to
now.
Ask both parties that?
Yep, I would ask them now, whatever your questions are for your top 2, if it's, hey,
Will you drop 20%?
can you drop 20% because we don't understand the irrigation price? We don't understand the difference.
Honestly, it's just bringing ASI.
Yeah,
Well,
and if you want to bring United in, these 2 want United, if you bring them in, whatever questions are sticking point, I don't know.
Questions for United that I would get the right answer to. They know the answer. I'm not gonna get any more information from them.
So,
We have to ask them both, we're gonna ask one if you.
No, you just have to ask one.
no, you just have to ask one. I was saying,
Price difference is
Jack,
so high.
Jack went for United. I don't know what you are, but let's say if you went, if you went for United and the question is, your price is low, can you even do it for that price? Well, then I think you ask them that question.
I'm just looking at ASI, we're talking about the difference over the 3-year period is $1.4 million. That's a lot to negotiate now. I don't,
And I'm not saying we're gonna get that, I don't think we're not gonna close that gap.
and I did like ASI, but I gotta look at the dollar figure too. I mean, it's not in our budget. We don't have $1.4 million extra.
Can we call them in the principal's office then?
Call who for what?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Well, you said ASI, that we can bring them in. and-
Yeah.
Well,
So we have, so we're saying no to Yellowstone, Rutello and Brightview. Right?
Yes.
They're all out there.
That's what I'm saying. So we should
Let them go.
those 3 go.
I would like ask for clarification, just say you want to clarify with ASI first.
Yeah. Is there, so you have questions for ASI, number 1. Do you have any for United?
I don't.
Okay, do you want me to keep United in case the ASI question doesn't get answered the proper way?
They might,
Yes.
they might.
Okay.
But that's fine.
Yeah.
So we'll keep those 2 and I'll let the rest go. Juniper?
They didn't make the finals.
Which way you leave, Tom? Which way you leave?
It's a big, it's a very big.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're talking about paying $450,000 each year out for.
So that increase would be just.
I hear you.
I just, I couldn't answer.
I hear you. Sure. We'll find out here.
Yeah, as soon as they're done with this, they're gonna go through the rest of the agenda.
Yep, sorry.
That's okay.
You guys took us up on our offer to go to Applebee's and cheeseburgers.
You're hoping that's a celebration.
But you brought nothing back. You brought nothing back.
All right, so the question we have, and guys found me here, so I make sure I'm playing this right. The concern we have, the question we have is on your irrigation pricing number. It's just, it is wildly high from what we're seeing on the other ones, and it's driving your overall bid price high. Understanding as well, you guys are bidding 3 irrigation techs in there, which we get that. How much are you able to come down? Let me ask this first. Were there any assumptions in there for you guys buying equipment, materials, or is that just a labor price?
I think it's just labor because we need materials we're gonna supply.
Okay.
Why do you guys need 3 techs and everybody else needs 2?
We just looked at the total amount of zones and areas to cover.
We have production rates based on zones. And what was being done previously and what new areas that we added and the time it's.
I mean,
plus the repairs.
So I think,
I was gonna ask, what's your take on that?
With Island Village, and it's almost all drip too, which takes 5 times longer to review a zone than it does sprays or rotors. I would say 3. I've been thinking, about ready to tell Juniper, hey, it's about time.
so I think that the board's question is there any negotiation on that price to
100%.
lower it down? What would that be?
Well, not just that number.
Well, the
That's the
overall,
total number.
your
It's the
overall
overall.
number, wherever that comes from is your business, but is there room to bring your overall number down?
And you're the only one we're asking this question.
That is correct.
So we feel confident in the number that we gave. Where are you, so I guess.
I'll put it.
I want to ask you a question back.
Well, let me answer the question. If I take $374,000, divide it by 3 field techs, I understand you've got profit and you've got indirect costs and all that. You're still talking $100,000 a tech, even when you include FICA and everything else. I mean, I'm gonna lose Russ because he's gonna go be your irrigation field tech at that number.
Well,
Really?
we're
Really?
Yeah, we understand. That's part of your
Yeah.
burn rate, your
Yeah.
They require
benefits,
vehicles, they
all that.
require,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, listen, we want the account, and if you guys are sitting here negotiating with us, what do we need to do? What do we need to do to earn a partnership here and make this happen? That's what we want to know.
Well, and my question to you guys legally is how much can we?
Yeah, how much can we?
How much can we negotiate?
I know this is legal.
There's,
Okay.
Board meeting, I don't know.
there's no,
Okay.
no.
And I guess my next question is, you guys say it's us and United, where's United fall in this? Or are we sitting here negotiating a contract that we can go home tonight and say, yes?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out.
I mean, guys, it's part of our board packet, so it's public, so I don't
Mhm.
know that we need to hide it. I mean, United's 1-year price was 106.3, yours was 1,498.
Yeah.
We're talking a difference of 440,000.
So if you look, it's really your irrigation price that appears to be driving it.
Is there an opportunity to reduce the price by doing a scope review rather than just lower the price?
The scope actually is the scope.
Then I'm gonna go back to both bidders and say based on the new scope.
Right, yeah,
Correct.
yeah, back out.
We got it, yes, if we change the scope, it's gotta go back out.
It's difficult because we're not used car salesmen. We don't.
Yeah.
price it
Mhm.
And then expect to lower it. We try and come up with a good fair market price coming out of the gates, so.
So, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, no, but having said that, everything's negotiable.
So let me ask you,
So,
if we come in with 2 techs, and then we get out here and we start working and building a partnership and we start working and we start coming in and go, yeah, this is 3 techs. Is there an opportunity to come back to the table and go, hey, guys, this is what we're showing you. If we bring you proof in, let's say 6 months, and go, hey, listen, this is what we're doing out here.
What do we have, one now? Russ, one? Okay,
Two.
Juniper has 2.
Well,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna default to Russ because I don't know how much field tech gets done in a day. He's telling me 3's the magic number, so ding, 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 congratulations, you won that part of the game.
Well, I mean, it may be 2.5.
So that's where I'm going with it. If we say, hey, okay, you know what, we'll eliminate an irrigation tank for you guys. And then we start working at this thing, we're out here, 3-6 months, and we go, listen, here's what we're showing you. This is what it's taking to get around the site. These are the things we're finding. And we bring you evidence. I guess I hate to use that word, but we bring you evidence and say, here's why this is what it is, justification of what it is. And if not, then hey, great, let's just move on forward.
And I was gonna say, the flip side may just be that there may be an assumption by us that, hey, guys, I got it. You plan to fix something in 10 minutes and you're gonna have to fix them in 15, or you can't get to certain things. There may just be an acknowledgement by the board that you can't get to where you need to get to.
Or maybe there's something on our side, maybe the new addition, the new area didn't take that long. We're willing to work with you. We came back tonight to win this thing. So what do we need to do to make That's where I'm
All right, well, it's a dollar amount.
Yeah. 100%.
You guys wanna go phone a friend and see what you can get your dollar amount down to?
Or you got all the friends here in this room.
I don't need These guys actually lose their job if we don't get this contract.
Yeah.
Well, I think it comes down
One
to,
irrigation tech, and that's where we're talking.
I think it's worth a conversation with Tom and see where we can.
I mean, guys, listen, again, I'm gonna put it out there. I mean, their price was right at where our budget's at. And that's the struggle we have is again, I don't want to speak for the rest of the board. It's not so much a question of disparity of pricing, although that can be some of the board opinion, but it's also a question of what do we simply have budgeted to be able to afford?
Right.
And you guys are about 400,000 over. Now, I will tell you personally, I appreciate the fact that you did not go into my book and look at my budget and say, well, that's the winning number. Let me back into that. You guys came in and said, here's what I think we need. And I legitimately, I appreciate that. But I also got to figure out who we pay for that.
Do you have a number in mind?
Is there a middle room?
Yeah, my budget.
No, come on, you're better.
You asked me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're wondering. If there's a middle room, that's what we're getting.
And I'd say you're gonna ask the four of us, and you're probably gonna get four different answers. So I would be sure to answer that.
Let's see, if they say split the difference, they probably huddle for 5 minutes, and they, okay, we can probably do that, and we go like, all right, well, maybe that's the right. So, I mean, I know how this all transpires, and they've got a little bit of flexibility, and we do as well.
So is that what we're talking
So shave $200,000 off our bid? Is that what you're?
That's what he started off with.
So that is,
You're, like I said, you're a 1498, they're at 106.
Maybe you can't get there. And
and the budget's 105,9,272.
So 106 and one.
They're right in our budget. They're right. Our
Yeah.
budget's 1059. It's what they're 106.
Yeah.
You guys are 1498.
is it, and this is, I'm just spitballing, but is there a thought process possibly to break the cycle of going with the lowest bidder?
Actually, they've never gone with the lowest
Is
bidder.
that right?
Mhm.
that's why you're here.
That's why we're in here talking.
Right,
That's
yeah,
refreshing.
they,
Because we don't, yeah.
and that's,
That's
we
not
have it
what we're looking at.
specifically in the RFP that this board does not have to go
Right.
with the lowest bidder.
Joe wants 5 minutes. He's got ideas.
Yeah.
Now, take this
Joe- Joe-
advice too, is you can come out here with 2 texts, and if it works out, hey, great.
So we don't, so my
And-
problem with doing that, we want to succeed.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that. We want to come here for the long. And if it means us.
They looked at it, they say it's 3 texts for the answer.
That's
Yeah.
kind of where
Text gives you a great product.
I
Gives you
got,
what you're
yeah,
looking for.
I think we keep it at 3 texts. I think the difference is, here's your price.
Let Joe,
Here's
yeah,
your
Joe wants,
price.
he just whispered to me, he said, give me 5 minutes.
Thanks, guys. We have an entire agenda, so if you want to take 20, we'll be here for a little bit covering other stuff. So
I heard bathroom.
We're gonna go back to Applebee's.
Do you want to call United in to ask them anything?
I don't think they're here.
Oh, they left?
Maybe, okay.
Oh, they're here.
Sorry.
Again, I think if the question is, you came in right at budget, can you do this job for that?
I don't have any.
Hold on 1 second for us. Yeah, thanks.
So.
If that's the question, that was my
Okay,
thing.
so this is where I'm gonna throw this out to, and it's not because it is a question I would ask for any account. So, and I don't know, and maybe I haven't asked that question, the experience of the key person is gonna be here.
His resume.
Is it?
For the ASI guy?
Yes.
It's Vinny.
What's that, Jack?
It's Vinny.
To answer your question, Angel, one guy's opinion, I'm not baking the 2 off, I'm baking 1 against the money. So I'm not so much worried about, hey, if you know.
Oh, if you can,
If you
okay,
can come down, that's great. My bigger concern is if he's in the right bag. One guy's opinion.
okay. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you have to. You may not have any questions for them, but if you did,
Yeah, did we get Juniper and Brett?
not Juniper, just Brett.
United?
Well, they're all sitting out there.
United.
Oh, you want Juniper too?
Juniper's presenting their report in the agenda. That's the only reason they're here.
Okay.
So do my suggestion is, we just want to move on with the agenda, let them come back in, or Angel asked if we need to bring you that.
Yeah.
I don't have a
No,
question.
I get nothing for.
Okay,
You know.
all right.
Right. Well, let's give them a couple minutes.
All right, well, we can breeze through some of this stuff. Actually, we probably could get it all done here fairly quick.
Okay, third party agendas and reports. Croa is not on the line. Charles Bridger, is he here?
No.
Oh, so 2 people on the line.
Two residents.
No. NB and okay. Since Susan's here, in respect, because Susan is from the county, can we, since we're going out of order anyway, can we jump to the mosquito conversation? Because I know that's why Susan's here. Susan, can you hear us okay?
Still on the agenda. Oh, you might try to mute.
Okay. And I don't know if we necessarily had any questions for her.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Brenda, can you unmute Susan?
Well,
Yes, I asked her to, and she has to unmute. I've allowed her the ability to unmute.
Okay,
Okay.
well, we can, I didn't have any particular questions for her, but since she's here for one topic, I figured we jump to that. So the conversations with the county, and this combines both the discussion items 9A9C as well as the business matter of 7F. So 7F is the mosquito one, so 30 seconds. Based on the last board meeting, I went to the county. I came up with the topics we talked about in here, and I had a few others. You guys saw my email list. There were 9 of them. We went through them. Specific to the mosquito one, my initial conversation with them was, hey, county, why are we paying for this? You're still taxing our residents as well for mosquito services that you provide as a baseline service for all the county residents. We're not getting any of that. Why is that? And my initial comment to them suggestion was one of 2 things. Either one, stop taxing it like they do with garbage. There's precedent for this for their solid waste, that they do not charge solid waste fees to communities that use their solid waste services. That's what we have. Or alternatively, find out what their fair value is based on total mosquito budget for the county divided by the number of people we have in the town, whatever that math wants to be, and give that back to the CDD, since the CDD is actually really function. I was told pretty quickly, nope, can't do that. I'm not sure I'm buying that. I think that was a knee-jerk reaction. Subsequently, we got the email that I had Angel forward around saying that back in 2009, this board actually signed up for this and said, hey, there is a policy in place that, or an agreement, I guess we could say, that the county is not responsible, which I still don't know how this happens, but not responsible for fulfilling mosquito services, even though the residents are being taxed for it. Somehow the CDD excused them for doing that and said in return, we want subject matter expertise on mosquito stuff.
So that's not working for well for us anymore, right?
I called Clark Sharif and asked her, have you ever heard from the county ever on any questions? And she said, no. So that was thing number 1. Thing number 2, in 14 years, at an average of $249,000 per year, understanding we've had some price increases, but that's where we're at now. 249 on 14 years is $3.5 million. And we got $3.5 million worth of expert consultative services out of the county. No. And Susan, appreciate her honesty, said that when she gets questions from the community or anything like that, she forwards them over to Clark. The only thing I got from Clark and from the county as to what the county provides us today is that there was some sort of outbreak. They provide guidance, but that's kind of like a state thing, right? If there's a west, they have to. Correct.
It's not, we're not getting
it. I agree. I just want to make sure putting it on the table what I have understood has been provided. So my recommendation is, number 1, I don't think this agreement is in our best interest. I don't know why we got it to begin with. I'm sure it was good intention. 14 years later, I look back at it and say that's $3.5 million in the hole. If we take the average, I think we can do better than that. Number 2, I don't know where we do go with it, but it can't be any worse than where we're at now. If we were to continue spending $250,000 a year on Clark and we just don't have this agreement with the county, it doesn't change anything. I think there's some negotiating power with the county right now to say, hey guys, our taxpayers are paying for a service and we're not getting it.
So we can unilaterally get out of this agreement.
Oh, yeah, you can rescind the agreement, but what I heard from the county was even if you rescind the agreement,
they're not
they're not going to provide mosquito services.
Well,
I
don't know that I'd say that.
Well, what they said was, yeah,
Well, that's
what
true,
they
but they have to provide whatever they do with the rest.
what they said was, be careful before you rescind any agreements without conferring with them or something to that fact.
Well, they said they were going to get back to us because they had some legal concerns and they never got back to us on any of the things. So
yeah,
that's why I invited them to be at this meeting. So if they want to be part of the discussion, if there's anything, so So
Right, so
that's what,
again,
and again, my point is, if we rescind it, what's the worst thing they're gonna do? They're not doing anything now anyway, so. Are they gonna do less than zero? There's nowhere to go.
So, you know,
They're
what's very
taxing
disturbing about this, for all these
some
years,
level of
they've
service.
been collecting money and not spending it on Celebrate Island. And we're not asking for any back money, but we're asking for
Going forward.
is moving forward and having that agreement. I don't think that's fair.
Yep, and that's, I think step one, if we intend to negotiate it all, is to terminate the bad agreement. Step two is then we need to figure out where we go from there, and I don't know. where we're going.
So Jan, we can rescind this agreement and then Jan can send a letter to the county asking. We would like, yeah, open the conversation of,
But we're not gonna open that conversation if that agreement's still in place.
correct.
Yeah, well, that's fine. So the motion is to rescind the agreement.
I second your motion.
Okay, so that's
Motion, second.
Dave,
All's in favor?
Aye.
All right, good. We got the one thing on our agenda.
all right, four.
The back row filled up.
We didn't save that much money because it was really cold outside.
Rescind, so rescind the mosquito.
Yes, so we'll send that, and then my suggestion would be. We can, if you guys are okay, then I can go back into discussions with the county. And try to figure out what we can
Yeah,
do.
listen, I'd like to know if Clark could, is one of the options, is the county comes and sprays and then Clark augments it.
Augments it. I will see whatever way we can skin the cat that we're at least getting some value out of it.
Yeah.
Clark's, part of the challenge is, I don't see anywhere on the county's website what their plan is. I don't know what their baseline service is. What Clark thinks it is there is no recurring spraying. It is simply on demand. And
When
they do
people call.
That's no spraying.
They do the mosquito balls and all that, and if all of a sudden they hit a number, which nobody ever defines the numbers, what I got from Clark said they're very keen not to do that because they don't want to set an expectation. But if it hits a certain number, then they'll just come out and do it, otherwise it's, so we're gonna be putting the onus on the residents to start blowing up the phone of the county, which I don't think that's necessarily best procedure, but.
I can have my phone programmed like once a week.
Yeah, but that's a disease issue. I
I
think
agree.
that's ridiculous that. Basically, they're giving the residents of Osceola County,
Our money.
Yeah,
not just our money, but no protection.
Yep, so.
All right.
Middle finger.
Yep. So, okay. Gentlemen.
Yeah, made a motion to rescind. So we'll send a
All right.
letter, council.
There it is.
Just as part of the motion, is it okay if I add council to draft the initial letter to go to the county?
Yes,
Okay.
formally. And then from there, we'll, if you guys are okay, we'll open up discussions to go through what we needed to. Bring that back in next meeting.
All right,
Who's got
perfect.
an idea?
So, Russ brought up a good point. He probably says that we're probably somewhere between 2 and 3 techs, 2.5 techs. So one thought I had is we still want to keep the 3 techs to be able to handle that workload. But instead of going in it, thinking the way we initially did of having 3 techs, full-time techs, senior techs in a single truck, each one, going around handling things. If we were able to reduce that to 2 guys in 1 truck, we could eliminate some pretty big overhead costs, just having an additional truck on site. And then have 2 senior techs and just a regular tech that can handle your simple works, right? So we're not necessarily saying get rid of the 3rd tech, we're saying just use it to what we need.
Yep.
And then also, obviously, we're probably gonna be, summertime is gonna be a lot more irrigation requirements to get things running for that time of year. And then looking to, in the winter time, just kind of keeping those 3 techs on site, but maybe just utilizing them for repairs and inspections and getting through a little bit quicker. So I think with that, just looking at with that savings with a truck vehicle, that part of overhead, reduce labor, we could probably look at saving about $75,000 just off that irrigation piece. Which we feel is a pretty significant work coming off that irrigation, which I think we can.
And looking
Three
at
hundred
the new phase, which is the budget.
Yeah, and our big concern with the other number was when we look at another company looking at that previous budget number, did that include that new portion of the property?
All of them do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we'll say this, that was the stated requirement in the RFP.
Okay.
So you're willing to knock 75,000 off of, no, the new budget this year that you're looking at?
Has that new phase in?
Yes, it does.
We're already doing it.
So yeah, we're already doing, so 75,000 is what you're willing to knock off your overall price, your
Oh.
overall annual
Yeah,
year
wherever you
one,
wanna pull it, at, that's.
year one price.
Knowing that, I mean, listen, guys, it's the bottom line number that we're, top line number that we're looking at. I mean, is there anywhere else you guys think you'd be able to squeeze out of? Obviously, the irrigation was the one that jumped out at us. Is there anything else you guys think you'd be able to squeeze in?
My big concern is, we talked about improvement for the property, so like that crew that's on those off weeks, I don't wanna reduce it, I think that 5-man crew is kind of dialed in for that.
That, if we reduce it, it then takes away that opportunity to move this stuff.
Yeah, we started counting people and started adding and started, okay, if we took away the winter visits, knock that down from 5 guys to 3 guys, and is that really what? We don't wanna be in the same boat you're in right now. That's what we don't want, and so the irrigation piece we can definitely work on, and
Yeah, there might be some savings in Hort, but
some sort of
with Hort agronomics.
That
you brought up,
big word, that big word.
yeah.
So
And it's,
can I just ask a question, just so I can clarify what you just said? You were saying at this current pricing level, that includes bringing everything up to standard. So does that mean when you guys are going through your first 36 days or whatever, you find a whole bunch of dead crap? Trying to clean my language. You're gonna
Too late.
You're just gonna replace all the dead crap?
No.
Okay.
So, we'll remove the dead crap, but there will be a proposal for it.
Okay, so then
It supplies us the opportunity to start improving the property year over year instead of having to continue to decline.
Yeah.
That's gonna include, like Joe said before, some enhancements and some renovations. Some parts of the property was too far gone.
Yeah, so
Some
if there's dead material, we're gonna remove that. I don't know if that's included in what you have going there. The agronomics, I mean, our program, I promise you, you're gonna see your turf turn around. That's a big cost. Agronomics, not just for the technicians, but the actual product.
Material.
The materials is a lot of money. So you're gonna see that those are the kind of improvements you're gonna see. Are you all of a sudden gonna have dead plants become live? No, I'm not here to tell you that.
Right.
But those dead plants will be removed. That'll happen.
All right, so 75,000 off a year one price. That's where we're at.
Any
So,
other
do
questions?
you want a few minutes
Sure.
to discuss amongst yourselves?
Yeah.
All right. 5 minutes?
Thank you.
Oh. My crown is off.
It's the foreground right here.
It's here,
Maybe that's.
and it's off, and that's why it hurts.
Okay, so
It's killing me.
doesn't move the needle.
well,
No,
actually,
it doesn't.
your question did. His question that you asked did. Your question was, if we go ahead and, bring it back to the way it is, does that mean replace everything? No. So now, what we're looking at.
Well, we knew that beforehand.
I want to
Yeah.
reiterate that we're looking at 1498 minus 75, 78 or whatever, okay? Plus add the additional fees to add additional landscaping in. So. I'm going with United on that. That scares me because that is 1498 minus 75 plus 100 or $200,000 to buy more. I don't know what the dollar is, right?
Yeah,
Nobody does.
whatever.
I know,
Nobody
that,
knows.
okay, that.
You have a
that-
budget number.
It's too much. That is too much for me. I can't do that.
All right, so you got United.
And this is very tough.
United.
If they had gone a lot less.
If
and
they
said,
go down 200,000.
it's 200, yeah, 250, I'm like, okay, well, you know what, I'm gonna close my eyes and do this because. But that's just too much for me. I can't face residents for that.
All right,
You know what's
Greg.
gonna happen if we go with United, we'll be back here in 3 years.
And I hate to say, I agree with you, which means we're the 2-2.
Somebody's got to give here.
I wanna get it done right.
Okay, so. We're gonna do it right. So now we're gonna add the exercise. Minus the 71,000, right?
75.
Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
All right, minus that, take that addition. How much are we adding to the budget? And what does that look like?
Right now, we're
As a percentage increase.
Oh, yeah, you're adding,
we're at 105.9, so you're going up to 148,
you're adding 300,000.
1423 minus 105.9.
So what is the percentage we're adding to the budget?
1423 minus 105.9 is.
Here's 70,000.
Yep.
So so for percentage for residents, what does that look?
$4.5 million. What are we at, 4.6 this year? You're talking 370, so you're talking about a 8% increase.
Yeah,
Just on.
just on landscape.
You know who's cheaper than ASI? Right.
Those are total.
That should be sales.
I mean, guys, if we're gonna go that route, I would. No,
Brightview is not cheaper in any way, shape, or form.
Completely compared to ASI.
No, the 3-year, well, they get ASI, but I'm saying United beats them all.
Well, I know, I'm not convinced that United is gonna be able to perform. There's a couple of red flags there.
You know,
What are your red flags? That it's at budget. I don't think they've thought this through. I know that they have the expertise on hand, but it's. I think it's the same thing we do every time.
the numbers that came in right at budget, I swear to you, listen, I do, because I do this as a federal government contract, and find somebody's budget, get back into the number.
Yeah.
And a year later, you try to figure out how you're making magic happen.
In other words, make money.
I don't disagree, right? But on the flip side, we go at budget and this proposal is almost $500,000 more, or a little under that, right?
Didn't they increase year 2?
Yes, it goes to the
2.5% increase.
1574.
Okay, so they did the standard, okay.
Well, no, theirs is 2.5% increase, United's 3% increase.
It's just not material, you're closing the gap.
So they went up about 100 grand every year. Right?
Which one?
United.
United went up, no, only got 35,000 a year.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're right.
We can do like all the other boards did, we'll pick the motivator, slap ourselves in the back and say, look, great job we did.
I wouldn't say that. You said that. This is not an easy decision to go ahead and make. We're guaranteeing an 8% increase already when we get to the end of the year, right?
You know,
right, and we haven't even started the budget process.
No.
So we end up at 13%.
Well, I wouldn't say that either. We've got some significant capital projects we put in, we're gonna squeeze almost all the pensions. That's 200 grand right there that we're not gonna have next year, that we're dropping 200,000 on replacing all the pensions.
I know.
You know, it would be one thing if they're only 200,000 over, but they're 40% higher. Okay, it's ridiculous.
Because all these are in with irrigation.
Well, they're higher than the basic field maintenance are high.
I'm gonna change my vote to Brightview.
Okay, so we got Brightview, United, ASI, United. You want to go with that majority?
Well, it still doesn't break it, you still need to do it.
Well, why are you staying with
Okay.
ASI then?
We have.
Out of 4 of us, you need 3 of us to vote or something.
Greg, why are you staying with ASI?
I don't think Brightview's the right fit.
I didn't choose Brightview.
No, he's trying to sway me over. Brightview by his
Don't point that finger at me. That was
No, he's trying to sway me over.
All right, so,
Well, I thought that gives you.
I mean, guys, we're coming on 10 o'clock.
I understand that. But
And I'm not saying you should rush it through at all.
No,
by any means.
I'm just, I can't feel my legs, so yes, I completely agree. So, I
mean, this has got to be like the Pope.
Well, how much better?
White smoke coming out
So
of
you're
your guys.
telling, that doesn't give you the contract then?
What doesn't?
The fact they got 2 votes, but.
We
the
could,
others are-
we could do it that way. I mean, that is the majority that's sitting here for one group.
do have.
We got a quorum,
Correct.
it's 50%. Do we not need 3?
That's not how the rules work.
Yeah, I think it would need to be a majority, actually.
Trying to get away with something.
I have.
One of my right arm votes for something, but not the rest of it.
So,
wanting
okay,
to
so
come
let
up
me,
with
let me,
something.
I'm coming up with something. I haven't a thought here. Do we know, we had talked about earlier. About, additional land use, I-4, Serpons, all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
Wasn't there any financials that have been decided? Do we have a timeline for it?
No.
Jan said when I asked her, she said probably by the end of I'm sorry, not the end of the
Like
calendar
2
year.
years.
No, she said by next summer is what she was anticipating.
Oh.
Yeah, she thought it was gonna be.
If you're stuck on pricing,
I'm betting on,
yeah,
I'm
if-
betting, I'm just trying to,
if you're
I'm-
stuck on pricing,
I am stuck
why
on
don't
this.
you, if you're wanting to stay within your budget, why don't you just tell, whatchamacallit, United, you got 60 days or whatever amount of days. If you don't see any and they can't do the job, then you go with ASI and you suck it up and we find the money. I mean,
How
I
much are we
don't,
really expecting?
I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
just throwing a date out there. I don't know. But you have that option to terminate. You have a 30-day out regardless, and you can go with your second option.
I mean, guys, my only other comment here is if we can't do it now, I agree, we got still an entire document.
Well, you're the holdup.
No, Davis too.
No, you are.
Well, you're gonna get another vote next month.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to confirm with Jen, but I think she missed the actual presentation.
She did.
Yeah.
She's gonna have to abstain.
She missed half of it.
She'll abstain. She won't be able to vote.
Right, so David, what's your solution now?
Yeah, I mean, because there's so many rules with RFPs and I mean, aside from starting this over and rejecting all bids, you need to make a
No, and I
decision.
think we've got qualified.
We do, it's just,
The right answer is here somewhere.
Without saying an opinion, could I do some math?
You can do it quickly.
You know, I don't know,
and not on a charge.
one contractor is at your budget,
Mhm.
and so you know the increases over the years, Jack pointed that out. If the concern is that contractor may not live up to expectation, what is the dollar estimate that you could lay into him for 2 and 3 years? What percentage? of
Withhold?
Increase for the residents, they're gonna still be under your first choice of 8%. In other words, add 200,000 for the United to get well, because you don't think he can do it?
Well, United should be able to do it. We wouldn't be selecting him.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
I don't know.
But
I mean, we're
you
not gonna
make
get them
sense.
well.
If you add that in, we're still under
It's
budget
available,
and,
yes.
yeah.
Right, I'm doing a little math.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hate and I know this isn't the intent, but in my mind, I'm spinning that around saying, now we're rewarding the bidder who came in and underbid and acknowledging that the right answer was 1.4, but we're willing to take it.
You're right.
I realize the math is there,
Well,
hopefully that's not
wait.
what happens.
We are total disagreement that the right answer is 1.4.
Yep.
Don't go saying that one.
And you don't necessarily know. I mean,
There's
trust
not a
me,
magic number.
I've sat through a lot of these where they come in at budget and yes, they totally cut their feet out from underneath them because they want the work and they come in and budget and they think that's how they're gonna get the job.
Yeah.
But I've also had some come in right at budget and they've been successful and they've lasted 5 to 7 years. So it's hard to tell what you're gonna get, you know? ASI, maybe it's the honeymoon phase and they're shit after 6 months. I mean, it's just a gamble. It's a gamble with all of them.
You don't
You know
know.
this. How many have you been through? You know, exactly. You just don't know.
So guys, do we want to, again, in the interest of time, do we want to, I hate saying this, but I got to throw it on the table, do we want to punt till next meeting and we all have to come to Jesus next meeting and go a little more time with fresh minds?
No, because I don't think it's gonna change anything.
No,
Well, I'm asking.
And you don't get Cassandra. So
It's
it
not gonna
is,
change
that's the only
Nope.
reason I would punt is we had.
Yeah.
Another vote.
and you're
so-
not gonna get her.
Can I abstain?
No.
What if it just goes home?
No.
Cassandra.
Nope, you were here through all the presentations.
So,
Okay,
You want to draw numbers out of a hat?
no,
somebody's gotta get me comfortable with United, because they're not.
well, and listen, I
So bring
respect
them
that.
in, ask
I respect that,
questions.
so. Just because they're the lowest bidder, right? You said it. I'm just not comfortable with them because they're just the lowest bidder.
So
You can hide the names
Dave,
and not
let's-
be comfortable without maybe knowing the company.
Dave, let's
You know,
recommend we-
I think, I look at Brightfield, remember, what Gerard was bought by Brightfield, weren't they?
I don't know, they bought a few
Well,
different
that-
ones.
They were kicked out of here too.
They were.
Dave, let's bring
But-
United in and beat them up and maybe it doesn't move the needle, but I think that's.
Why
gotta be
beat
the next
them
step.
up?
Beat him up for the concerns that he has.
Because they have the lowest prices that this.
United?
No.
Because they're obviously missing some scope.
He's got concerns. I'm saying, let's bring him in and have him address the concerns. If that's the only thing that's gonna move the needle to get to United, then
Well,
let's
you're
do that.
the other part, you can move too.
Well, then I'll sit here and ask
And
my questions.
I would
as well.
flat out ask them, you came in, you
Okay.
came in at budget, can you do the job? I mean, that's our concern.
Coffee time?
We wish.
I'm way past. hold on
Right, you've
fast.
been in our meetings before. You know we never get through in an hour.
It's okay.
Um,
Or two.
You're making decisions, that's not easy to do. I
Well,
Here's my concern, I will say this,
Yeah.
is, this is gonna sound awkward, but you guys came in right at our budget. I almost feel like we're backing into a number of, and hey, we're gonna get there.
Yeah,
That's the feel.
Sure, it's a fair question. I will tell you this, so. We were in the 2 spot on the bid ranking in terms of low bid. Low bid was RCI
Mhm.
by pennies. I don't know how that happened, but it did. Okay. We don't know them. I don't know them from Adam. Couldn't tell you who they are.
Well, you guys both looked at our budget numbers,
Yeah, but your budget's lower than where we are.
by like $1,000.
No, more than that.
It's more than
Yeah,
that.
it's more than that.
45,000.
No, it's our budget's 105.9, they came in at 106.3. They're off by $4,000.
Yeah, but so where I'm going with it is, listen, we came out, we did our due diligence, we know what it takes. I also know, and I don't know, I guess my question, is, what is the issue? Like, where are we different than ASI is my question.
So the issue is you came in at budget. Did
Okay.
you underbid yourself to be able to handle this property? In 6 months, are we gonna see you not be able to handle this property because you underbid it? You came in at budget as opposed to bidding it
Well,
properly,
and to
we'll
be
say.
clear, I'm not disqualifying.
Yeah,
you
no,
because
no,
it came
no.
in
No,
play.
I get the concern,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, they're
Totally.
you're at 80% of the price, and we're getting 80% of the product of somebody else.
Correct.
No, why would we do that? Why would we, here's the response I'm gonna have. Any landscape RFP we go to, right? Our job is to provide you, the board, with the most accurate price we feel it takes to get the job done per the scope. Okay, that's my job. So if I'm $400,000 higher, then I must have missed something. Either I overshot it or I missed something. Now, yes, the budget you have to take into consideration, because if I come in at 1.7 million, do you think I have a better chance of standing in front of you than I do closer to your budget?
For sure.
Probably not, right? I will say this, if I may, and I just wanted to add a point of clarification. I did go back and review the landscape back. We did provide 5-year pricing back. I don't.
Yeah, there was 5 years.
Yeah, we.
Yeah,
didn't
your,
want- I just want-
your last few years were
Yeah,
exactly the same price.
Yeah, the same price though, there's no price increase.
Yeah, your years 4 and 5 were gonna say. That's
Okay,
great.
that's fine.
there is there's a
There's a price increase in there. I think it's
There's an
1.67
increase every year?
Yeah.
Wait, for-
Yeah, everybody, the only one that helped there was one that helped the
no,
price.
no, year 4 is.
Oh, I can only have year 3 on the
Year
spreadsheet.
4 and year 5 are the same.
I don't have that on the.
It's 2 under.
I only have.
In fact,
year,
years
so-
3, 4, and 5. are
Oh,
the
it's
same.
optional underneath here.
Years
Yeah,
3, 4, and
that's
5
how-
are the same.
That's how the
Yeah.
bid.
Oh, there it is, sorry, I gotta scroll down.
You're saying years 3, 4, and 5 are the same?
Exactly.
Yes, they are.
Years 4 and 5, yeah, 4, no, no,
3, 4, and 5.
3, 4, 5 are the same.
right, well, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 match 3. You see what I'm saying? It's
Well,
not,
3, 4, and 5 are the same.
Yeah.
Sounds
Whatever,
better-
Jeff.
Sounds better when he says it.
It's not,
it's not
yeah,
more intelligent, yes, thanks.
there's there. We'll figure that part out. But here's, again, our job is to not. We don't want to take advantage, right? If I came in $400,000 higher and you want me to come down, I would think the perception is that you're asking me like, what happened? Like,
No.
how did you miss that?
So,
So,
but what Greg is saying is. Looking at this, we don't wanna underbid, we wanna make sure that the job can get done.
sure,
We don't want it to be
Sure.
so low that it says we should have added another 150,000 because we needed this.
Well, and part of my concern too is not with any one of the bids, but is knowing where our budget's been so far. And guess what our community looks like? Now, again, is that the fault of our current contractor? Is that the
Yeah,
fault of that? We just had too low of a budget.
I will speak on
That's it.
that,
That's
if
the-
I
that's the
can, I will speak on that, like, I have faith in my team. I have faith in the fact that if they fail, then I'm failing, and I'm letting the celebration seem to be board and the community down, right? That's not my stance. If I have to be involved on a weekly basis, absolutely I'll be here, right? But we feel we provided the best, most accurate number. I will also tell you, it was in our notes that we know the irrigation material, we don't have to buy it, it's here. We're just paying for labor on repairs. So anything under the contract value or in contract repairs, the parts are here. We come see Russ, we pick up the parts, we go do the repairs.
And everybody bid that, I mean, we clarified that.
I'm
So, yeah.
hoping so.
Yeah.
But
Maybe not.
Well,
I know our number, we're comfortable with it. What we will not do is come back in 6 months and be like, hey, listen, we're gonna have to use Pro and I'm gonna need $60,000 more or $70,000 or $100,000. That's not fair. That's not the right way to do business. If we screw up and we have to fall on the sword, we have to fix it on our end, whether we gotta get more efficient or we have to just swallow the pill.
well,
And we gotta do that.
and
We're
my-
not gonna sacrifice the quality and expectation out here because we understand the needs of this community.
So my other concern is, and being frank, is you guys have gone through a lot of M&A lately.
Yeah.
And you. One time of that happening does not make a trend, but that's the one I've experienced was, hey, Calvin was doing great, and then all of a sudden, a year after they got bought, guess they're not doing great anymore, you know what I mean? And I know you guys wasn't working other places, and that's my concern becomes, and listen, I love the fact that you will be on the account, but I also recognize you're not the guy who's out here every day. And I know you want to enable that right person to do that, and I know you're the right guy to do that, but it's also in a big company, how much are we gonna get lost in the sauce, knowing that you guys are coming in where we're reacting, going right at the budget.
Yeah, well, and the awesome thing about that too, so the M&A side of it is now very, very common in the landscape industry. There's probably 4 of the 5 vendors here today that are all M&A. And it's just a cyclical thing where 3 to 5 years, 5 to 7 years, PE companies are changing over. That's obviously out of my control, because I don't own that PE company, right? But what I can tell you, the cool thing about it is I'm not going anywhere in terms of my role in the company ramping up to being like the next COO. Like that's not happening now, right? This is a larger company. They probably need somebody with a little bit more bandwidth and brain to handle that than what I have, right? And I'm downplaying myself probably, but I don't want that. I like the local feel. I like being able to I work a little bit in Tampa. I work over here some. I come to Swan Dolphin 3 times a week. And like I said, it's 2 times a week, sometimes 3, and I'll be there Thursday. It's 10 minutes away. I can come in here and spend 2 hours and drive 95% of your property. I can meet with people. I can help train guys. Like me being here is not an issue for me. Okay. To the M&A side of it, again, I don't have a crystal ball. It's all market driven. But that can happen at any time.
Companies get bought, I get that. It's a
And a lot of
concern
times
focus.
it's just changing. It's just a change in the equity backing it. A lot of times it's not going to be the change in who's running it. I think that was the difference between Capital and Juniper. It was family owned and operated.
But it drives in the P&L where all of a sudden it's, hey, stop
Oh,
spraying,
sure.
stop spraying because we're losing money.
Yeah, absolutely.
$20 million.
No. That can't. I mean, the scope is a scope. We got to be held accountable for it, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if we're not doing our job, then we probably shouldn't be here anyways. But I'm not going to come to you and say, hey, we're losing our tail on the profit end. I need more money or I'm walking. Like that would be the dumbest mistake we could make.
No, we wouldn't expect that. What happens is people just start disappearing. And again, I'm not saying that you would do that, but that's what's happened to us.
Again, that'd be a terrible option. Okay.
Cool. Jack fell asleep.
He did. He's been up this week.
No, I,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I get my FIP
It'll be
right
just a
there.
minute.
There you go.
You know what FIP is? Or impact point.
Yeah.
All right, what say ye?
Think you guys are got your hands cut up for you, management. For them to come on board and
No different than any other contractor we've had out
Yeah.
there for 28 years.
Learning curve.
Good or bad, I'm not in
Yeah.
that in a negative way.
but one of us needs a dissent for the record.
Yes, please.
That needs to dissent?
Yeah, stay with it. 'Cause-
Why? Should be unanimous.
No, I don't think this should be unanimous.
Well, I don't think it matters. If
Listen.
we come back in 180 days and this falls apart, then we can go back to
Guys,
where we're at.
look, at the end of the day, no matter how we feel, we did due diligence. We don't always have to agree, just what we always talked about.
We've sat here for 4 hours.
Well,
Yeah.
we're trying to do what's best for the community, and we're trying, we have these parameters, each one of us thinks there are, it's not like. we're
Gary,
just-
I think you can attest to all of
Alright.
your fellow
like to
residents,
make a
they
motion.
did their due diligence on this one.
That we award the contract. to United.
I said-
All right, we got a motion in a second. All those in
Wait,
favor?
wait, whoa, what was the motion?
Y'all sitting here jaw jacking, we're having a meeting over here.
Jack,
Motion
Jack
I
motion.
motion that we
It went for
award the
ASI.
contract to
to ASI?
United.
Oh, to
United.
United.
Tom seconded. And
Tom
now I'm
second.
calling the question.
Yeah, you need 2/3 majority to call the question. So you need half a day with 2 others.
All in favor?
All in favor?
I'm gonna go roll call.
Okay,
Aye.
Aye.
okay, so motion passes 3-1.
There you go.
Oh,
Can
God.
you call, well, call them both then.
For this.
Get this in 6 months, if we have problems, we go back out to RFP, at least the residents will know you try to keep the budget.
That's not even.
I'm going on vacation.
We won't have that, but I'm just saying.
Switch.
Oh, man, we only have
Okay.
18 more items to go through.
For what we can.
So the board will tell you, but want to thank both of you and everyone else who left for coming. Obviously, it was a very tough decision for the board.
Very difficult.
I mean, extremely difficult. But
Yeah, we've sat here for 4 hours, guys, and listen. This is longer than most of our meetings, so I
Yeah.
don't want to say we appreciate it and all.
2 of our meetings.
Yeah. Combined. So really legitimately do appreciate it. The board decided to go with United. And like I said, I appreciate everything you guys put into the proposals and all the efforts and all that, because I know it's not an easy community. Really was a tough decision for, I think, all that we're seated here on here, but, we do appreciate all the time and effort, everyone. So thank you guys very much. Yeah.
yes,
Thank you guys.
thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
All right.
so for United, if it's okay with the board, there's a 30-day term in the contract. Being, instead of starting in the middle of a month, I would ask if the board's okay with the start date being Feb 1 instead of mid-January. If you want to do mid-January, that's fine. We just
No,
have to
that's
give
fine
them,
because next 2 weeks will be holidays anyway. We're not having whatever. Yeah.
everybody okay with that? Okay, so,
Can we also have a motion to terminate the?
yeah, and we need a motion to terminate, Juniper, start with the date of today, and they'll get the termination notice.
They'll be terminating effective 30 January, wouldn't it?
January
We'll get
30th.
We're giving notice.
We'll
now.
get it lined up. We're giving them notice, but it'll be lined up with Feb 1.
Jack made a motion for a second.
I did make the motion.
I thought you did. Heard you say something. My bad.
I move.
All right, never
Okay.
mind.
Who's second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, guys, let's take a look at the agenda and see what we really need to do this month and what we might be able to fund.
Sure. Sorry, Greg.
Can I have one
Yeah.
real fast thing and then
Sure.
I'll let you guys, I wanna make sure we do a transition meeting too, like the last month, I'll brag with Epic Carrier,
Yeah.
so we have a smooth handoff, smooth transition from Juniper to ULS. So
Yeah.
We'll all be involved and make sure it's.
And I think,
crystal clear.
Angel, we definitely need to
Russ
be
will be
in that
involved
and
too.
leading that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hire you.
So we'll schedule a transition. We'll talk to Juniper and get with you guys and Russ and Carrie and myself and whoever here, probably Tom will want to be a part of that as well. To do that. All right,
So guys, I'm just gonna look at the agenda real quick. I'm sorry. Juniper is still here, so I definitely want to give them a few minutes. They did take the time to stay here. The consent agenda should take us 10 seconds. 7,
all of 7 is gonna be really quick, Greg.
okay.
They're just housekeeping.
All right, then the only thing, we'll cut some stuff in 9. And I think 9 we can thin down a little bit, but let's get through what we got up until we get to 9 then.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, don't we have to
Hmm.
nominate board members?
Yeah, but that, again, that'll be quick under 7. All of those are resolutions and those will be fairly quick.
Okay.
So
All right.
Juniper,
Yep. Appreciate it.
So, yeah, got, I've got a couple copies, so.
Thank you.
thank you.
Keep one to myself, I know what I'm talking about. So, obviously, we're, not, thrilled with the result tonight, but I told you when I stood here 60 days ago that we were commitments to you through the end of our contract, and I think we've done a long way of doing that in the last 60 days. I wanted to give you guys an update of what we have done. We replaced 29,400 square feet of sod out on the boulevards. We've done extensive soil samples, and we've reacted to the results of those soil samples, which came back and told us that the soil is short in zinc, iron, and potassium. We put down one application of those products plus a liquid fert, and we have another one scheduled for next week. We will still complete that. We have replaced the palm tree that was long awaited, and we replaced a little over 1,000 pieces of plant material, mostly out in Island Village, all at no expense to the association. We've been responding to other work orders, and in this package, you'll see there's 2 paperclip groups. The first paperclip group is all the work that we did at no cost to the district. The second paperclip group are proposals that we've worked since. And as you can see, we've been completing them in 7 to 10 days from the time we're signed. So again, obviously, we wish things had gone differently tonight, but we continue to fulfill our contractual obligations with you through the end of January. We will, work with United. We know these guys. We're happy to work with them for an orderly transition. We'll share the soil sample data with them so that they know that. So hopefully one day we can do business again together.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you staying here until 10:30 at night to tell us that. Yes, that's not lost on me. So thank you. Any questions? Any questions on anybody?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Out of curiosity, was there something in those medians that might come up later as an issue for the turf?
Yeah, I mean, and it's in our report. They need to be put on an aeration program. Okay. The soil is very compacted from years and years and years of mowing. And what's happened is they've essentially become somewhat of a bathtub, every one of those medians, and they hold water when it rains. And so we've aerated them all. That's one of the things that we did. We aerated everything, we put potassium down on everything, but it's going to need to be done or they've reached that point in their life where that turf, unless you want to rip and renovate them all, in order to keep extending the life of that turf, annual aeration is something that's going to be part of your process.
Any other questions? Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
5E solitude.
They were here. He was here.
Thank you for everything, okay?
Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
So solitude, we did not have, there wasn't a motion anyway, so my suggestion to the board, I did read through them. I would like, if I can get a copy of the map, because they kept referencing pond numbers, but I couldn't talk to the little snips.
They've got a new map now.
Why didn't I get one? We can get that, and I would suggest at the next board meeting, we take a look at those. One thing I will definitely be asking you guys though is how many of these do we actually need to address? I realize these are the next ones in order that are fit. Do we really need to do these, or are these ones that, hey, they're kind of nice, but we're, like, suggestion, guys?
Maybe it's a great, maybe it's like, this is a definite, this is a maybe, this is.
Yeah, but part of this, we looked back a couple months ago and said, let's give the pricing under this current year. So we can get I think the pricing is going to go up significantly.
I reached out to them when they did the pond inspection and basically said, is this, you did all the ponds and this is what you're proposing? And they said, yes. So what that means, I don't know, but you want to table these till January? Is that what
I'm not ready to vote on them tonight, and I realize the pricing difference.
No, I just want you to understand that why the whole package was done together.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're right. Yeah.
All right.
But I would definitely like to know, Russ, from you is next meeting, which one, not now, but which ones really needed and which ones don't.
Okay.
Consent agenda, do I have a motion?
Second.
Okay, the only thing I did have was a question on the consent agenda. If you can take a look, page 153, our insurance. We are 41% over on insurance, so we're not even all the way through the year.
It's only one-time payment. And I'm not sure, I've got to look, they may not have broken it out because you've got.
Okay. If you can take a look at the insurance number and if there's really a problem there, if we need to compete something or what's going on there.
Yeah, and I know stuff was added, but they gave us the price, so I'm not sure why, but again, it's a one-time payment. But I'll look at it and see.
Okay. All right, I got a motion to second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, 7A, ratification amending the fiscal year budget. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second, do we need to do public discussion? Nope. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, 7B, we're gonna punt until next month. 7C, designation of officers.
So you have a couple of options here. You can leave as is. As you know, the policy of this board is, it was instituted a long time ago that every new fiscal year, the resolution comes before you, you either redesignate officers or you can vote to keep it the same. It's totally up to you, but it has to come before the board every fiscal year.
I move to keep the officers as is.
Second?
Second, one discussion item. What's making us do this every year?
That's something that, it was when Cliff was on the board. Cliff is the one who made that motion. I believe it was unanimous to do it every year in case to give people opportunities to go through chair and vice chair. That's all it was for.
We all want to keep them at 5 minutes.
Yeah. The only thing I will add, you can keep it the same, but we've added Carrie Satterwhite as assistant secretary because at some point, if he has to fill in for me or something, he has the opportunity to sign documents as well. So that's the only difference.
All right, we got a motion in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? My only conversation, I will say by next meeting, I would like to take a look at liaison assignments. We don't need to do it tonight, but I'd like to know if our adjustment last year is working, opinions on that, do we need to shift things?
Scope and all that
Scope and all that kind of stuff, yeah, so.
I agree.
But let's,
Agenda for next month?
yeah, absolutely. Next one.
Yeah, liaison.
Thank you.
Yep. 70 celebration news article. Tom, talk about it for 20 minutes for us.
It's talking
Do I have
about
a motion?
maintenance enhancements and what we've done.
Okay.
We're gonna do it next month, so.
Read it.
Need more pictures. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Was there a motion?
all right.
I don't think so.
I make a motion.
There we go. Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, 7F, we already covered. 8, district manager, GoGov implementation and other stuff.
So we talked about Tom and I, we've had one meeting. We probably are going to have probably 2 more
Yes.
at least. We're looking at hopefully rolling it out by February 1. We were shooting for January, but it's just not, we want to make sure we have, not everything's going to be perfect, but we want to get it as close to that as possible before we roll it out to the entire community.
So I would say that we might. I don't know if we can roll it out January 2nd, but I think we need to roll it out at some point in January. Number one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said February. I knew we talked about
Right.
January. Sorry.
We're trying to do it in January because here's the article is for the February edition.
Mhm.
February edition, I don't think comes out in February. I think it's like the last week of January, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, we can slowly be getting the word out to actually do it. My biggest concern overall is not whether this is successful or not, because there will be bumps. But if you sit in this office over here and you're working on 2 systems,
It's
it
not
more than
good.
sucks.
Yeah.
So the quicker we get to GoGov,
Absolutely. I would say, guys, no later than 15 January,
Mm.
wherever we're at in the process, we need to
I
go
agree.
live.
And we've cleaned it up. The stuff that we had questions for, we entered all of our sites information. CROA has been in there since day 1.
The tech chair had called me and said that he and Jose had not been engaged lately, and he was wondering if we were.
No, they haven't. They've already provided all of their stuff.
You can just make sure you're getting with Lauren and see is there something else they need?
Well, we probably need to give someone over there admin access like we have, so they can go in and see the CROA tickets that come in. So, but again, they need to make sure that we need some sort of commitment from them of, like he just said, working off of the 2 systems is horrendous. Like Jasenia, we were saying she missed like, I don't know, 20 tickets because she's like, oh no, I've been checking Service
It
for the
almost
last.
looks identical in terms of the
Yeah.
navigation, so it is.
Well,
it is very.
and yes, I want it to be successful for the community, but no,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna sit here and hold our board to make sure that Crow is caught up.
Correct.
Crow needs to be.
Yeah,
and maybe they are.
Yeah. And that's fine. I just want to make sure they know, hey, anything CROA, you need to be paying attention because we're not going to.
We're gonna start advertising it to the community. and
Right.
Stuff coming. in.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's the only point. But everything else, we've changed the color, all the different things that were requested, we did, entering our.
Tom's great.
Huh? Yes, we got Tom's Green.
Is Jack's statue over the logo?
It
Next
is.
motion,
Okay.
It is.
is 15 January, what, we're saying that? or
We're
what?
shooting for sooner, but
Yeah.
that'll be our
And
stopgap.
when you're free, call me and then we'll set up meetings.
Okay.
And if we can, just between the two of you, between Facebook and messaging and Carla,
We need to
come
start.
16 January, we need to start blasting this heavy.
Yeah, we'll put up a plan.
Yeah.
We'll definitely put up a plan.
Okay.
Yep.
What else?
That's all I have. Obviously, we didn't go over it, but you all have the incorporation final study. That's in there and that incorporates legals, words, comments on it. So
That's final.
that's his final draft. Now, I think the next step is engaging outside counsel to tell us what is our next step. What do we have to do?
Jan's been doing it.
Yeah, Neighbors Giblin is
Yep.
Special counsel, and they provide comments. I believe that was
This was like a week ago.
yeah, I believe that was sent back, but we haven't heard any comments or Jen.
So
recommended-
those comments will likely change the report though.
Yeah,
Okay.
so bringing it to compliance.
So we need an
before the
update.
statute.
So we still need an update.
We need an update.
Okay.
From
So
Joe, and we have not seen that
We're
yet.
still probably 2 or 3 months away.
I would
Final-
say
final.
at least.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
All right. Do you have anything else? I got 2 questions for you.
No. Questions?
Records digitization. How do we get an end date? We've been spinning for a bit here.
Yeah, the ones down in Coral Springs are completely done.
Mhm.
And now we're doing the office upstairs.
We've been here for about 2 or 3 months on these. How much longer do we need?
The maps are gonna be the biggest thing. And the rest most of that upstairs can be trashed that we came up with. Most of it's utility bills.
Okay.
Which have no bearing on us. It's just bills that they've kept up there. So there's not very much up there. The maps are gonna be the biggest thing.
They're fragile.
Very fragile. If you touch them or blow on them, they disintegrate.
Right.
So
They're not that fragile.
they are pretty fragile. Some of them are pretty old. Yeah.
Jack's picture is falling apart.
Yes. It's yellow, faded,
Just like me.
So guys, after that's
after that's complete, it'll
after
be
that's
done.
completed, we do need to talk about and again, topic for another meeting, how we actually structure that data into a SharePoint site, both for the public, what we want the public facing and internally for the board as well for any stuff in there. So that'll be the next
Mhm.
step. The other one is where we at? Roof.
Ruth, they provided a report. They've also been scheduled to come out and look at this. Your engineer that you approved is gonna be out mid-January, I think January 12th or the Friday, whatever date
So the
that
engineer
is.
is checking what Arnco is supposed to be fixing.
Not necessarily, that'll be part of it, but he's doing an overall look at the whole thing and providing a report. If it's a bad design or whatever his report, I don't know that that's gonna be part of his report. I'm just throwing that out there. Whatever
But
his
expect
report
Arnco
is.
will do their work before he gets up there, so at least they're reviewing. it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, anything happened this past weekend?
No, not that we're aware of. Yep.
All right, so as soon as that comes back, if you can make sure the whole board gets it,
Yep.
it's January. we'll definitely-
Absolutely.
Well, that was also Saturday, so it probably dried up Sunday.
Yeah.
Thanks, Russ.
Well,
Thanks for
I'm
that
just being
Christmas
honest.
cheer.
Yeah, right. Kick in the jaw. Thanks, Russ.
And the last thing is for GoGov, I would like the next meeting, have a discussion on service level agreements and expectations and.
Yes.
How quickly staff's that answering tickets and responding to.
We're gonna
things.
have to have that in place because it's gonna be a lot, right?
Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
if we wanna do that as a meeting, or maybe is that worthy of a workshop, you figure out, because you're gonna. be the
We'll
one-
make that call when we get through it.
Yeah, go make that.
I would lean towards workshop.
Okay. All right, anything else for Angel?
Yeah, hold on. I saw your note about the painter, so it's done? You got a new
I
container?
sent you a picture.
I saw it.
I know.
I'm sure she sent you a picture.
That's right.
Yeah, and
I'm
he
like,
did.
This
He's
is
like,
the old one? What's going on here?
Nope.
Groundhog Day?
it's the new one.
I'm taking it
A little
off.
bit bigger than the other.
Yeah,
two.
it's bigger than the other two. So,
I'm taking it off my list.
all right.
Good choice.
Oh, and well, we talked about the mules.
Okay, so yes, to get those street legal, we checked into it. It's gonna be about $300 to $700 for a kit. Actually, it may be a little bit more. And that is a whole kit to make them street legal, but that doesn't make them street legal. That's just some of the stuff you have to put on them. Blinkers, mirrors, lights.
I think a horn.
windshield wiper.
So it's not even including, they want a silent muffler.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the 300 to 700, is there a path with a reasonable number to actually make it compliant where we can get it licensed?
Well,
You can't get it-
Kawasaki says no.
You can't know, and you can't get it licensed if they go under 40 miles an hour. You can't register them.
Then they're illegal.
Then they're legal.
Right.
So we need to look at like what Crow has got with the NEVs.
Yeah.
If we're looking to go legal.
Did you,
So we need a.
and you went over
No,
this,
They're saying
right?
they're illegal as is.
Yeah.
Right.
What?
You just said they're illegal as they are, as is, right?
No, I don't know that they're not street legal, but I'm saying in order to make them street legal, they're telling us at the DMV that you cannot get a vehicle that goes under 40 miles an hour legally registered,
Unless it's a NEV.
Unless it's a net.
which is weird because like in Hillsborough County, we have golf cart communities and I live in one. And in order for me to own a golf cart, I have to have it legally registered to be on the road, even though it is a golf cart community. So I'm really not sure why, if I'm talking to the wrong person, but everywhere you look online, it's the same thing. But to begin with, it's gonna be probably, like we said, I mean, these packages are what?
Then you're looking at insurance and all that stuff too. That's.
I got it.
Yeah.
So if you guys
If we
can
can even.
run that trap to the end, but also by next meeting, if you can get prices, take a look. I'd sent you pictures 2-3 months ago,
Yep.
what Crow is driving around. And will those meet what staff needs? Will that get us where we need to go?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think what you're looking at is new. If you want street legal, you might be looking at new vehicles, essentially.
Yep.
Well, the city uses mules downtown. How are they riding them? What's a government entity as well? They're riding.
And they're not license plated. I mean, they're not registered.
That's how they're writing. That this is
They
the.
pick up the trash, they empty the trash cans and park
Yeah.
on the sidewalk.
Well, regardless, we want
Yeah.
Not a busy road.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's street,
Right.
but-
Yep.
All right, we will look into new vehicle prices and all that stuff too.
Dave, what else you got?
That's it. Thanks.
Okay.
All right. Field, Russ, you got 30 seconds.
Well, real quick, I'm gonna try to do it 30 seconds. We replaced all the broken sidewalk around Lake Evelyn. We've done the Spring Park Loop Trail. We're working on Abelia Street right now and Spring Park Street right now.
I can confirm that. I ran through them all this morning.
We're probably already upwards of $65,000 already. We're replacing the boardwalk at Chohe. Got pictures, that thing is pretty bad underneath, the 2x12 and stuff. That's about it for the moment. Done a few landscape enhancements.
Proposals for East Lawn railing.
So, I sent another proposal in and just, they were higher than Nash, so I've already got Nash working on it.
Okay, good. So we can mark that off. Great. Okay.
Any questions for us?
Well, maintenance is part of the whole Island Village turnover discussion, so I don't know if that's a separate topic or nested under this.
Let's do it under the Island Village, under the 90. Legal?
My only update was on Island Village. We're gonna be working on a letter to the developer regarding the post-closing agreement that we entered into. The 90-day deadline is coming up on the 25th of this month. I've been communicating with Russ and Mark, so we'll get that out this week to them.
Can you give me the Reader's Digest version of what that means? We've got the bond out there, so come day 91, if we chose.
We'll have to send
Then
a
what?
demand letter regarding the, I guess, default in the post-closing agreement. That they didn't oblige with what they agreed to.
And have we got a total exhaustive list from Mark and Russ of all the stuff that we think is still non-compliant?
I believe we do.
Two things, root barriers around the ponds and the irrigation hospitals. Those are the two things. We're just talking about the pond and recreation tracks.
Okay.
Yeah,
Valley
and
is not.
don't buy their BS about how nobody gives as-bills, because I talked to the company they use and they absolutely,
They all have them.
yeah, as-bills.
We've received other ones too. So.
Yeah.
The company said they had the as-bills, they just ain't sent them over. I've emailed them 2 different times.
They're working on the lighting on
Well,
the bridge, correct?
So I don't care if you draw it on a piece of paper.
They're working on the lighting on the bridge.
Yes, yeah, they're working on the lighting on the bridge.
Is that part of the bond though, or is that something else?
That's the extension.
That's-
It is, okay.
I don't think it's part of this.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna throw in that if it fits in, 'cause you've got a picture of it here, is that damn tree right by the new pond that they've had ratchet straps on.
Yeah,
Is that thing living or dying? We've been staring at
I'm
it
not
for
an
a year
arborist,
with ratchet
so-
straps.
Only we know an arborist.
Yeah,
I did drive by it, it doesn't look.
okay. So can we include that in the bond letter? Hey, this tree's dead, ratchet straps for another year, ain't gonna fix anything.
what they would need to do is plant.
Thought we had a
trees
1-year
that are going
guarantee.
down. There's nothing else that's gonna work there.
Yeah.
And not a.
Yeah, it was a 1-year
Yeah, 6
guarantee
months
upon
ago.
acceptance.
That one was a special one.
The day the
Was that
proposed
with the
hurricane
hurricane?
happened.
Can we just turn it into a planter?
It's like an idea.
Yes. Yeah.
You don't put that kind of tree in a planter. Either put a palm tree, or you put shrubs. It's one
No,
of
but
the-
I'm saying, can we just put flowers or something in there?
Sure, TCC
Put it
wanted
on
that
the
tree.
tree.
Which is a little higher.
Sure, TCC wanted that tree.
Oh,
Or a big tree.
Yeah.
Well, that
Yeah.
didn't
I
work.
thought we had a 1-year.
I wanted
That's
things
it.
too for Christmas.
Oh,
New
damn,
Year.
charged any, since the hurricane.
Okay.
I think it blew down
But
one.
we'll come up with options.
Okay. Well, that
Okay.
needs to be on the list, so, okay.
Stick a magnolia.
Okay,
That's not a bad idea.
all right, so I lied, since we opened up the can of worms on Island Village, what else you like to go?
No, it was the bridge lights and the tree. And we covered it.
Okay, the bridge piece, is somebody. It's 10:30, I don't care, somebody up their ass and watching exactly what they're fixing, because.
Yeah, right now they tore the whole column, light, all that down.
Okay, I wanna make sure that.
They're
you-
checking it.
That you've got an idea as what they're building, that we're not going through a second time of all of a sudden somebody takes a 50-cent shortcut and makes a $500,000 mistake.
You still need electrical as well stuff? Conduit? There's the irrigation.
Yeah, that's the irrigation conduit, it's supposed to run all the way across the bridge.
Oh, okay. But there's like.
They've been out there pecking around, but I don't think they found the pipe yet, so. And you didn't get.
The city had another solution though, attaching to the bridge.
Yeah, throwing the cable over the bridge and tying it up.
In our position is, I emailed with Jan, but I didn't bring it up to the rest of us on the root barriers. Because we put in the referendum.
Resolution.
Thank you, I think referendum. After, thanks Brett. That it would be a negotiation point, but my position is we need to lean into them and say the resolutions that let them come back and say whether they're not gonna pay.
And I did send that to Tanner and I said, this is the position we expect them to the end, but if you want to see a waiver or variance, you're welcome to come to the.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Dave, you got that tackled for the next 30 days then?
Sure.
Whatever you need to. You're the Island Village guy. All right, any other thing for legal counsel?
I don't know why, I don't like what you did to it.
Yeah. Any update on eminent domain?
I do not have any of this.
Okay.
I could have checked on that.
And then we can punt this one also, but I sent you a letter, Angel, about the Disney exit from ECC, the other entities, and how that impacts us in our code review.
Yes, and I believe I sent it to Jan and she said it doesn't affect us. But let me double, I'll send you her response,
Because they're
Dave.
still in the DRI.
What is the exit?
There's no DRI.
Coming off their exits. They're coming off the CJC.
They're all
Oh,
coming
oh.
off and it doesn't
Thinking about roadway.
affect enterprise and it doesn't affect us was what she had stated, but I know it definitely doesn't affect enterprise, but I'll send you Jan's response.
Okay. And the two items there are architectural review
Mhm.
and they still own property,
Correct.
so I want their property.
I would like to get into a discussion with them about property.
There's some small parcels here and there, they're not.
Some of them should be ours anyway. That are, yeah.
We're cleaning it up, and
I-
this is something we've done with Grow
Yeah.
before. It's, and Celebration Company has also done that with a few pieces, some parcels, so
I mean, I put it page 6 or 8 months ago and I got kind of a him and a hoss, but I think now. If we
But
have
I
it formally
think-
through legal counsel.
Yeah, if we can formally request that.
Yeah.
And I think we don't want to acquiesce to any other organizations in town.
We have that.
And I'd say, let's ask for everything they got and see what they come back and say.
Yes, please.
All right.
All right, any other stuff for legal counsel?
No, there are updates from
Got my list, like, nothing too crazy there, working in Artisan Park on the alley paving, it's, gonna be finishing out this week, he's not gonna be out there next week, and they've got the big alley there, Roy Crop, where they got full mill, on the entire thing, that'll be by the first second. Get a bunch of items.
Island Village, we've got a meeting Thursday afternoon with us, with Tanner and Madeline. We've done some, and I'm calling them courtesy walkthroughs, just in case you have a meeting.
Are you going to that?
It's very specific, that she didn't want to have punch list after punch list after punch list, and items getting added, blah, blah, blah. But we've done some courtesy inspections, because they have not officially requested a permit with the alley. That is, that's courtesy walkthroughs generated 30+ item punch list. We had a follow-up punch list inspection around Thanksgiving. They fixed some of the things, but there was still some bird baths they were looking at trying to prepare. Thursday. Not gonna rain before then. We're gonna see repair attempts made to the asphalt. Like I told you, a few of those locations are difficult to get the recycling to. They're gonna say, well, this is the curbs, this is design. I don't know how much we want to push back. My position is we don't want to take any alleys with any bird baths on. When we go to repave them, it's hard to get it to not have bird baths, and then we're stuck with our contractor. Telling them to fix it when original contract. So I'll shoot you the time if you want to attend. We'll look at it. We'll go around golf cart. About 10 areas now. So it's kind of street a little bit more. Yeah. The ones in the alleys in the middle of the alleys, it's the one at the intersection. The alley's tied.
Yeah, I know what
County
you
Road,
mean.
where you've got curb to curb. There's very little fall on one side or the other. You have the same thing in Artisan Park right now. For past there, just a fall. Work. We'll make some fall. So, and the last thing is I've been working with Dave on, some alternate recreation / baseball sites. We've identified parcels, couple on Oak Shadows between Deerwoods and Gila driving into the area on your left. There's a really large island south of Aquila. It's call it hydraulically separated, but it's separated by a few hundred feet, several hundred feet. But a big island may have gopher tortoises on it, if you may be aware. Then some parcels behind the high school pond by the stadium that flooded during Ian. Some land there that's a field. We've identified those, and we've also identified parcels that are currently owned by the CDD that are contiguous to the surrounding wetlands that do not currently have a wildlife management conservation on them. But potentially act as swap parcels that go to Reedy Creek and say, hey, we'll swap you this parcel for this parcel type of thing. So we've reached out to BDA environmental consultants. They provided me a proposal for not to exceed for $6,500 for them to kind of go through some of the feasibility of that, kind of give us a report on what the process is going to be. And what's the timeline for that feasibility study? And does that feasibility study give us a timeline of how long it would take in order to do easement movements? And
we already got that. It's 18 to 24 months. I remember that right?
To actually remove and go through that, it's going to be a long process.
We already know that process. But how long for them to do their, I don't know if they gave a timeline on it.
They didn't, I guess
we culled it down to 3 parcels, so it's not going to take that long.
30 to 60 days would be my guess. But they gave the proposal, they addressed it to me, and talking with Dave, we wanted to run it under our budget, Hanson Walters. Reached out to Angel to see if that would be acceptable, if it would fall within our budget. Looks like our budget is $24,000 a year.
I mean, we can definitely do that, and if he goes over budget, you'll know why.
Well, just take a motion of the board now to say.
You don't need a
we're okay with
motion.
it. Okay.
It's just so you're aware, if that's where he's gonna charge that too, and if he goes over budget, that's why.
Yep. Okay. Could be why. It could be, just depends on if there's other projects too.
Well, that's just gonna be why, Mark.
Just- We'll go ahead.
I'm just kidding.
Getting punchy now. Hey,
Jack. Mark, 2 things. Number one, we did tell Crow when we had done the survey on lot F or E or whatever the end here is, that we would give them whatever report. And it's not just around baseball, but the usability of the land in general. And I know you'd initially done some of that. So is that something by next meeting you can distribute that to us so we can distribute that to Crow, whatever?
Yeah, it's pretty much of a layout plan
Okay.
showing what would fit there.
Are we charging Croa to get that information?
No, it's all community dollars.
So, yeah, I can get that finalized, send it over to him. Just
Yeah.
for the layout. I know that's, I don't know how much detail I think I presented at one of the meetings. I know David, I sat down.
I know you focused on baseball, but even if they were to use it, if we don't do baseball there, we were to do pickleball, basketball, shuffleboard, whatever, you know, what's the usability of that land in general? I think they were just looking for whatever we studied, let's not do anything extra, but whatever. Okay. The other comment I'd make, if it's gonna take 18 to 24 months to move easements and all that kind of stuff, I'm concerned with the overall timeline that we're doing against a larger project in the community center. So I would like to, I'm not adverse to looking at that stuff because I think it does provide some options if we wanted, even if we don't do baseball there, if we do something else there. I would like to ask Mark, starting now, to run the rest of the traps that are needed back behind the K-5 school that we had started. Because there's packages we'll need to submit to the gas company and everything else there to see whether or not we could fit 2 ball fields there. I know there were some concerns about power lines and lights and other stuff, but I'd like to go ahead and finish that out in parallel because I have a feeling we're gonna get to the end of this and realize it's gonna take too much time to do some of these other lots. I hope that's not the case. I hope we have options, but I would like to run traps on the K-5. I want to get that wrapped up.
Okay, well, we'd have to do some layouts on the K-5 piece. I think it's gonna require just the Reed property.
So I have
to fit those in there. It's still gonna be tight.
So I did have, so the board's aware, I've had 2 or 3 discussions now with Reedy Creek staff. I have not officially posed it to them of, hey, would you be willing to do a land swap? I have proposed to them that we are looking to put ball field somewhere we may need to do land swaps with them, and they are absolutely open to the discussion. We just need to say when and where and what. So if you can by next meeting say, hey, we can fit it here and here's what we take to the gas company, I can then certainly take that back to the CIFTOD folks and say, here's what we'd like to do.
You approving the not to exceed $6,500 study that he just brought up?
But you said we didn't have to vote on it.
On the study? Yeah, you do. I thought you
I was
were
trying to make a
asking.
motion, you yelled at me.
Just got a toothache, leave it alone.
No, I thought,
Oh, because he was gonna nest it.
All right, let's
under the.
make the motion.
Motion.
If it went over.
Second.
oh, if it went over, no, I'm losing it. You know, you don't need a motion.
Yeah, we're fine.
Jeez,
My motion.
sorry.
That's motioning. Let's keep moving.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All good. That was all I had for you. Any other questions for Mark? No. Liaisons.
January. Oh, you're redoing roles in January. Sorry.
Nothing.
Jack, I'm
Ping
taking
pong.
a punt.
Nothing. Ready to go to bed.
I got nothing.
I have nothing except thank you to you for
staying
putting up with us. Really
Yeah.
appreciate your professionals.
Yeah.
Kill.
And putting up with us who,
Well, Carrie's fine in the back too. Gary's gonna be.
And Gary, I gotta thank Gary, both, Carrie and Gary.
Wait,
I don't have to.
you didn't talk about.
I know you don't, but I'm just saying, I'm sorry.
It's under discussion.
It's here, it's coming.
Gary, you need to inch your way up here.
Discussion items, conversations with Osceola County, guys. I'd say let's for right now punt this. I mean, you saw my email, the mosquito one's the hot one. Roads, we're getting a little bit of progress with paving, and at least they're acknowledging that some other stuff may need to get paved. They put some in-field study, out of cycle, blah, blah, blah. They're supposed to get back to us in the next 90 days. We're not gonna do that next fiscal year, so that one we're doing okay. The next one I'm really looking at tackling that will come up, as far as I'm concerned, in the budget cycle, is street sweeping. We're dropping $100,000 a year to clean county streets, and they're looking at us. And they went so far as to say, well, you can't stop the street sweeper without doing a hold harmless clause for the county because they think we have an obligation to clean the streets. Jan looked at that and laughed. So I think that's going to be an open-ended discussion. Obviously, you saw the rest of my comments in there. So I will, barring any questions or comments, I will continue the dialogue with the county and see what we get. Nobody's on the line, so I'll say it out loud. It's an election year, so I think we may have to. Whatever it is, what it is. It's an election year at the county, so I think this is the best time to end up doing this stuff because I don't think the give a shit factor is going to be there after November. So there I said it out loud.
Audit committee members, this came up because was it last year?
We had said we were going to put out to have everybody refresh.
You
on the
have to
audit, 'cause we've had
reapply.
People have been on for 5, 7, 10 years. So
Yeah.
my question to the board was, do we want to do that? And if so, Angel can advertise that to the community and to the current board members if they would like to reply and what we want to do. So I throw it over to the board what we want to do.
Or do you want to leave as is?
Leave as is unless there's a some other
You just add
two people?
two more last year.
2 people last year.
Yeah.
Was it 2, Brenda?
Yeah.
It was 3. You
Yeah, I
added
thought
3
it
more, so we're up to 8.
8
Okay.
is what you have now.
Okay.
So you can either leave as is, or we can throw it out there again and have everybody reapply. Whatever you would like.
Reason to go through that process.
Anybody else?
I agree with Dave.
Very well.
It's like pulling teeth getting volunteers.
All right, leave as is.
Leave as is. Next one,
Perfect.
9D Community Center. My only comments here, number one, we are getting some progress with the school district. Jan and I have had good conversations with their attorney. They have a letter up to the state AG to see whether or not they can just transfer it to us, without going through an RFP process at no dollars. Looks like it'll be positive. He just needs to confirm that we actually are a government entity, which we told him we are. And he's just waiting on the state AG to affirm that. If that's the case, I expect, this is my guess, we probably have a JUA in place by maybe late February or March timeframe. So that's why I'm kind of trying to motivate the rest of the process around that. I think even if they had to go through an RFP process, we would still be the winner of that, or potentially be the winner of that. So I think either way, we're gonna end up there. It's just gonna be a question of timing. So with that, my conversation or my request is, I would like to start, Dave had mentioned, or Mark, one of the two of you, kind of the first step on the community center piece would be getting a formal charrette out of a contractor. I would like to start on an RFP process, just to put an RFP out to start a charrette that we can vote on a charrette contractor next meeting, so we can get that started.
I have a scope of work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we need a scope.
I have a scope of work.
Awesome. I haven't seen it.
We'll see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know we had one, that's all. But good to go.
All right. And is that reasonable to we can get that published out, turn around? I don't know what it takes to fit on a charrette, and with that reasonable with 30 days, we get something back.
Scope's ready.
Okay. So, all right, we will drive to get that back next meeting.
So we have, so that would be formal, right? So we would have to advertise and
It's
then
well under the dollar threshold there. I don't think.
I don't know what it would be. I have no idea.
Give me a swag, Dave, on what the value would. Is this
Or
a
is it-
$10,000 contract or $110,000?
Well, I know the threshold's 195, but I don't know what this is.
We're talking, this is soft cost. We're talking. Depends on the, how big of a group you wanna make it. It's 40, 50.
Okay, then, okay. Yeah, I didn't know. So, yeah, then we're gonna need a list of people
Companies.
to send that to. Because I can tell you right now, I don't know anyone. Carrie may have some people, Mark.
I got two.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, as long as we can get 2 or 3, and Dave's got some confidence. Mark, I don't know if you know anybody as well, we do something like this or not.
Just like not sure what a short contractor is exactly.
It's fancy French word on the Dave.
Yeah, I don't, that's why I was like, I don't even know. the threat.
Okay, check, I sent to Jan and you, Angel,
Mhm.
some details on the 13th.
So for the record, Dave, this is somebody who will come in, do an official requirements gathering for the community center to say, hey, here's what, here are the stakeholders we would need to engage to see what kind of rooms, what kind of design, what, not actually
Okay.
doing the design, but really gathering requirements as to what would go into that would then turn to an architect.
I made
Okay.
it more encompassing than that. It's starting off with research. Determining constraints, inventorying what's in town so far, and then a workshop where you discover what the universe is you're looking into, present, get the perspectives of all of the stakeholders, which are the county, the residents, PROA, CDD, and TCC. Maybe they all show up, maybe they don't. And then go through purpose of major components of.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a pretty extensive list.
And you have a list of just some companies in mind?
I will give you a list of who.
Okay. And then if anybody else has anybody, you can shoot them over to me. I'll include them in the email.
Yeah, these are usually planners.
Planner, okay. All right.
Right.
Got it.
And then I would say we're probably at a point January, not January, probably February. Or I think it's quickly approaching workshop. If we're getting serious on the community center piece to start pulling some of this stuff. So decide that now. But it's probably in the next 60 days. I can imagine we're gonna be there. Final village phase 1. We already talked about. Anything else there? Okay. Other business supervisor comments? Going once, going twice. Public comments, Gary?
From experience, I'm most pleased with your due diligence on the RFP process.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Something positive, man. And look, it's Christmas, everyone. Look at the time.
Come on. All right, I got a motion.
All right,
Who made it?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Too bad, anybody who's not in favor can stay.
All right, the time is 10:58.
God bless us, everyone.
All
That is
right,
the-
Merry Christmas, see y'all, thank you.
Thanks, Brenda.
Oh, that leaves me